celebrating the good life with good people. Imported from San Diego to wherever you are in 6-packs, 12-packs, and on draft. Find Buenavesa near you using the beer finder at find.stonebrewing.com and show how you live Buena on Instagram at Live Buena.
You want a sub stacked high with meat and cheese? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want an off-the-charts radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a grizzled cowboy. The sheriff doesn't like the look of me. He challenges me to a duel. We draw, and bang, I go down. But the Jersey Mike sub in my pocket, stacked with layers of meat and cheese, saves me. Everyone cheers. I'm the new sheriff. And I renamed the town Fresh Slicington. Subs always stacked high. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Invesco QQQ is the official ETF partner of the USC Trojans. The future isn't scary. Not realizing its potential, however, could be. In the game of football, the goal is to have a winning team that strives for excellence on the field. Go. By focusing on growth and potential, you can build a lineup full of talented players. Let's rethink possibility. Invesco Distributors, Inc.
USC Trojan fans, Smart Stop Self Storage is ready for game day. Smart Stop Self Storage is committed to making the self-storage experience easy and hassle-free for all Trojan fans. Whether you're storing your Trojans tailgate gear, need temporary storage while moving to a new home, or need a storage solution for your business, we're here for you with convenient locations throughout Southern California. Smart Stop Self Storage, the smarter way to store. Visit smartstop.com to reserve your space today. Fight on. Fight on.
Greetings, football fans.
This is the ESPN LA USC Trojan Media Network.
Presented by Pechanga Resort Casino.
Are you ready for football?
Here we go, Saturday, November 2nd, 2024.
You're listening to USC Football, presented by Pechanga Resort Casino.
When we last left the USC Trojans, it was a Friday night at the Coliseum, and we got back to the winning.
Moss takes the handoff, throws. Mekhi Lemon, there he goes again. 20, 15, 10, 5. That's another touchdown for USC. Touchdown, Mekhi Lemon. And the Trojans have now opened it up to a 3-score lead.
Today up in the Pacific Northwest, it is time for a good old-fashioned, one of those old Pac-12 meetings, huh? USC battles the Washington Huskies.
Ignition sequence start. 5, 4, 3.
Only moments until we hear the legend. The voice of our USC Trojans, Pete Arbogast, this Saturday afternoon, alongside USC legend Shaun Cody. It's time for kickoff, USC Washington, for a Saturday afternoon.
We are SC.
We are SC.
Trojan football is brought to you by Coors Light, Mountain Cold Refreshment. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly.
Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football.
And by State Farm.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And now, we continue the countdown to kickoff. Presented by Muscle Milk, the official protein performance partner of USC Athletics.
Here's Pete Arbogast and Shaun Cody.
Hope you're having a great Saturday afternoon. Shaun, Cody alongside with me, and that is the question of the day. I think this is kind of like a midterm exam for SC, although it's a little bit later in the season than that. The Trojans need to prove to the world that they can actually win a game and win on the road. Are they that good? Can they do that?
Yeah, we're going to find out today, Pete. It's definitely a challenge. This is a Huskies team, like you talked about. They're still trying to find themselves. Obviously, Jed Fish, his first year at the helm up here, coming up to Washington from Arizona, where he got a program turned around. So a coach who knows how to get it done. But the Trojans definitely will be challenged on offense and defense today as this one goes along.
We will pause right now and continue our conversation after pausing for stations to identify themselves. You're listening to Trojan Football on ESPN LA and the USC Trojans Media Network.
Hey, it's Mace, and this is USC Football back where it belongs on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles, a good Karma Brands radio station. Fight on!
Bruins learned to win one on the road. They almost spit the bit. They were up 27-7. And Nebraska was driving for a winning touchdown, but UCLA turned them away, and UCLA wins at Nebraska by a 27-20 count. No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all: Athletic Brewing Company. Well, my biggest question about USC is who's going to be playing the secondary today? All the guys that were out last week, we believe they're available today. Don't know how available they're going to be, but we didn't see any Jacoby Covington, Jalen Smith, Kamari Ramsey, Greedy Vance. There were so many guys missing. It was a who's who. Be kind of nice to have those guys back.
Yeah, it sounds like Jalen Smith is down there dressed out. Maybe Greedy Vance is going. It looks like Kamari Ramsey, it hasn't been a sighting yet. Keely, our sideline person, is checked down before the game, and she said that Kamari Ramsey hasn't been sighted yet. But, yeah, we'll find out as this one goes along. It would be a huge advantage if the Trojans get some of those guys back out. Obviously, last week we got to see a lot of DeCarlos Nicholson, Bryson Shaw, Prophet Brown, Zion Branch, John Humphrey, some guys who hadn't been playing a bunch but got the job done against the Rutgers and proved that they could come out and play Trojan football.
Yeah, Rutgers isn't exactly a world beater this year, although they did beat the University of Washington. Or Washington beat them? Wait, what happened? I've got to look at my scoreboard here. They beat Washington 21-18.
Yeah, not a pretty game if you're Washington fans there. They had a lot of yards that game, just couldn't put the ball through the upright on special teams. 3 missed kicks in that one. That's what caused that game.
All right, so is that a precursor of what we're going to see here today? The Trojans are favored in this game, and they're favored on the road. That's not a thing that usually happens, and most of the prognostications that I have seen show SC kind of winning this game without a terrible amount of trouble.
Yeah, we've been favored on the road a bunch this year already, Pete. So definitely that's not a precursor to what is going to happen if we're favored or not. But the Trojans got to find a way on the road, Pete, and it takes, I think to me, it's about taking this crowd out of it. I think the Trojans have struggled with taking the crowd out of the games, and they've just kind of hung around with the Trojans, which doesn't take the crowd out of the game. When the crowd's in the game, it really hurts your offensive line. I think that's what we've seen these road games. The offensive line has struggled because the crowd noise and the ability for the crowd to keep that the chanting loud.
Washington's offense returns 0 starters from their national championship runner-up team from a year ago. Now, that's a little bit misleading because of the transfer portal these days. You bring guys in that were starters at other schools, sometimes smaller schools, so they have some experience. But an all-new offensive line. Jonah Coleman comes over from Arizona. He had a nice day against SC last year, albeit in a very close loss for Arizona against the Trojans. So they've got some decent wide receivers. A lot of kids from Southern California would love to prove themselves to the Trojans here. And a good flinging quarterback in Will Rogers out of Mississippi State, who used to be a teammate of Woody Marks when he was there. Not a bad offensive team from what you've seen. I watched a little film. They look okay.
Yeah, total yards, they get after it, Pete. Between the 20s, this team can move the ball over 435 yards a game. But the hard part is that it's been have trouble scoring the ball. Only 23.3 points a game, which is over 100, ranked over 102nd in the country. So so the red zone offense has really been kind of a struggle for the team this year. Now Denzel Boston has been a touchdown target out there. Obviously 9 touchdowns on the year, gets it done for them, but just not a lot of points with all that yardage production.
I'm always concerned when you say it's an offensive line that's brand new, and that is something that you can't take care of with the transfer portal. These guys have not worked together for more than these 8 games and some practice sessions. How long does it take, in your mind? You've gone up against lots of offensive lines, some of them good, some of them not so good, some of them new, and that's the one we want to talk about. How long does it take for these guys to gel? I think it's more than 8 games.
Yeah, it takes a while for offensive line. They got to kind of go through the ranks together. You like to see obviously you want to see an older group out there. You want to see a lot of juniors and seniors and guys that have get done for a long time, because that means they've kind of built together, starting on maybe the scout team, and they built up to the second team, and they built up to the first, so they get that chance to play together. That's what I think the USC's line has struggled at times this year, just because they don't have that continuity between. They got a couple young guys in there, a couple old guys, some transfer guys. So you got to build that continuity as it goes along. Trojans kind of starting with those baseline, getting Elijah Page going, getting Alani Noah going, but you got to get some guys, other guys on the board there, so you can build that thing together.
You bring up a good point about continuity, and it's something that I think about when I'm preparing for games. And I have seen, we're prepared for 8 games now, and I've seen what looks to me like coaches are starting to organize their teams differently. Some are using the transfer portal like it's the only way they can get players, and others are relying on young kids like freshman kids in high school and building a team like you used to do, like maybe you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Which is the winner?
Yeah, I think it's yet to. I think it can be positionally, actually. Like we talked about the offensive line, and we've seen it with us. We tried last year bringing a bunch of guys, see if that patchwork line can work like that. Didn't really ever come together the right way, and those guys got to play together. I think you can do it on skill positions, maybe on kind of the periphery of the team. But I think I'd really love a homegrown offensive line, defensive line, guys who kind of come up in that area together. So I think positionally is kind of where my answer would lie in this realm of transfers and portals.
It reminds me a little of college basketball, where you got a team like, I'm just going to pick on Duke just for a second, where you get a team like that that's a bunch of one-and-done guys. Yeah. They come in, they're great, they go to the NBA the next year. But the teams that often give those big-name teams trouble in the tournament are these mid-major teams that have 17 senior guys that have been around forever. They played forever together. I'm thinking maybe that's the way to go.
Well, yeah, it's like baseball. You think about building your team through free agency or building your team through the farm system. You think about the Cardinals and how they built it for the farm system for so long, and the Dodgers, and you think about the Yankees who just brought guys in and paid for guys. So there's different approaches to it. I think we're still early in this whole process of how it works out. But like I said, I think positionally it's going to be huge in what guys you bring in, because like you love a homegrown defensive lineman. You get him as a freshman, you can kind of mold him into the guy you want, or offensive lineman like that. So we'll see how this thing rolls out. But I think Lincoln Riley's still developing that strategy as it goes on.
In the next few years, some guy, some coach at some club is going to win the national championship with homegrown talent. Everybody's going to go, oh,
that's how you do it.
We should be doing it that way. And then some other year, the guy's going to win it with nothing but guys that are transferred from Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
That's the way it's going to go. All right, we'll come back and talk a little bit more. I like that conversation a lot, and I've been thinking about it a lot too. We'll come back with more. Both teams down on the field warming up right now. Chilly day. The lights have just started to take effect down below us here, and the crowd making its way in. I don't know that we're going to have a full house, but it'll be pretty packed up when SC and Washington get together. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hey, food lovers, Lazy Dog Restaurants is offering new must-try seasonal dishes, all at an amazing value. Try their pie tin nachos, loaded with cheese, guac, and jalapenos. Plus it up with your choice of chicken tinga or carnitas. And Nona's giant meatball and baked pasta. Let's just say it's giant for a reason. For lunch, there's build-your-own combos starting at under $13. Visit us today at LA Live or go to lazydogrestaurants.com. Love staying ahead of the game with the latest tech? Meet Helium Mobile, the first phone carrier powered by the people. Experience coverage from the nation's largest 5G network and a network built by people like you. For just $20 a month, get unlimited talk, text, and data. Plus, earn crypto for contributing to the network, which you can use to pay your phone plan. Whether you're a USC Trojans fan, student, employee, or just trying to save a buck on your phone bill, Helium Mobile is for you. Make the switch today at HelloHelium.com. Fight on.
We're not just the Trojans, we're your Trojans. Coach Lincoln Riley here to let you know how to customize your Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Trojan pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/Trojans. Wells Fargo is proud to be the official retail bank of USC Athletics.
Copyright 2024 Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Aston, Shaun, Cody in Seattle, Husky Stadium, waiting for the Dogs and the Trojans to get it going. Kickoff about 4:40 this afternoon. I am concerned here, Shaun, about a particular number on the Washington side. They give up 123 yards a game in passing. Heck, I can get 123 yards just getting off the bus sometimes in college football. Is that because they haven't really played anybody with a passing attack, generally speaking? I mean, other than maybe Washington State, and they lost that one.
Yeah, partly because of that, but also they do a good job on the back end. They do a good job of disguises. Obviously, Coach Belichick, Steve Belichick, Bill Belichick's son, is the defensive coordinator, known for great secondary play. So he's got those guys disguising, giving you a bunch of different looks as a quarterback, and they've done a really good job on third downs in that region. So, there's a little bit of the opponents they played, but also, they got a good coach who knows how to get his guys in the right position.
The 4 starters in the secondary, and most of the backup guys are Southern California kids. La Mirada, Alamany, Lawndale, St. Bonaventure, Westlake, Bakersfield College, San Jacinto, Rancho Cucamonga. I mean, they got all kinds of guys. 52 guys from the Washington team are from California. The Trojans have all of 2 from the state of Washington. But 123 yards, that is a bit of a concern. And you mentioned Belichick, and they've got another guy on the other side of the ball, and our good friend Brendan Carroll, who was a Trojan assistant coach under his pop, and then went up to Seattle here to join his dad with the Seahawks during his tenure here as head coach. Brendan Carroll, the offensive coordinator. It pays to have good genes, I guess.
Oh yeah, I got to see Coach Carroll last night. Pete Carroll was in the building at a donor dinner. Got the crowd fired up and talked Trojan football. It's always good to see Coach Carroll. He's doing well.
Trojans offensively struck pretty well last week against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. I don't know that Rutgers is, as we said, world beaters by any means, but every week it seems to be somebody else that is a great pass receiver. The last 3 weeks, Makai Lemon has led the team, but boy, there are a lot of weapons on this SC side of the ball. And Miller Moss has been now, his pass percentage has been coming down a little bit. Last week started to come back up. We're back up to 65%.
Yeah, looked he was over 70% for the day, over 300 yards. That's the Miller Moss. Yeah, and took care of the football. I think that was the most important thing. Didn't have a silly turnover, which has cost the Trojans some games this year. So did a good job of that. But I thought the most important thing about last week's game was finishing a team off, Pete. We got into that third quarter, and the Rutgers were able to find a touchdown. And this year, the Trojans haven't found a response in those kind of situations. But against the Rutgers, able to find a touchdown and then find 2 3-and-outs on defense, which essentially ended that game, and Trojans put it away. So finding a way to get one of those games and put away a team.
Trojans on the road have had the problem of being ahead or in the game at the end of the game on the road and not being able to finish it off. How much psychologically is talked about that kind of the portion of the game where you have to finish it off? How much have they talked about that, do you suppose?
I don't know. It's hard to really pinpoint those kind of psychological issues you're talking about as your coach. When you're talking to your players, it's more just about executing and getting it done, being able to take away the crowd noise, being able to take away your environment, and just executing your assignment. And that's what the Trojans have up until this part of the season have failed to do on the road. And we're going to find out if they've learned, taken lessons from the games that they lost and learned, or is this the Trojan team that they are on the road?
And yet this isn't professional football. It's college football, just a step above having been in high school, playing high school football. High school and college in particular, very emotional games. You have to play with some emotion in this game, and it's not all business, and it's not all X's and O's. You've got to let it fly a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I'm guilty of that myself. Like watching these guys, like the professional players, they're in that transition of taking it from high school to professionals, and they're still learning how to develop that skill of just doing your job, because like you're right, emotions do get sucked into it, and that's when you see the mental errors or the lack of emotions out of these players, because they're not able to just concentrate because they're still learning that process of doing that.
You are one of about 500, only about 0.25% of high school players play in the pros.
Yeah.
So it's like 3% play in college ball and about 0.5% play from there to the pros. It's hard to do.
Yeah.
So you got to be better than just good. You got to really be good. But you got to play with all those intangible things. And I remember talking to Petros, who was our field announcer for a long time, and he would talk about the emotion of the college games. It's a mean, nasty game, and you got to bring it every single play, or you're just going to get thumped.
Yeah, you got to turn the energy up for football. It's definitely a sport you cannot play emotionless. You got to be able to turn it up and get psyched up, because when you're going against there's 22 people running around out there, you got to turn those emotions up.
DirecTV, proud to be an official partner of the USC Trojans. Stream the Trojans all season long on DirecTV without a satellite dish. One of our great sponsors, also Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans, proud to sponsor our post-game show, the Modelo Locker Room Report. When we come back, we will take a look at our keys to the game for today, SC and Washington, as the Washington band gets ready to take the field for the pregame show. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
We are Life Law, where we make injury law simple. We have 2 simple goals for all of our clients: full medical recovery and ultimately full monetary compensation. We understand that it can be overwhelming to face the uncertainty in the wake of an accident. We will be there with you at each step in the legal and healthcare process. You will pay nothing unless we win your case. Dial 1-800-LYFE-LAW or check us out at lyfe.com. Life Law, official sponsors of USC Athletics.
Okay, I'm getting lunch delivered. What's everyone want?
Well, I'm gluten-free.
Uh-huh.
Vegetarian for me, please. Veggie guy.
Vegetarian? Got it.
I'm allergic to nuts.
Nuts.
Oh, hey, I'm fee-free.
Sorry, fee-free?
Yeah, I don't put fees into my body. My body is a temple.
Okay, but how do I order delivery without fees?
Postmates. No delivery or service fee on orders over $50.
Order from the best restaurants in LA, totally fee-free on eligible orders over $50. Only on Postmates. Offer terms and exclusions apply. See app for details.
Tommy Trojan is at the 10, the 5, touchdown, USC!
Make big plays on the field and in life. With iTrust Capital, you can buy and sell crypto 24/7 with the tax benefits of a retirement account. That's right, invest in crypto with the tax advantages of an IRA. iTrust Capital is easy to use and has no sign-up fees. Don't be a Monday morning quarterback. Make big plays now. Visit itrustcapital.com/USC to start investing today. The official cryptocurrency platform of the USC Trojans. Taxes and conditions may apply. Fees apply. Cryptocurrencies are a speculative investment.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
We are in Seattle. Not a lot of sailgating going on today. A few boats off to our right, but it's a little bit of a raw day here. Temperature around 50 degrees and a brisk wind blowing as well out there. Here in the stadium, not really. The American flag to our right kind of hanging, not blowing very much at all here on the southern sideline, way up high. Time now to take a look at our keys to today's game.
Here are the keys to the game, presented by Audi.
The Southern California Audi dealers are proud sponsors of the USC Trojans.
Well, as I mentioned, I think my big key of the game is at the end of the game, and I think that's figure it out. If this is a close game like everybody thinks it's going to be, and it's within a score one way or the other, and the Trojans have a chance to win, they got to figure it out. Figure out a way to break that wall down and get one.
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for this team to kind of do. And to me, one of the keys of the game is got to play a clean game of football. I think we've seen the Trojans too many times this year in these road environments struggle with doing that, whether it be Miller Moss or a fumble, or just got to play a clean game, especially offensively. Take care of that ball, play a clean game. Don't give the other team more chances than they get with costly turnovers.
John Jackson, the great John Jackson, receiver and All-America player and academic All-American, a member of our broadcast team for many years, in the studio in Los Angeles. JJ will bring you in to talk about your thoughts about USC and Washington. This is a great big old rivalry, 88th meeting between these two. They know each other pretty well.
Yeah, Pete, the first thing I have to ask you, though, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Can you give me the first USC football team, the first is or will be the first USC football team to win a Big Ten championship?
Oh, boy. Well, it's not going to be this year, obviously. Before I'm done, I'll say so a couple of times, maybe 2 or 3 in the next 10 years. I'm going to say 26 is my guess. That would be the first one.
Pete, I love it when I stump you.
Yeah.
The first is or will be USC's first USC football team to win a Big Ten championship is the current USC women's soccer team.
Well,
football.
It is football. Football. That is correct.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. You go overseas, it's football.
They won the championship, beating UCLA 1-0. They'll play Ohio State this Monday. I believe it's at 10 in the morning on TV. They win that, they go to the semifinals on Thursday. The final is next Sunday. All right, let's talk about this one, though. SC and the Washington Huskies in football.
All right, let's get what I'm paid for, Pete. As you probably know, Pete, today is Washington's homecoming. Pete, that is an insult. We have been scheduled on
like this.
On other teams' homecoming. Shaun, that's disrespectful. They're disrespecting us.
I knew this was coming. As soon as I saw it was their homecoming, I was like, oh, JJ's going to have something to say about this.
Oh, man. You cannot be scheduled on homecoming and take offense to it. Homecoming is where you schedule a team that you're going to beat so that all the people that come back for homecoming can be happy and go home a winner and donate to the school. That is what homecoming is all about. And Washington scheduling us on homecoming is a just complete disrespect, and the Trojans need to stand up for that today. And with the weather conditions and everything else, this is a welcoming to the Big Ten football. Rainy day, nobody wants to come out of the locker room. Yeah, it's cold, I get it. The wind is going to be coming off the lake. It is a game that nobody wants to play. Matter of fact, I'll give Jordan, with my sideline experience, the most important thing he can do is find a way to the tunnel because it's warmer in the tunnel. I know that from experience, Pete, when I've been there in the rain.
Go ahead, Shaun.
For keys, Pete?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, man.
Why not, since we're in the keys to the game segment?
I think you got to make them earn it on offense, Pete. We talked about the amount of yardage they can rack up. You can't give them easy plays. You can't give up big plays today because you get this offense to try to go 10, 12 plays down the field. They just can't do it. Can't find a way to score points, even though they rack up the yards. Got to limit those big plays on defense.
Let's listen to the Washington band for a second. A little bow down.
Hey, Pete.
Hang on a second. All right. One of mine is the crowd. The crowd here, I've been here a lot of times, and the crowd here can be really loud and really crazy. There's nobody here right now. It's really a sparse crowd. Not a lot of people have showed up to this game so far. They're probably still coming in, but there's no way it's going to be a full house. It's not going to be as crazy an atmosphere as it can be in this building. That plays into SC's hands a little bit.
Yeah, I know this obviously for Trojan fans and Husky fans a big game for them, but they're also two 500 teams right now, Pete. That might be have a little bit to do with the lack of a crowd here.
That and the weather. JJ, one more for you, buddy.
Yeah, Pete, if you look deep into Washington's defense, which is the key today, they are number one in pass defense allowed, in passing yards allowed, And, of course, the Trojans, one of our strengths, our strength is Miller Moss and getting the ball in the air and completing passes and making big gains. So it's number one against a very good USC pass offense. That's the big matchup that we have to win today. It's good against number one. We're good. We're very good against number one in the country in pass defense in the Washington Huskies.
We'll look forward all day. We'll talk to you at halftime for some adjustments that may or may not need to be made, and after the game as well. Let's listen to the band one more time before we get out. There you go, the Washington band. Hello, Dog fans. We'll be back with our sideline report. We'll bring in Jordan right after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Trojan fans, you may not think of yourself as an athlete, but everyday life is full of athletic feats. You bend, you reach, you lift, you twist until back, neck, or shoulder pain hits, which brings you to a stop. But whether you're an athlete or not, The Joint Chiropractic can help ease your pain and keep you on the active list. Visit thejoint.com today to get your first consultation, exam, and adjustment for just $29. The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of the USC Trojans.
Now, two pigeons and Coach Prime bemoaning the fact you can stream DirecTV satellite-free.
These humans get the biggest college football games on DirecTV,
and we don't even get a satellite dish.
Enough squawking.
It's Coach Prime.
Bring it in. Sure, they could get all that college football without a dish, but you still got your passion, your drive, your resolve, your
incredible career as a football icon?
No, that's me.
Stream the biggest college football games. No satellite dish. Visit DirecTV.com.
It's almost time for kickoff, and the only thing missing in your game day plans is a refreshing drink. With 15% alcohol by volume and a colorful collection of fun flavors, Buzz Balls are the perfect ready-to-drink cocktail for every moment of the game. Try the rich Choco Chiller, zesty lime Rita, spicy chili mango, or discover your new favorite flavor. Cheer for your team with a cocktail you can count on to taste like a winner every time in just a matter of seconds. Find your go-to play and buy Buzz Balls today. Buzz Balls, a proud partner of USC Athletics. Please enjoy Buzz Balls responsibly. Buzz Balls, Carrollton, Texas.
You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Time to head down to the sideline. Our sideline reports all day long, presented by DirecTV. Stream the Trojans all season long on DirecTV without a satellite dish. First thing I talked about Jordan Moore when we took to the air today on the Countdown to Kickoff show is the fact that we've actually got what seems like football weather here with us today. Don't envy you that because it's a little bit on the chilly side down there, but at least so far it's not raining.
No complaints from me. We drew a great schedule this year in terms of weather. With when you go at Michigan, at Minnesota on your card, but you get them nice and early in the season when it was beautiful and it was nice in Maryland. This isn't too bad. This is just sort of classic Pacific Northwest weather. It's chilly, but not too cold. A little windy down here, but so far dry.
Your keys, we ask everybody else in the world for their keys. SC needs to win this game, need to become bowl eligible by winning 2 of their last 4. So do the Huskies.
Yeah, my keys on offense is get the running game going. This is the number 1 pass defense in the country, so I want to stay out of third and longs today. I'm worried about these young tackles on the road giving up strip sacks, turnovers if you get into too many third and long situations. So work Woody marks, get yourself into favorable down and distances on the offensive side. And then defensively, I'd love to see these young pass rushers keep the momentum from last week. The pass rush has just been a major issue for USC all season long. But Will Rogers is susceptible to fumbling the football, and I think more or less is his pocket passer as you're going to get these days. So if they can get back there, I think they can make some hay today.
All right, Jordan, we'll come back down to you in a couple of minutes for the coin toss as the teams take the field in short order here. That'll do it for this edition of Trojan Football Countdown to Kickoff. Stay tuned next. Exciting USC football. The Trojans and the Washington Huskies next on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Welcome to the Postmates Wellness Retreat. Let's start by breathing. Phase in, phase out. Picture a big, juicy burger with melted cheese on a toasted brioche bun. And it's all free of fees. Now let's make that vision a reality.
Go fee-free with Postmates. No delivery fee or service fee on eligible orders over $50. Offer terms and exclusions apply. See app for details.
Hi, it's Hannah, and welcome to the HannahCast. Today, Piggy Bank's gonna fuel our episode with questions about Arco rewards. Yep, earn up to $7 in rewards at sign-up. Uh-huh, and 5 cents on every gallon. Sounds pretty sensible, if you ask me. Oh, all this savings talk making you hungry? Here you go. Learn how to earn at arcorewards.com.
Offer valid until October 31st, 2024. By entering your phone number, you're agreeing to receive recurring automated informational and marketing SMS, MMS messages from Marathon. Consent not required for purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. Athletic Brewing Co. Full flavor? It's athletic. Huge variety? It's athletic. Award-winning styles you can get online, at the bar, or the grocery store? It's athletic. In fact, when it comes to amazing non-alcoholic beer, there's no question. It's athletic. Ask for it and find out. Go to askforathletic.com to find your closest retailer today. Near Beer.
This is USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. Your destination for LA sports. Fight on.
Live from Husky Stadium in Seattle, Washington, for your enjoyment, USC Trojan football is on the air. Hi again, everybody. Pete Arbogast, Shaun, Cody, Jordan Moore down on the field. Mike Klopp is our, what do you do there? Statistician, spotter, a little bit of that. Gia Lara is our producer, director. Rick Cutler at the controls, our producer engineer, as the Trojans get ready to face off with the Washington Huskies in the 88th meeting between these two, dating back to 1923. The Trojans own the series advantage 52-31. There have been 4 ties. Here, however, in this building, it has been tough. Almost even, 19-18. in all 4 of those ties. One time the Trojans beat Washington 10 straight years from 1965 to 74. Those were pretty good USC football years. Last year at the Coliseum, SC went after one of the top teams in the country, a team that ultimately finished second in the country to Michigan. They were tied after 3 quarters, but Washington went on to win at the time its 16th consecutive game. SC only trailed by 3 in the last 3 minutes, but ended up losing 52-42. The last time here in 2019, Washington won 28-14, an 89-yard touchdown run in the 3rd quarter by Salvon Ahmed broke the Trojans back. Last time the Trojans won here, way back in 2016 against the 4th-rated Washington Huskies. SC won that game 26-13, mainly by holding Washington to 17 rushing yards. Trojans and the Huskies also, you probably don't know this, but maybe you do, they played in the 1944 Rose Bowl.
Huh?
Because it was a war year, they didn't travel teams from across the country to play, and so SC and Washington met in Pasadena, and the Trojans won that game handily 29-0. Teams are still back up in the locker room right now at homecoming, and a lot of fans and others have been allowed to form a tunnel on the field for the Washington team to come out on. The Trojans also have not come back onto the field after the pregame warm-up. Shaun, Cody, it's a nice, cold, brisk fall afternoon, something we haven't had all season long. Feels like football.
Yeah, football. This is kind of weather you want to play in, Pete. I know we get a lot of games that are warm, but you put shoulder pads on and helmets and all that stuff on, man. It's not fun to play when it's warm. This is when you want to play football. Nice and cool night. Should make for a great environment for this game.
Does it hurt a little more for the punter when he kicks it? Does it hurt a little more when you make that smack against somebody else's body?
Maybe for the punter. They just stand on the side the whole time, so they're probably cold. But the rest of the guys are usually well lathered up for this one, Pete.
Trojans are 4-4, and in the conference 2-4. Washington 4-4 and 2-3. If you want to go to a bowl game, for Washington in particular, you better win this thing because they've got SC, UCLA, and then at Penn State and at Oregon. So they've got some problems. They would become the 2nd team in history to go to the national championship game and then go bowl-less the next year. There's a lot of talk about, hey, do you want to go to a bowl game at the end of the year, really, when you're 6-6? Yeah. After watching what happened against Louisville last year in the Holiday Bowl and how well different Trojans played, including no less than Miller Moss, who became the starting quarterback, yeah, I think it's an important deal.
Always important to close the season on a high, get going in the right direction for next season, get the momentum carried. Obviously a big slate to end for the Trojans with UCLA and Notre Dame finish up, so important to get it going in the right direction, get a little winning streak here. Haven't had a lot of those. We had a losing streak this year. Got to get a win streak going here.
We have mentioned a couple times on the Countdown to Kickoff show that the crowd here, not full for sure as the Huskies take the field. One of the smaller SC Washington crowds in this building that I've ever seen. It's sparsely populated. They have made their way in here a little bit better in the last few minutes, but it's not going to be sold out by any means.
No, little weather game. I'm excited to see the Husky run. I didn't think I was going to get to see the Husky run, but there's an actual Husky run.
Sundowner is his name. I think he's Sundowner 7.
Okay.
Traveler, we have Traveler, and there's not just one. There's been a bunch.
Good weather for a Husky dog right now.
Yeah. The captains are going to gather on the side of the field as the Trojans now stream out of the locker room down to our right, closest to Lake Washington, which is off to our right as well. Here come the Trojans onto the field. Today's coin toss presented by smallbusinessloans.com, a proud partner of USC football. Loans made or arranged pursuant to a California financing law license. Jordan Moore is on the field, will handle the flip of the coin for us as they clear the field of all the extra personnel and shrapnel down there, and the captains will come out to the center of the field and get going, and we could spend some time talking to Jordan since we gave him a little bit of a short shrift at the end of the Countdown to Kickoff show. So welcome back, Jordan, and kind of a madhouse down there at homecoming.
Yeah, it's not that bad of a crowd, Pete. I think you're, it's not not the last game, but the time before we were here was a pretty epic crowd when USC knocked off an undefeated Washington team. But this is pretty good. It feels like the students are a little late. Maybe they're going to show up, and the top deck is not 100% full, but it's pretty well and loud and ready to rock down here.
Pete, I don't know if you know, but we have one of our guys is feeling a little bit under the weather. He's looking for his Jordan flu game. Jordan Moore, how are you feeling, buddy? I know it was a rough trip up here, and I know you're a little under the weather, but you're going to battle for us tonight, right?
It hasn't been the best, Shaun, but I got to set an example here. On the road, you got to tough it out, and you got to do whatever it takes to pull through, and that's the game plan for everyone in Cardinal Gold today.
Captain's heading to the center of the field. We know why you were sick, by the way. It's because of what happened in baseball.
It's a different kind of flu.
I understand. The blue flu in this particular case. Let's go down and for the here's the flip of the coin now.
Hey, our captains today are Miller Moss, Devin Tompkins, Emmanuel Pregnon, and Mason Cobb. I think it's notable that Tompkins is a captain, a young guy. You know, we know that they're changing the captains week in and week out this week, but impressive that Tompkins has earned that right. Shaun was talking about pregame as maybe the best pass rusher on this team. The honorary captain for Washington today is a two-sport athlete, Nate Robinson. So always a fun guy, Nate Robinson. Ended up as a good NBA player, but actually had an interception when he was playing for Washington against USC. It'll be USC's Call Miller Moss will be the voice you hear.
Tails is his call. I'm going to let it hit the ground. It is a tail. You've won. You want to receive.
USC has won the toss and elected to receive. It seems like they've been going back and forth in that strategy, but the last few weeks they've decided to go back to the old school Lincoln Riley. They want that football.
They let off a lot of fireworks in here. The smoke is wafted in here, and all I can say, like the great late Billy Burke in The Wizard of Oz, what a smell of sulfur. It's time now for our starting lineups.
Quarterback,
running back,
O-line,
DBs,
linebackers. This is the starting lineup. Presented by I Trust Capital,
the official crypto platform of the USC Trojans.
Makai Lemon will start at one wide receiver position for the Trojans. He's been the leading receiver for the Trojans numbers-wise for the last 3 weeks. You'll see Jacoby Lane. He's not the leading receiver on the season for the Trojans. Zachariah Branch, he's not either. Kyron Hudson catches a lot of passes. He's not either. The leading receiver for the Trojans is Woody Marks, the running back, who also has 755 yards and 8 touchdowns on the ground. And as you heard Jordan, his key to the game, let's run this football and run it hard and run it long, especially against a team like Washington that is number 1 in the country in passing yards given up. Miller Moss, the quarterback, at 64%, 16 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 283 yards a game. Lake McCree, the tight end, back after the injury last week, the injury against Michigan, back last week. Elijah Page, Mason Murphy, the tackles, Emmanuel Pregnon, and Nalani Noah, the guards, and Jonah Monheim, the 4-year starter, 5th-year senior at center. For Washington defensively, Ontario Colony's Isaiah Ward, transfer from Arizona at one defensive end, and Zach Durfee, a transfer from Sioux Falls, the other. Jacob Bandis and Sebastian Valdez, a transfer from Montana State, the interior lineman. Alonzo Tupatala, the only returning starter for Washington from last year's team. Carson Bruner, you might remember his dad Mark was an outstanding tight end here and in the NFL. Jordan Shaw from St. Pius St. Matthias, transfer from Indiana, nickelback, as we get set for the kickoff of today's game. And let's see how the Trojans play this. It'll be Lemon at the 1-yard line, coming straight ahead to the 20, 25, 30. Here he goes again. 40, sideline, 45, bumped out of bounds by the kicker at midfield. Last week an 80-yard return. This week, a 50-yard return to the midfield stripe from Makai Lemon. How do you do? The first one of the day.
Kylan getting it done in the return game, Pete. Last week we saw him break one off, kind of didn't really follow the blocking. Today, great blocking by the return team right there. He had a giant hole to run through right there and made a play all the way out to the 50.
And now you look backwards with the hindsight and say, well, oh boy, we sure could have used him against Michigan, Minnesota, and Maryland, huh? All right, first down Trojans. The ball just shy of the midfield stripe by just the nose of a football. In the backfield, Woody Marks with Miller Moss. 1st and 10, first play of the game. Trojans in the road whites moving left to right from our vantage point. High, and I mean high, above the southern sideline. Moss changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Monheim changing the blocking directions on the line. Snap back, handoff to Woody Marks. Delayed run, gets about 3 off the right side barely. It'll be 2nd down and 7. Not sure what Moss saw, but he didn't like it originally. Bandis makes the tackle from the nose tackle position. 2nd and 7.
Almost a slow mesh play right there. That was one of the slowest meshes I've seen all year, kind of where they held it longer than necessary, let Woody Marks kind of see the blocking and give a little bit more time to Miller Moss there. We'll see if they keep running that slow one today.
Unusual combination of Kyle Ford and Lake McCree wide to the right side. Now McCree, the tight end, sets up slot on the right behind Mason Murphy, the tackle. Motion for Kyron Hudson on 2nd and 7. The fake to Woods. The throw out of the backfield to Lake McCree. Won't get very far, if any, at all. And he gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. As the tackle is made by one of my favorite names in football, Ephesians Prysock. It'll be 3rd and 7. And the thing the Trojans didn't want to do is get in an obvious passing situation against a team that gives up virtually no passing yards.
Yeah, great tackle by Prysock right there. Just Lake McCree and him, just a one-on-one play right there, able to make that tackle in open space.
3rd and 7. The crowd, as it does here in Seattle, making a lot of noise. Murphy pointing out a blocking assignment to Lake McCree. Same formation with a one-back and Woody Marks. Obvious passing situation as Moss drifts to pass, throws, blocked at the line of scrimmage and knocked down. Big 42, Carson Bruner got his hand in there. And it'll be 4th down from out near midfield, and the Trojans will have to punt this ball away.
Yeah, it looks like they're going out with the punt formation. This team does a really good job in the passing game. We talked about Washington pass defense right there. Carson Bruner able to get up and tip that one as a pass defended. So Trojans off to a slow start here on the first series of offense.
Number 12, Denzel Boston, a wide receiver, averaging 6 yards per punt return on 10 tries this year against Eddie Czaplicki, who is number 1 in the conference and 2 in the nation in net punting. He gets this one away. Fair catch called for and made right at the 5-yard line. Unusually so, because most punt return coaches will tell you to let that thing go inside the 10 and take your chances. The 5 is not all that different from the 1. At any rate, first down Washington. Their first possession of the game starts at the 5-yard line. Will Rogers, the 3rd, is the quarterback, transfer from Mississippi State. 72%, 2,000 yards, 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Jonah Coleman, 785 yards last year against SC in the Coliseum for Arizona. 256 yards and 4 touchdowns. So you know that guy can run the ball. Giles Jackson, Denzel Boston are their primary receivers. Lots of guys on the line of scrimmage. The handoff to Coleman. Coleman will get a quick 5 to the 10 before being fallen upon by DeCarlos Nicholson. For the Trojans, Nicholson starting at one corner. And Washington goes back into the huddle. We see Braylon Shelby out there coming out of the game for the Trojans. They're making a quick substitution here. Well, there's Mason Cobb, and we've got Gavin Meyer up front as usual. Big 98 Devin Tompkins getting the start on the defensive line. Jamil Mohammed on the left side. Easton Mascarenas, a fumble in the backfield, and the quarterback Rogers able to fall on it. Lucky that he didn't have that kicked away, because Coleman was running right towards the ball. Didn't see it. Looked down at the last second. He could have kicked that a long way to the Trojans. At any rate, a loss on the play. Back to about the 6-yard line, and it brings up a 3rd and long for Washington.
Yeah, just a misplayed snap right there. A little bit high for Will Rogers, but not able to corral it in. Trojans could have found a way to get on that one. That would have been huge, but right here sets up for a 3rd and long for Washington.
Denzel Boston wide right. Triangle crunch formation on this near side. The throw to Boston. He gets hit out at the 15, and I believe he's going to be close but short of a first down by about a half a yard. No, they're going to mark him back at the 15. So 4th and 1, they'll have to kick this one out. And Washington goes 3 and out. This copyrighted broadcast, the property of USC Sports Properties, a division of Playfly Sports. Any rebroadcast or reproduction in part or in whole without the express written consent of USC Sports Properties is strictly prohibited. First quarter of Trojan football today presented by Pechanga Resort Casino, proud sponsor of USC football. The punter, Jack McAllister, will be in or just about on his own goal line. Whistles blow before he can get this kick away.
False start.
And they'll back it up a little bit more. So that'll put him in the end zone. Zachariah Branch, who has,
kicking team number 12.
by all appearances, lost his kickoff return duties to Makai Lemon, is still there to return punts. He hasn't done much. He does have a 19-yarder this year, but out of his 8 tries, only averaging 4 yards per. That is a thankless job, let's be honest.
Yeah, he might get an opportunity here, Pete. Washington's going to want a booming kick, might outkick that coverage here, and Zachariah might have some room to create some plays here.
Smart guy, that guy, Shaun Cody. McAllister now 5 yards deep in his own end zone. The 6', 205-pound junior gets the kick away, and it's not very good, and it's off to the sideline, and it will go out of bounds. And the Trojans are going to have a short field here. Where exactly, not sure. 45, 42, 40, 37-yard line. 1st and 10 SC at the Washington 37 after a poor punt by Jack McAllister. Time out of the field. No score. First quarter action. We'll be back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
We are Life Law, where we make injury law simple. We have 2 simple goals for all of our clients: full medical recovery and ultimately full monetary compensation. We understand that it can be overwhelming to face the uncertainty in the wake of an accident. We will be there with you at each step in the legal and healthcare process. You will pay nothing unless we win your case. Dial 1-800-LYFE-LAW or check us out at lyfe.com. Life Law, official sponsors of USC Athletics.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair?
What do you mean? Does it not look good?
It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret.
No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic.
Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous.
I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month, and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local Walgreens, Rite Aid, or CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com, Walgreens, Rite Aid, or CVS.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Well, the Trojans had a short field to work with on their first possession on a kickoff return to the 50 and did nothing with it. Washington backed up to their own end at an untimely, aren't they all, fumbled snap, and that set them back, so they had to punt. Now the Trojans have a really short field at the Washington 37. How'd they do with short fields last week? 2 out of 2, 14 points. Week before that, 2 out of 2, 10 points. Week before that, 2 out of 2, but only 6 points. So they've done pretty well on these shorties, but this last one was the first time in several weeks since the game at Minnesota where the Trojans came up short on a field of 55 yards or less, which you have to consider to be pretty short. SC got 70% of their total offense possible last week. Did not turn the ball over for the first time since the opening game against LSU. Last week, Rutgers was 61%, which is quite high for a team that got beat as badly as they did. But they had no short fields. Every time they got the ball, 10 times last week, it was 75 yards or more. That's called field position playing right there, and that's a lot of what happens in the Big Ten.
Yeah, Trojans got to capitalize here, Pete. Obviously, the first one was a great field position. This one even better here. So Makai Lemon really setting this off, keeping that field position for the Trojans so far.
1st and 10 at the 37, far hash. 3 receivers this way, but Kyle Ford goes in motion, leaving Kyron Hudson and Zachariah Branch on this side. Strong left, with Woody Marks still the feature back as he was on the first possession. Moss drops to pass, waiting, looking, throwing, over the middle, intercepted on a tip play. Bruner bringing it back out to near midfield, and he'll get to the 45-yard line. Tipped out of the Trojans' hands, and Carson Bruner, with his second interception of the season, will bring it back out and give Washington pretty good field position. That's how a game can flip just like that. 1st and 10, Dogs at their own 45.
Yeah, all kinds of time for Miller Moss there in the pocket. He had time to kind of go through his progressions, decides to go over the field to Kyle Ford. Kyle Ford's kind of settling down. He kind of leads him too far, and that's why you get the tip pass and the Carson Bruner interception there.
All right, so now backed up in his own end last time, that's one thing, but being out in the open field at the 45 should suit Will Rogers III much better. Out of Brandon, Mississippi, Brandon High School, where he threw for 9,000 yards and 79 touchdowns during his career. Motion this way for Giles Jackson. It'll be a keep for Rogers after the fake. Throw back against the grain. That's complete to the Trojan 40-yard line to Jeremiah Hunter, generally listed as their 3rd receiving possibility, but it's a first down at the SC 40, and here come the Dogs.
Yeah, you don't have to really worry about Will Rogers running the ball, but they will run those play-action boots right there, and he'll just boot out and make a nice, easy pass there for Will Rogers, somebody who doesn't really like to use his legs.
One thing about Rogers, you're right, he doesn't run 32 carries, negative 67, but he has fumbled 6 times that they have lost the ball, and 10 times that he has just fumbled. Handoff, and quickly in there to make the stop is Sam Green, as the give was to Jonah Coleman out of Stockton Lincoln High, and he'll actually lose a couple of yards back to the 42, 2nd down and 12. Nice play by Green.
Yeah, nice play by Sam Green. That's good to see a young guy out there. We saw him last week making some plays. 44 starting to flash on that film as these young defensive linemen under Coach Henderson start to develop.
You know, they talk about him in the preseason, the summer camp. They say, oh, this guy's coming along. And then, you know, it's just, you got to read between the lines. But now, he's really coming along. 2nd and 12. Quick throw, left side, slanted, inside the 35, down to about the 31. And being pushed back from that spot is Denzel Boston. Gang tackled at that spot. It'll be However, a first down at the 30-yard line right on the nose. Boston with the catch out of South Hills, Washington, Emerald Ridge High School.
Yeah, he caught that one on DeCarlos Nicholson. We saw DeCarlos more playing time last week because of all the injuries. Just played a little bit soft, a little bit off coverage last week. Stayed on top of his guy, but just got to get a little more pressure on those wide receivers, not let him get that inside release on those slants.
Hard to do on those shorties, though, isn't it? 3 for 3 now for Rogers, and he is a 72%er. 36 yards on the 3 completions so far. 1st and 10 from the Trojan 30, moving right to left. Long pass, looking for the score, and he threw it to the cheerleaders. Nobody open. Bunch of photographers and bandsmen waiting for that one. Trojans had some pretty good coverage on Boston, and Jalen Smith and Bryson Shaw. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Washington taking a shot right there, checking out the Trojans on the back end, and Jalen Smith, probably the best cover guy for the Trojans, back in action after missing last week. Does a good job locking up Denzel Boston, their touchdown threat.
You say a lot about a guy like Rogers. We don't know a lot about it because he came from Mississippi State, but he was a 3-year starter there and holds 29 Mississippi State passing records. Their all-time passing leader. And he had a guy like Marks in the backfield with him, was a good runner. Coleman, handoff, starts up the middle, cuts it outside, gets to the 24-yard line. Sam Green from behind grabs him. Jalen Smith helps. A gain of 5, maybe 5.5. It'll bring up a 3rd and fairly short. How are the Dogs on 3rd? Not great, 37%. How are the Trojans on 3rd down defense? Great, 31% allowed. That's one of the top teams in the country.
Yeah, Trojans have done a good job on 3rd downs this year. Coach Lynn styled up some nice blitzes, knowing when to disguise coverages. Do a good job. Now, 4th down's a little different story, but the 3rd down defense has been really good for the Trojans.
Well, if they don't get it here, they're going to bring in Grady Gross to kick. And although he's only 11 of 18, he does have one from 44 yards, so certainly within his range. And the Trojans are hoping that's what happens here as a drop back is made. The pass is complete. It's Boston again, and he's inside the 20 to the 19. Undercut there by Akili Arnold, but he gets necessary yards for a first down by just a little bit. 1st and 10 in the red zone for the Huskies on their 2nd possession after the Trojan turnover.
Yeah, just a little flat route there by Boston. Just too much space there, able to make it, just goes to the sticks, picks up just enough for the first down.
Washington opened the season beating Weber State and Eastern Michigan as they should, then lost the Apple Cup game early in the season to Washington State. Beat Northwestern, lost to Rutgers, beat Michigan. Whistles, hold everything.
I'll start.
They'll back this one up. Lost to Rutgers, a team that SC beat Michigan, a team that SC lost to.
False start.
I mean, how are you supposed to make heads or tails out of that?
5-yard penalty.
Although the fact that Michigan
down.
was here is a lot different than playing Michigan in Ann Arbor.
And a lot of redemption on the line for the Huskies, I'm sure, in that one. They wanted to go after Michigan after losing in the national championship game.
And neither team as good as they were last year by any means. Then they went to Iowa and got killed 40-16 and lost to undefeated Indiana last week on the road 31-17. They'll be in Happy Valley next week after the Nittany Lions spit one out against Ohio State today. All right, 1st down and 15 this one. Throw right side towards the end zone, overthrown badly. Looking there for Giles Jackson. Greedy Vance defending on the play, and it'll be a 2nd and 15. Hadn't looked very sharp on those long ones, a couple of them now.
No, and this is where this offense has struggled, Pete. In this red zone area, they get down here. They, like I said, they can move the ball between the 20-yard line. Just have the red zone offense has just struggled this year in finding those touchdowns.
16 touchdowns, 8 field goals, 24 out of 31 coming in. You kind of want that be more like 22 touchdowns and 4 field goals. Handoff Coleman up the middle. Gets a couple of the original yards back, but it's going to be 3rd and about 12 from the 21. So this is probably the biggest play of the drive right here as far as you're concerned for both teams, SC's defense and Washington's offense. If the Trojans can stop them from getting 12 here, they'll force a field goal attempt.
Yeah, this is where this defense has been good all year. 3rd and longs here. The Trojans have done a good job. In subsequent years, we've seen the Trojans struggle in these kind of positions, getting off in 3rd and longs, but they've done a good job right here and getting to a lot of wins on 3rd down.
Coleman in as the feature back, but he's in there to block, you'd have to think. As Rogers drops the pass a little further, winds and throws long again to the end zone and overthrows his man by another 5 yards again. We've seen it 3 times in a row now. Giles Jackson was the intended. He was well covered, but that wasn't even close to where he was standing. This defensive stop Presented by Smart Stop Self-Storage, the smarter way to store. And here comes the field goal unit for Washington.
Yeah, give it up to Grady Vance. 2 in a row, just staying on top of his guy, doing his responsibility. Don't have to do too much. He knew exactly what it got his head around and knew exactly how to play that route. So Grady Vance, after a week off, coming in and making his mark known.
Gross, a returning starter and one of the captains for the Dogs, has not been great. 11 of 18 field goals. This from the 29, a 39-yarder for the right-footed kicker from the left hash mark. The holder is the punter, McAllister. Snap is back. The kick is away. It's high enough, long enough, and perfecto. So the Dogs draw first blood. We've got timeout on the field with 6:44 to go in the first quarter. After the Trojan turnover, Washington turns it into 3. It's the Huskies 3, the Trojans nothing. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
At Audi, expectations matter. It's why what's standard on every Audi SUV are features that exceed yours. How we get there matters. The Audi family of SUVs. Progress you can feel.
Don't let someone else drive off in the Audi model you've always wanted. Visit your Southern California Audi dealer to get behind the wheel of yours today. Or visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information.
USC Trojan fans, Smart Stop Self-Storage is ready for game day. Smart Stop Self-Storage is committed to making the self-storage experience easy and hassle-free for all Trojan fans. Whether you're storing your Trojans tailgate gear, need temporary storage while moving to a new home, or need a storage solution for your business, we're here for you with convenient locations throughout Southern California. Smart Stop Self-Storage, the smarter way to store. Visit smartstop.com to reserve your space today. Fight on. Fight on.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
After the Carson Bruner interception of Miller Moss, Moss's 6th of the year, the Dogs take 4.5 minutes to go 55 yards and get a 39-yard field goal to lead 3-0 midway through the first quarter. Down on the field now, the DirecTV sideline report. Here's Jordan.
It is starting to rain a little bit down here, guys. Something to monitor, but so far just a few drops. No big deal. You know, something we talked about in the pregame show, the return, a little boost to this secondary. They got Jalen Smith back, but getting Grady Vance back, you guys just talked about it. He was key on that last series. You know, I think he's probably the best coverage corner that this team has. He plays, you know, typically in the slot out of that nickel position, but there's a nice matchup for him size-wise, Giles Jackson in this game. And in terms of coverage, he was all over him on those 2 deep shots.
Grady Vance, a graduate of Florida State, transferred to them from Louisville, a 5th-year junior, 23-year-old, about a month ago, 5'11", $170. First name is Jamie, by the way, Greedy. That's what they call him. The kickoff is away, and it'll be taken in the middle of the field and returned out across the 35 to about the 40-yard line by SC. They're kicking it away from Makai Lemon, I'll tell you that. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves. You're listening to the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hey, it's Mace, and this is USC Football back where it belongs on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles, a good Karma Brands radio station. Fight on.
Amarian Peterson took the up kick there, and I think that's his first kickoff return as a Trojan, pretty sure. So, 1st and 10 SC at the 40, down 3-0. About 6.5 to go, and whistles and celebration on the Washington line. Number 55 looks not too mature. Jacob Bandis, a 6th-year senior, dancing around in celebration.
We're going to see.
SC's going to have a penalty. You're going to get a disconcerting signal here?
Yeah, you might see that one. We've seen it a couple times this year. They call it differently, it seems, every week if it's on the defense or the offense, but you got the defensive shift and the offense moving.
By the defense number 55. By rule, that's a penalty
and
for the
it is Bandis who was dancing around.
Defense number 55, 5-yard penalty. First down.
There's a good group of friends of mine in the 33 club that have a disconcerting signal drinking game.
Yeah, and it's been pretty inconsistent how they call that all year. So they're going to have to get in the offseason, get on board on how they're calling that, because when you move and make those shift calls, and it's been called both ways this year.
No more dancing for the red-faced Bandis, number 55, the nose tackle. 3 down linemen for Washington. Now one picks up his hand. It'll be 1st and 5 on a flip left side. Trojans were lucky that didn't get picked off for 6 the other way. The pass complete to Makai Lemon, but backwards it goes for 2 yards. And that was well read on the interior of the defense for Washington, and they were unlucky that they didn't get a hold of that.
Yeah, we've seen why the Huskies are one of the top-rated pass defenses in the country so far. An interception and keeping this Trojans at bay so far.
2nd and 7. Moss will throw back against the grain. It's complete. On his back is Jacoby Lane into Washington territory for a 1st down at the Washington 41-yard line. 1st and 10 USC.
The Trojans going with a little tempo here to try to get this thing going.
Moving quickly to get back to the line of scrimmage. They have these plays ready to go and memorized, and here it comes. Snap back to Moss. Looks left. Throws this way. Woody marks at the 40. Dodges 1 tackler, and then 2 more are waiting for him. And he'll get pushed back after a short gain on the catch of about 4 yards at the 37-yard line. For Marks, catching a pass in his 54th consecutive game, leads the country in that regard and leads the Trojans in receiving. Thad Dixon there waiting for him, the kid from La Mirada. Now Moss will hand off, and inside it's Marks. He'll get a couple more yards to the 35, but the Trojans now looking at a 3rd and 4 as Dyson McCutcheon makes the tackle out of Bishop Amok. Might remember his old man, Daylon McCutcheon, great USC player, and the dad, Lawrence, was a great Ram for many, many years. The great McCutcheon family. 3rd and 4. In comes Deuce Robinson. First time we've mumbled his name tonight, this afternoon, if you will. Off to the left side, 3 receivers, including from Robinson outwards, as Washington makes some late defensive substitutions, are Makai Lemon and Jacoby Lane. McCree strong side this side on 3rd and 4. Moss has the ball in hand, throws over the middle in traffic and in and out of the hands of Deuce Robinson. Now here's an interesting call on 4th and 4 from the 35. What do you think?
I think they're going for it. I think you gotta get this thing going, because these fans are into it here, but it looks like they're going to bring the punt team out.
Is it punt or is it field goal?
No,
it is field goal for Michael Lance. This one from the 42, a 52-yarder. Cold weather field goal. The ball doesn't sail quite as well in the cold like this. I mean, it's not freezing cold, it's 50. Long field goal try, though, for Michael Lance. 10 of 14 this year, as long as 54. Snap back, placed down, kick is away. You'll hear the crowd roar. It hits the crossbar on the bottom side of the crossbar, bounces down into the end zone. And he missed it by, what would you say, about 2 feet?
Yeah, about 2 feet. Didn't hit that one flush. You could tell immediately he didn't hit that one square, and it was going to come up short. Just looked like kind of fluttered off his foot right there. Didn't get all of it on that one.
All right, we've got a timeout on the field here in Seattle. 4:36 to go. First quarter. Score remains Washington 3, USC nothing. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Trojan fans, want to go to the USC-UCLA rivalry game at the Rose Bowl? Just grab an icy cold Coors Light and visit CoorsLight.com/college football. Enter the keyword SCORE, and you got a shot to win your tickets to the game. It's all thanks to our great friends at Coors Light, the official beer of college football and proud partner of the USC Trojans on ESPN LA.
Introducing Stone Fight On Pale Ale, with a balanced blend of hops and a deep golden color as vibrant as the Southern California sunshine. Stone Fight On Pale Ale is brewed to be the perfect companion for the beach, the tailgate, or cheering on the Trojans. Stone Fight On Pale Ale is best enjoyed by holding a can in one hand and raising a V for victory with the other. Find Stone Fight On Pale Ale near you at find.stonebrewing.com. That's find.stonebrewing.com. Stone Brewing is a proud partner of USC Athletics.
With next-level tech and safety features, Hyundai cars and SUVs give you the confidence to boldly journey wherever life takes you. Advantages include our available class-exclusive digital key and available remote smart parking assist. And because we want the road ahead to be as worry-free as possible, you'll also get complimentary maintenance for 3 years or 36,000 miles and 10 years of America's best warranty. In a brand new Hyundai, there's joy in every journey. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or see your SoCal Hyundai dealer today. You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
3-0 Washington, 4.5 to go in the first quarter, whether it's before, after, or during a game. Stop by the Lazy Dog Restaurants at LA Live for handcrafted, made-from-scratch meals. LazyDogRestaurants.com. Down to the field, our DirecTV sideline report, Mr. Moore.
Well, we've talked so much this season about field position and how it's given much more importance in this conference. Well, this is an old-school pack game, and USC's had incredible field position. All 3 drives to come away with 0 points, they'll be so disappointed by it. Even worse, in 2 of the 3 drives, not only did they come away with nothing, they gave back good field position. So now Washington gets to start at its own 35. The previous drive, Washington had great field position after the interception. So I was surprised in that 3rd down that you weren't in 4-down territory thinking about running the football and just playing for 4th down, but instead they trusted the field goal kicker, but it comes up a little short.
Shaun, a couple drop passes, cold fingers.
Yeah, it could be. You just got to be more physical. You got to come down there with that 3rd down pass if you're Deuce Robinson.
Here come the Dogs. First down after the missed field goal from the line of scrimmage at the 35-yard line. And it'll be Coleman off the right side. Mascarenas Arnold will pull him down after a gain of about 2.5. Coors Light helping to bring you today's game. Mountain Cold Refreshment. Choose chill. We've got that. Celebrate responsibly. Huskies back to the line of scrimmage quickly, but the Trojans, taking a page out of other teams' books, are subbing defensively, and so you can't do anything till they get that all set up once you substitute, and that's what Washington did. 1 man in the backfield. Up under center goes Will Rogers. That's unusual to be sure in college football these days. Coleman behind him. He'll fake to Coleman. Under pressure, throws underneath to Denzel Boston, and it is incomplete at his feet. Good pressure applied by the Trojans.
Yeah, looked like John Humphreys right there on the edge, doing a good job pulling him up right there and making sure that he couldn't get his feet set to make a throw. Right there, it looks like Greedy Vance and Anthony Beavers are kind of switching off as the Huskies go from 2 tight end look to 1 tight end. So you'll see those guys kind of rotating in as the tight ends rotate.
Humphrey stays in as the corner on the far side. Haven't called Jacoby Covington's name today, and I'll look for him on the bench to see if he's actually in uniform and suited up and ready to play at all. This is a 3rd down for Rogers. Throws right side all alone. Tight end gets it. That is Kaleki Latu, and Latu will scamper out of bounds in front of his own bench across the way, but that's plenty enough for a Washington first down at the SC 47-yard line.
Yeah, Trojans able to get a good rush there. Jamil Muhammad able to get in the backfield and get his hands on Rogers, but he's still able to deliver that pass to Latu on time and make a play.
I think you should know when Latu is in there that they're probably thinking about throwing to him. The other tight ends, Moore, the starter, 1 catch. The backup, DeGraff, 9 catches. Latu, 29 catches. So when he's in there, you really got to pay attention. 2-back set on the right side. Couple of fakes for Rogers. Throws to a man out of the backfield at the 50 and out of bounds inside the 45 to about the 43-yard line.
Little kind of a Statue of Liberty play right there.
That was Damon Williams, the backup quarterback, who also plays some wide receiver, obviously.
All kinds of people in the backfield. Guys going left, guys going right. They're trying to make your eyes go all kinds of different ways, and Rogers ends up keeping the ball and just making a little throw out, just trying to deceive you with a little personnel move right there.
Couldn't find his name on my wide receiver list because he's not a wide receiver, he's a quarterback. All right, backup wide receiver, or backup running back here. Adam Mohammed is in. The fake to him. Rogers will throw and just throw it away into the Washington bench. There's nobody over there anywhere near where that ball was thrown. Giles Jackson was the nearest. He's about 10 yards away. So a quick pass out of bounds brings up a 3rd and 7 from the SC 44.
Yeah, John Humphreys again pulling up the quarterback right there. So a cornerback right now on a couple times has put a little pressure on Rogers before he wanted to, and he had to get rid of it early.
2:51 to go in the first quarter. Washington leading 3-0. And an interception set them up at the 45 on the opposite side of the 50 from where they are now. Now we're on the 44 on the Trojan side. trying to get some more, but to do so, they'll need to do something here on 3rd and 7, and they do, as the throw is complete, but short of a first down by a yard is Giles Jackson. Hit immediately as he caught the ball. This is going to be 4th and 1. Well, the Trojans kicked a long field goal, didn't make it. They are not in field goal range here, so you either punt it or go for it. It looks like they're going to go.
Yeah, it looks like they're bringing in a big package too. Another big fella comes into the game, so they're adding an offensive lineman here.
Not great 4th down, 7-17. Not great, but the Trojans are not great on defense on 4th, as you mentioned. Into the huddle they go. Tite Ali'i, the center, brings them out of the huddle. Twin tight ends on the right side. The one back is Mohammed, and it is the backup quarterback to hand to Mohammed up the middle, and he'll get the first down to the 36. Needed a couple. Got him. They had Damon Williams, who was much more the running quarterback, so you had to pay attention to him, and he just simply handed it off to, like any quarterback, to Mohammed, who got the first down.
Yeah, Trojans kind of outnumbered up front with big guys. They added a big guy, and Trojans didn't add anybody, so kind of outmanned up front and just kind of crushed that 1 yard there.
Another set of downs for the Dogs. Ocean views, magical sunsets, and a luxury resort like no other. You know it. Discover Terranea, located along the stunning Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to Terranea now at Terranea.com. Coming up towards the end of the first quarter, 3-0. Washington has the lead. Handoff. Mohammed bounces off 1-2 men, but runs out of real estate as he gets to the sideline and bumped out of bounds there by Jalen Smith. He'll get 3. They'll continue to run the clock at the 28-yard line. A gain of 3, 2nd and 7. Mohammed from Glendale, Arizona, Apollo High School, where he was a 3-time regional player of the year and a 2-way starter. 2nd and 7. Throw right side. That's complete. Boy, they sure are able to find the open holes there. This one goes to Denzel Boston, and Boston able to wiggle up to the Trojan 19-yard line, and the Dogs are knocking on the door again.
Yeah, just a couple inside slant moves on the outside, just giving Will Rogers too much space there to work with his wide receivers. Picking up, that's an easy first down there.
He's a real nice passing quarterback, this Will Rogers is. True senior, 6'2", a thin 216, averaging 253 yards a game. They sure figured him out at Iowa and Indiana, but here at home, a much different story. They are a much better home team, like most teams are. Handoff Coleman. Ekes away from Easton Mascarenas Arnold, and the Trojans miss some tackles, and he goes into the end zone, does Jonah Coleman, for a Washington touchdown, and the Trojans down now 10-0.
Yeah, some poor tackling there on the outside of your defense. Looked like the Trojans had 2 defenders in the area. Both guys whiff on that one, and Coleman show you why he put those numbers up against the Trojans last year with the big game in Arizona. Comes up to Washington, is doing the same thing here to the Trojans as he gets to the end zone.
First big one to be broken, to be honest, but 21 or 19 yards it is, and now the extra point, try to put him up by that 10. Gross, no reason to think he'll miss. He made all 63 last year in the national championship run, where they finished 2nd to the Wolverines, and then 19 of 19 this year. And we shall make it 20 out of 20. You know, earlier Jordan was talking about the fact that it drizzled. I don't think a light drizzle or a couple of drops of rain will count as a rain game. But I do have some stats ready for you just in case, because it could at any moment here in Seattle open up. The Trojans are about 500 in the rain in history. Their last game was at Washington State in 2021. They won that one. I think you'll find this interesting. All right, pay attention now, everybody. The last time the Trojans played the Washington Huskies in Seattle when it rained was in 1975. Wow. So you think every year you see the schedule go, oh God, we got to go to Washington in November, it's going to be pouring. It's not. The Trojans lost that game 8-7. Before that, SC lost in 55, here's 7-0. They won one in 47, tied in 53, and lost in 38. Here's the interesting part, Jordan, as I come down to you for our direct TV sideline report. So only 5 times in history has SC played in Seattle against the Washington Huskies where it's been raining. The same is true for SC playing Washington in the Coliseum. It's rained 5 times when SC has played Washington in Los Angeles. Almost hard to believe. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, well, it's because we bring the good weather with us.
That's probably it.
And I guess they bring the bad weather with them. Bad quarter. This is a bad quarter for USC to start this game off. Certainly not what they're looking for. This feels like a very important drive for the Trojans. They have no offensive rhythm going so far. Nothing is working. None of these receivers have really been open. You talked about some drops. I just think the coverage has been really tight. So be interesting to see here what Washington does on the kickoff. Makai Lemon has a good kickoff return, and then the second one they just pooch kicked, which basically conceded the 40-yard line to USC. I can't imagine that that's a very good strategy going forward. So we'll see if Washington gives Makai Lemon another pitch to hit here, if they try something different. But very early in the game, this feels like a must-score kind of drive for USC.
Grady Gross just 17 out of 44 on kickoffs into the end zone, so the Trojans do have an opportunity for returns today. It reminds me of what Tom Kelly, my predecessor, used to say. The Trojans are having buzzard's luck. They can't kill anything. Nothing will die for them. Buzzard's luck.
Yeah, it's been tough sledding offensively, trying to attack this team through the air. You know, you want to see if you can, what kind of pass defense they got. Obviously ranked first in the country, but you want to test them. And so far, Washington's been winning that matchup.
All right, kickoff coming up from Gross. And as I mentioned, they're not tremendous at touchbacks. He gets one once in a while. There's really no wind to speak of at all. The American flag is not moving at all. Not at all. Kickoff is away. And what have they done with this one? Lemon at about the 8-yard line. So they kicked it a little bit short. And Lemon will get to the 24. Didn't get all of the 25, which he would have got if he fair caught. But you got it the way he's returning it. You have to take that chance for sure. So the Trojans need to get it going here. So far, nothing. Short field at the beginning of the game. And had to punt. Threw an interception. Just haven't been able to do anything so far. You looked at that Washington defensive number of 123 passing yards against, and you say, well, they haven't played anybody that throws the ball. Doesn't look like it matters. First and 10 SC at the 24, down 10-0. As Jordan mentioned, you don't want to fall too far behind these guys. Or any team, for that matter, the way SC plays this year so far. Fake to Woody Marks for Miller Moss. Looking left, looking right. Comes back, double covered, and completed to Lake McCree for a 5-yard gain to the 29-yard line. I mean, there's guys, it looks like they got more defensive guys out there than we have offensive guys.
It looks like a struggle right now, just trying to find somebody right there. He had to throw a needle to Lake McCree here to get on 2 guys. So passing game, I know Lincoln Riley's trying to force it here, but this looks like something that the Huskies are ready for because they're all over the place.
We've come to the end of the first quarter here in Washington. The score, the Huskies 10, the USC Trojans nothing. Back with the second quarter after these messages on ESPN LA and the USC Trojans Media Network.
Now, 2 Pigeons and Coach Prime bemoaning the fact you can stream DirecTV satellite free.
These humans get the biggest college football games on DirecTV, and we don't even get a satellite dish.
Enough squawking.
It's Coach Prime.
Bring it in. Sure, they could get all that college football without a dish, but you still got your passion, your drive, your resolve, your
incredible career as a football icon?
No, that's me.
Stream the biggest college football games. No satellite dish. Visit DirecTV.com.
If your day sounds like
we need the report ASAP.
You deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more rings, 2 more.
You deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hi, it's Hannah, and welcome to the HannahCast. Today, Piggy Bank's gonna fuel our episode with questions about Argo rewards. Yep, earn up to $5 in rewards at sign up. Uh-huh, and 5 cents on every gallon. Sounds pretty sensible, if you ask me. Oh, all this savings talk making you hungry? Here you go. Learn how to earn at arcorewards.com.
By entering your phone number, you're agreeing to receive recurring automated informational and marketing SMS, MMS messages from Marathon. Consent not required for purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
USC men's basketball begins this season Monday night against Chattanooga. Coverage begins at 6:45 p.m. on the all-new ESPN LA app, and you'll hear the second half of the game on 7:10 a.m. after Lakers basketball. That's Monday on the all-new ESPN LA app.
Well, the less talked about the first quarter, probably the better, but I'll give you some stats. First down, 7-1. First, I'll tell you, Washington leads 10-0, so you know where the stats are. 7-1 first downs, 34-5 rushing yards, 79-23 receiving yards. Total offense, Washington ran 22 plays to 10, have 113 yards to the Trojans' 28. I'm surprised it's not worse, maybe.
Well, thank God for the field position so far, else the Trojans would probably really be in big trouble.
All right, second quarter action. We'll turn around, go the other way, see if it makes any difference. Second down and 5 for SC from their own 29, moving away from the lake and towards the street to our left. Washington changing their defensive alignment as we speak, moving guys around. Snap back to Moss, fake to Marks. Moss rolls right, wants to run it himself. Surprised that Lake McCree didn't get a holding call, and out of bounds goes Miller Moss for a first down, I believe, at the 33-yard line. McCree, wasn't he undressing the guy he was blocking over there?
Yeah, he had those arms extended. That's when you get that flag, but they don't seem to call holding in the run game here in the Big Ten.
Okay. No, you're right. Or pass interference very often, from what I can tell. Or much of anything, frankly. They're letting them play. It's kind of got to get used to it after all we've been used to over the years. That's all right. New life, new day, brand new world. 34-yard line, first down, SC. McCree, who was way over to the right, slots now on the left behind left tackle Alani Noah, or check that. That is, of course, Pregame. Throw over the middle. That's complete. Woody Marks makes it out to the 40, maybe even the 41. Gave him a nice spot there. You know, they'll get some 7, second down and 3.
Yeah, just kind of interesting what the game plan is going against this defense, who's really good at pass. Only 2 rushes so far, which is kind of head-scratching after this defense kind of struggles with the run game.
Everything's pretty short. Moss waiting, now throws a little bit longer and over the head of Kyron Hudson at the 40-yard line. Had he thrown it to Hudson, that might well have been picked off and returned for some distance the other way, but woulda, coulda, shoulda, and a 3rd and 3. Third down, says the public address announcer. A little bit of cheerleading there, but he has been wanting to do that for the many years that he has been in his position. Marks to the right side of Moss. They have the only guys in the backfield for the Trojans so far today. McCree slotted right side. Twin receivers right. Play rolling that way for Moss. In trouble, nobody open. Waiting, runs back against the grain, finally unloads it, incomplete. Ooh, a little early. Kyle Ford was tackled before the ball got there, and now the flag comes out. I mean, he was literally tackled before the ball went by.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of contact, but it took the ref a little bit to get that flag out of his pocket.
You can understand why the crowd booed, because they thought they got away with it.
Yeah, it took a little while. He was trying to get it out of his pocket.
Defense number 7. The ball will be placed at the spot of the foul with an automatic first down.
Ephesians Prysock. It wasn't a 15-yard penalty, so they'll move the ball further forward, afield, if you will, to the 50.
Yeah,
crowd is unhappy, but, I mean, look, he got tackled before the ball got to him. It's just plain and simple.
The replay shows him holding his jersey as well.
So, 1st and 10 SC, and boy, they needed that. At the midfield stripe, like pulling teeth so far for SC. Down 10-0 early second quarter in Seattle. The fake to Marks. Moss throws as he's hit from behind, incomplete. Bruner broke it up, looking for Deuce Robinson going across at about the 40-yard line. They are pretty good at pass defense, aren't they?
Yeah, it's just kind of head-scratching to me, Pete. You got a team that's good at pass defense. Obviously, you're going to test them out and try them in the first quarter, but hey, that's not working. Let's start running this rock. Just 2 runs so far. The time possession is 10:45 to 5:34, and if you don't get a first down here, defense has to run back out there, already spend a bunch of time out here. So I don't know. It's just kind of a weird strategy so far.
Second and 10, you've kind of left yourself with no alternative almost here, unless you can get Marks to run for 7 or 8. He's off to the left side of Moss. He'll be Woody Marks trying the right side. They're waiting for him, and he'll throw him for a loss. And now you're really in trouble. You're back at the 49. It'll be 3rd and 11. So now you have to pass. You're watching us on the Audi Booth Cam, the Audi Radio Booth Cam, brought to you by your Southern California Audi dealers. Welcome back to Trojan Football, by the way. The second quarter presented by your Southern California's own Stone Brewing, proud partner of USC Athletics and craft beer pioneer since 1996. Third and forever. 3rd and 11. Got to get to the Washington 40, or you punt it down 10-0 in the second. Trojan sub, Dog sub. Got to hurry up now. Moss, with receivers switching positions to the far side, trips right. Lemon, Robinson, and Ford, and either a timeout or a delay a game. They're going to be one or the other here.
Timeout.
Charge timeout, USC.
Yeah. They threw the flag, but often when they do that right at the same time, the timeout is taken. They'll give the team the timeout. So we'll take the break before the big 3rd and 10.5 coming up. 12:52 to go in the half. Washington 10, USC nothing on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Inspired by Southern California's laid-back yet active lifestyle, Travis Matthew creates premium men's and women's apparel designed to make you look and feel your best no matter the activity. Now, Travis Matthew brings that same style to USC fans with their first ever collegiate collaboration. Designed with the iconic Cardinal and Gold, this collection carries the tradition and legacy of USC. Gear up for game days and style. New customers get 20% off their first order with code 710 at travismatthew.com. That's code 710. Offer valid online only.
Hey food lovers, Lazy Dog Restaurants is offering new must-try seasonal dishes, all at an amazing value. Try their pie tin nachos, loaded with cheese, guac, and jalapenos. Plus it up with your choice of chicken tinga or carnitas. And Nona's giant meatball and baked pasta. Let's just say it's giant for a reason. For lunch, there's build your own combos starting at under $13. Visit us today at LA Live or go to lazydogrestaurants.com.
When you're hiring, ZipRecruiter's technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. What if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/LA. ZipRecruiter.com/LA.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
We were mentioning earlier, as it's 10-0 Washington early second quarter, the Trojans haven't beaten the Dogs here since 2016, haven't beaten Washington in the Coliseum since 2011. These guys were like in elementary school. 2011, that's 13 years back. So having some problems with Washington lately. They are a fine program. I mean, SC and Washington, historically, two of the best programs on the coast, for sure.
Yeah, Kalen DeBoer's had it going here. Obviously, gets to the national championship last game. He lives here, and then you bring a successful coach in Arizona, Jed Fish, and he comes up here, and he's trying to get this thing built.
Fish had it going on at Arizona before he left. All right, 3rd and 11 for Miller Moss, and the Trojans just shy of the 50-yard line. 12 and change left in the second quarter. 3 receivers right, Moss back to pass. Steps up, waits, lobs one right side, complete. Zach Branch at the 35. Zachariah Branch fumbles the ball after he's down at the 29. I think they're going to call it a fumble and a recovery, Washington. Not sure that Zachariah Branch wasn't down. He is saying I was down. I believe he was down at the 29, but it depends on when the ball came out. It would be first down Trojans at the 29. For the moment, it's first down Huskies at their own 25.
Fumble, recovery defense, first down Washington.
Senior?
I think
he's down.
Yeah, the replay says he's down. Then he ripped it out. I think I'd like to see one more angle of that because
he's kind of down on his haunch with the ball still in his hands.
Yeah, the defender gets his arm in there, so I don't know if they're going to count that as the ball's already loose. So the ball's kind of the defender goes for the rip, and the ball kind of moves in his hand. It kind of shifts, so I don't know if they're counting
that. And then it stops shifting, and it looks like he's got control of it again as he's now down. Can't see the ball at this point, though, and then it comes out.
Ruling on the field of fumble, recovery defense is under review.
Yeah, sure. We're looking at a second replay here. Can't see anything that way. He's down, but you can't see the ball. The ball started to wiggle around, and then it looked to me like he repossessed it.
Yeah,
put his hand back over the top of it. We need a review from the other side of the ones we're looking at right now. We haven't seen anything to confirm or turn it over or anything else.
Yeah, hopefully if they don't have it, they might call stands.
So sure. Here's one that might be a little better.
No, I don't think so. Wait, ball,
he's got his other hand on the ball. That's what tells me he's got the ball, and then he hits the ground, and then the ball pops out.
Yeah, I would say that's reversed.
I think you can reverse this.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to look with my heart as much as my head. Very close.
Yeah.
By the way, you can listen to the Spanish language broadcast of this call and of all USC football this season. Tune in as Harry Ruiz, and both Harry Ruiz and Alex Naveja at home bring our Trojans to you in Spanish. Available on the USC Trojans Game Day app and on the ESPN LA app. Jordan's got something for us down on the field at a DirecTV sideline report.
Yeah, I hate to be negative, but I'm going to go on the other side of you guys. I think this is call stands. Certainly don't see anything to overturn it. Clearly the ball is dislodged on that first contact. And, yeah, he does try to go for it with the second hand, but clearly he didn't have it because ultimately in the next frame it's popping out. So this angle might be a little bit better for USC. I mean, there certainly is an angle where if you just pause it, it looks like he has two hands on it and a knee down. But I think the fact that he loses possession before the knee is down would lead me to keep the call on the field.
That first wobble?
That first wobble to me says basically it's a free,
Here it is.
a loose ball.
Play, the USC player's shin was down prior to the ball being fumbled. It is a first down. The ball will be placed on the 30-yard line. First down, USC.
All of you naysayers owe me a beer right now. Let's go. Come on. No? All right. Nothing? I get nothing? I got
Jordan was the only naysayer. I was
no, you thought. Were you with me?
Yeah, I was with you.
All right, I love you then. I love you again. You know my new best friend again. Well, all right. I would have to qualify that as a break.
Yeah, big first down right there. Obviously, the Trojans haven't been able to move the ball too successfully. That was probably one of the bigger plays today as they got Zachariah Branch the ball in the middle.
Plus, it alerts everybody to the fact that, hey, you got to hang on to the ball. And you didn't lose one to learn that lesson. First and 10, crowd a little bit unhappy. I can understand it. At the 30 on the Washington side, trailing 10-0. Still early stages of the second quarter. Moss waiting, has time, throws right side, and it's incomplete. Lemon was the intended. Two dogs running right next to him and snarling as they went. And it'll be second down and 10. Trojan fans, you getting hungry? Mm-hmm. It's always a good idea to order with Postmates. They have some of the best restaurants in town. The only delivery app that drops the delivery fee and service fee on all eligible orders over $50. Terms apply. See app for details.
Yeah, it looked like Miller Moss might have had Mackay. I mean, Mackay got a step on that way. There was two defenders there, but he had a step, had to put a ball in a bucket there. Just not a great throw.
Would have had to been a really good throw. Marks to the left and behind Moss as usual. Hold the ball out for him. Instead, a throw this way, and it is a catch, and a fantastic one. Bobbling it to himself, and then on his way down to his back at the 11-yard line, Kyron Hudson with Thad Dixon, the La Mirada kid, hanging on his back. First and 10, USC in the La Victoria red zone. How do you do?
That's what Kyron Hudson does right there, Pete.
Woody Marks on the call of the first down, racing around the outside. Flag is down on the play. Marks inside the 10 and tackled at the 7.5, and a flag down back at the 11. And Washington saying that's a hold against SC, and it looks like oh no, okay.
More than 4 in the backfield offense.
Well, better than holding.
Penalty from the previous spot. Still first down.
5 better than 10.
Yeah, that Kyron Hudson, Pete, that was a hell of a catch right there, because, I mean, the defender is obviously just tearing at him already. That should have been a pass interference, and first of all, but Kyron Hudson able not making excuses there, using his other hand and coming up with another big-time catch for the
Hudson, the All-Stater from Mater Dei, career-high 23 catches on the season. He is a junior, 6'1", just over 200-pounder. This will be first down and 15 now, back at the 16-yard line. Trojans would love to get a touchdown here, get right back in the game. They have 0 points on the board so far. Marks has been back there the whole day with Miller Moss. It'll be Woody Marks, cuts it back inside, gets back the original 5 and maybe one more than that. They'll mark him down though at the 11, so the penalty yardage gets picked up, and it'll bring it to a second down and 10. 11-yard line, moving right to left. Second quarter action, 11:09 on the clock running here. 10-0 Washington. Pete Arbogast, Shaun, Cody, and Jordan Moore from Seattle, from Husky Stadium. Lovely stadium, maybe the best viewpoints, vantage points, best setting in college football. Hard to argue. BYU's pretty good, but this might be it. Marks swings out for a pass, throw over the middle, complete. Lake McCree at the 5, dives towards the goal line. I don't think they're going to give it to him, but he should have a first down at the 1 as Lake McCree got close to the goal line. They might review this thing to see if he was down before he stretched the ball over the goal line. It's inside the 1. It'll be first and goal for USC as Cameron Fabiculanen out of Westlake High School, started at St. Bonaventure when he was a younger man, makes the tackle to prevent the touchdown perhaps. Are they going to take a look at this is my question.
I don't think so.
Okay.
It looked short to me on the replay. He didn't get a chance to reach the ball out. He just kind of had it. He had 2 hands on it, kind of protecting it, so didn't get a chance to
reached it after he realized where he was, maybe. McCree comes in motion to play a blocking fullback for Woody Marks. Marks gets the handoff. He's in the end zone. That's a touchdown, USC. And the Trojans back in the game with a score for the first time today. Woody Marks with his 9th touchdown for USC and 31st career rushing touchdown, makes it 10-6 with the extra point to come.
And finally, a response from the Trojans. Looked like they kind of slept through the first quarter there. Couldn't really get anything going through the air. Able to bounce back on that drive with a Washington with a costly pass interference and man, iffy call maybe on possibly a fumble, but the Trojans able to capitalize on that drive and get 6.
Yeah, that break really didn't hurt any. The snap back for the extra point try. The kick is up and the kick is good. Timeout on the field with 10 minutes, 2 seconds remaining in the first half. The score now reads Washington 10, USC 7, and this is the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Tommy Trojan is at the 10, the 5, touchdown, USC! Make big plays on the field and in life. With iTrust Capital, you can buy and sell crypto 24/7 with the tax benefits of a retirement account. That's right, invest in crypto with the tax advantages of an IRA. iTrust Capital is easy to use and has no sign-up fees. Don't be a Monday morning quarterback. Make big plays now. Visit itrustcapital.com/USC to start investing today. The official cryptocurrency platform of the USC Trojans. Taxes and conditions may apply. Fees apply. Cryptocurrencies are a speculative investment.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
USC Football and Children's Hospital Los Angeles continue to support the pediatric needs of our community. For over 120 years, CHLA has been at the forefront of providing exceptional medical care for children across California. Recognized by U.S. News and World Report as the #1 children's hospital in California, CHLA has consistently ranked among the top national hospitals and has been on the honor roll of best children's hospitals since its inception. Whether it's routine care or life-saving treatment, families trust CHLA for its world-class pediatric care. To learn more, visit chla.org today.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Trojans get on the board on a 1-yard touchdown run from Woody Marks. Thanks a little bit, in part, to a nice pass over the middle to Zachariah Branch, who then fumbled it, but he was ruled down, and the Trojans drive able to keep going, and SC able to go in for their first score of the day. They have now scored in 340 consecutive games, a school record. And let's go down to Jordan Moore on the field for our DirecTV sideline report. Jordan.
Yeah, break or no break, a huge answer drive there by the Trojans. So credit to them right back in this football game. Updates you on the wind and the weather. The rain's getting a little bit harder. Still don't think right now it would have any effect on the game. It is windy, though. I know you were saying it's not a consistent wind. So sometimes you're looking up at the flag, it's not moving. But it's definitely windy down here in spurts, and it's blowing towards the lake. And speaking of lakes, Shaun, I think we can all agree that in terms of Old Dominion best in the game picks, that was really a Lake McCree touchdown there. He gets it to the 1-inch line. You're not going to claim that one for Woody Marks.
Oh, Jordan, that's Woody Marks' touchdown. He vultured that one in there and got a score for Woody Marks there. Obviously, Lake McCree with a nice play, but just not enough to get it in the end zone and be the player on that drive.
Oh, you guys. The field goal, or the PAT rather, brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. Kickoff getting ready to come up for the Trojans. Their first of the day into a tiny bit of a breeze, and this will be short at the 9-yard line, brought back out to the 25. Better than a turnaround. Flag behind the play. 40, 50. And to the 40-yard line, no flag apparently, and it'll be a great kick return for Washington down to the SC 40-yard line or thereabouts.
Yeah, big return for the Huskies. I thought I saw a couple holdings maybe on that play, but officials see it otherwise, and Trojans just not good enough right there, trying to get a pretty obvious hold right there that no one called, but Trojans not doing a good enough job there on coverage, and Washington taking a
what's
nice,
that you said about holding calls in this league?
I mean, right on the edge too. It's right over the official could see it. I mean, I saw it, so I don't know.
All right, first down Dogs, up 10-7, very short field at the Trojan 41. Let's see how an inspired Trojan defense might do. 6 men on the line of scrimmage, playing up close. Jalen Smith against his receiving counterpart. Throw over the middle, easy pitch and catch. Little slant in. Tackle made by Humphreys, but not until the receiver gets to the 24-yard line, and an easy first down for Washington on a 17-yard pickup.
I mean, those are just layups for a quarterback of Will Rogers' caliber who can get it done, who's been doing it for a long time. Pete, that's just too much space right there to make those throws. We've seen about 4 or 5 of them tonight already. Those little slants inside, he's just picking the Trojans apart right now.
Denzel Boston, the man to catch that one easily. Strong side right now on 1st and 10 at the Trojan 24-yard line. Handoff Jonah Coleman, starts in the middle, moves to the left. Sam Green wrestles him down after a gain of 2 yards to the 22, where it'll come up 2nd down and 8.
Yeah, Coleman is a load. He's a big guy, Pete. He runs 5'9", but 230 on him, so short to the ground, but he's got some weight behind him. He's got some great feet on him to make those cuts.
Empty backfield for Will Rogers. Rogers, the quarterback, takes the snap, throws left, slant in, caught by Boston again, this time to the 15, where it'll be 3rd and 1. That's literally you catch the ball and throw the ball to a spot where the receiver is running to, and it's just a timing route. That's all there is. It's almost impossible to defend. That's why he's got 73% completion rate.
You can defend it, Pete. It's the Trojans are just not. They're just too far off the ball. They got to get tighter up on these guys. They just give them that throw, and Rogers shown he can throw it.
Look at Jalen Smith. He's as close as you could be. Now he backs off a little bit to the receiver on the left side. Handoff to Coleman. First down and touchdown. Started up the middle. There was nobody off to the left side. He gashed the Trojans around the edge, and the Dogs get that touchdown right back again. And we'll go back up by 10. That was easy.
Way too easy. It didn't look like the right amount of bodies over there, because once Coleman broke through on the left side, nobody on the back end there for the Trojans. Just he could have walked that one in, because everyone just seemed to be on the right side. So probably some misalignments there by the Trojans to allow Coleman to walk into the end zone.
Extra point coming up for Grady Gross, who does not miss. And with 8:11 to go in the half, now incumbent upon the Trojans to go back down the other way and get a drive of their own to get it back to within manageable distance as far as the score is concerned to a 3-point game. Kick is up and the kick is good. We've got a timeout of the field, and the score now, Washington 17, USC 7. Back after these messages. This is the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
We are Life Law, where we make injury law simple. We have 2 simple goals for all of our clients: full medical recovery and ultimately full monetary compensation. We understand that it can be overwhelming to face the uncertainty in the wake of an accident. We will be there with you at each step in the legal and healthcare process. You will pay nothing unless we win your case. Dial 1-800-LYFE-LAW or check us out at lyfe.com. Life Law, official sponsors of USC Athletics.
It's football season, which means it's tailgating season. And the place to be before every USC home game is the Modelo Ultimate Tailgate. Located in the USC Trojan Fan Fest on the grass infield directly east of the Coliseum. The Modelo Ultimate Tailgate opens 4 hours before kickoff. It's free to fans of all ages, and it's perfect for all your pregame rituals. Like checking out the earlier games, jamming to the DJ, grabbing a bite, and of course kicking back with some ice-cold cervezas. Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans. Fight on!
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Bite on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 70 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
USC women's basketball begins the season Monday, and you'll hear the game against Ole Miss. Coverage begins at 8:45 a.m. on the all-new ESPN LA app. USC Ole Miss Monday morning, 8:45 on the all-new ESPN LA app.
Huskies go back up in front by 10, 17-7 with 8:11 remaining in the first half. Dogs will get the ball to start the second half. And the Trojans, who hadn't looked very good and got away with a little bit of a break on a review. And by the way, that review brought to you by Life Law, injury law made simple. When Zachariah Branch caught a pass over the middle, fumbled it, but was ruled down after being ruled not down. They reversed it, and so the Trojans were able to keep possession of the ball and go down and score their first touchdown to make it 10-7. But Washington, Shaun, came right back. You know, the difference there was Boston's long kickoff return. They turned it into a touchdown. Makai Lemon's long kickoff return earlier, Trojans did not.
Yeah, did not take advantage of the field position early in the game, and right there Washington does, but just too easy right there, Pete. That just seemed like they were just giving touchdowns away right there. The Trojans were. The Trojans got to figure this thing out on defense.
Kickoff for Gross. It'll be Lemon at the 2-yard line. Starts off the left side, looking for some blockers, finds a few, then gets dumped down at the 26. Paid the price on that return, didn't he? Top 25 college football report brought to you by Modelo. The fighting spirit of the Trojans. A look at the scoreboard and what we have so far in the Big Ten. 4th-ranked Ohio State. Nice goal line stand towards the end of the game. Held off number 3 Penn State in Happy Valley 20-13. Northwestern beat Purdue 26-20. Minnesota surprised 24th-ranked Illinois on the road in Champaign 25-17. Oregon ranked first. Wallop Michigan in Ann Arbor 38-17. 13th-ranked Indiana beat Michigan State 47-10. Some big games coming up for the Hoosiers. Off to their best start since John Pont and the Hoosiers came to the Rose Bowl back in 1967-68. First down for the Trojans at their own 26, down by 10 mid-second quarter. The give to Woody Marks. Marks gets bear hugged after a 2-yard gain to the 28. Iowa leading Wisconsin 14-3 in the second, 7 minutes left. UCLA was up at Nebraska 27-7, had to hold on to win at the end 27-20, but win they did. Maryland and Rutgers are off today in the Big Ten. 2nd and 8 for the Trojans, and an important possession to be sure. Marks has gone the distance for the Trojans as running back. Nobody else has been back there, not even once. Whistles and a penalty coming up against the Trojans, almost doubtless. Next year opponent, Montana State, 9-0 in the Big Sky at first place, beat Eastern Washington 42-28.
Offense number 76. 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Montana State is tied with UC Davis for first of the Big West, and UC Davis beat Northern Colorado today 59-7. Montana over Cal Poly San Luis Obispo 42-7. San Diego beat Davidson 37-13. Redlands in the SCIAC over Laverne 31-21 tonight. Cal Lutheran, Pomona Pitzer, Claremont Mudscripts, and Chapman. And Slippery Rock staying alive for a postseason berth, beat Clarion today 38-22. Check the top 25 as we get a chance here, but Trojans now behind the sticks at 2nd and 13 instead of 2nd and 8. Like that 2-yard run by Woody didn't even happen. Moss needs to get going. In trouble, shovel pass to Marks, and they drag him down for a loss back at the 20. And this looks like a Washington kind of day so far. Backup defensive tackle Eli Davis with the stop. And it's 3rd and a long for USC.
Yeah, it just has not looked easy at all for this offense. Just everything seems like it's pulling teeth. Give credit to this Washington defense. Just has this offense confused right now. A lot of moving pieces. They're giving Miller Moss different looks. 2 high safeties, single high safeties, dropping guys in, putting guys on the line. It seems like a confused offense so far.
Offside, free play for the Trojans. They don't allow the play to unfold, and Miller Moss holds his hands out and says, what the heck? Let me finish the play. It's not our fault he jumped offside. 90% of the time, don't they let you keep going?
91, unabated to the quarterback. 5-yard
They were
penalty,
afraid that Moss was going to get clobbered by the rusher, Ward, from the left defensive end spot, and so they called the play dead. That's why. Last night, 15th ranked Boise State blew away San Diego State with a late finish, 56-24. 3rd down, gets it a little closer, but it's still 3rd and 12. It was 3rd and 17 after the shovel pass to Marks. Crowd roaring, trying to get the Trojans off their game. So far, they've been fairly effective. Moss drops the pass. Here comes the rush. Pocket breaks down. He steps up. Throw is complete across the 30. About the 35-yard line to Zachariah Branch. They'll say to the 36. That's exactly where he needed to get, and that's a USC first down.
Nice pass there by Miller Moss. Good job, protection. Offensive runs him by him, and then Zachariah makes a nice catch, turns it up to get looks like just enough for the first down.
Little stick route there. You know where you have to go. You go there and catch the ball. First down, Trojans, driven by your Southern California Hyundai dealers. With a brand new Hyundai, there's joy in every journey. Whistles, hold everything. They're gonna check the spot.
Yeah,
see whether he was inbounds or out of bounds.
It's kind of a tough play to check the spot because it's one of those plays where he's just kind of going over the line with the ball, and you can't tell when exactly he maybe went out of bounds. There have to be multiple angles here to kind of get this one overturned, I think.
21st ranked Army moves to 8-0, beating Air Force 20-3. The Army-Navy game will be for the Commander-in-Chief's trophy. Whose Commander-in-Chief's trophy is the question. North Carolina State over Stanford today, 59-28. Central Florida blew out Arizona. 5th-ranked Miami came from behind to beat Duke 53-31 with a big fourth quarter. Ole Miss 63, Arkansas 31. Kind of up to date on the scoreboard. I'm trying to update it, but there's so many people on their phone right now. I can't get my phone to get any scores going on there. So what are you going to do? You get a little.
You gotta get
stats are updating,
but get on that Wi-Fi.
I'm on. I couldn't be more Wi-Fi'd.
Got full bars, huh?
17-7. Yeah, stands is called, so it is a first down SC. The crowd doesn't like what's happening as far as reviews so far today by the officials. The official review brought to you again by Life Law, injury law made simple. Halftime, Southern California Audi dealers halftime shows, highlights, stats, scores of other games. Lincoln Riley will tell us what the heck coming out of the locker room. 17-7 right now. Trojans trying to get closer before the intermission. Long way to go before then. This is a 1st and 10 SC at their own 36. Moss near hash. Long count. Fakes to Marks, who would have had a clear sail up the middle. Rolls right. Throws as he gets popped. It's complete to Lemon, and he goes out of bounds near the line of scrimmage right there. Well, Miller Moss, is he okay? He got crashed into, and the guy that hit him is the guy that paid the price.
He got it from both ways on that one.
Yeah,
he
boy.
Hit in the front and then kind of hit in the back to keep him up. That's why he's upright at the end of the play. But like you said, Woody Marks, if he gets that handoff right there, I don't know if Miller's reading that play or not, but if he gets that handoff.
A lot of room up the middle there.
There's nobody in the middle of the defense.
Boy, Tuna Ufi, defensive end, got hurt on the collision and left the game. We'll keep an eye to see whether he comes back in at any point. The pass is completed for 0 yards. 2nd and 10. Fake to Marks. Moss has some time. Intercepted. Oh, it's dropped at the 40-yard line. And that young man, Ward, Isaiah Ward, had 40 yards of green in front of him. Kid from Ontario Colony should have had 6 points.
Looking like a defensive end there, Isaiah Ward. Miller Moss does not see Isaiah Ward drop off the ball there, has no clue he's there. The throw was one right in his breadbasket, and Isaiah Ward can't handle it. Drops it.
That was 24-7 right there. 3rd and 10. The Trojans are in trouble, make no mistake. Robinson split wide left, trades places with Makai Lemon, who slots this side. Up to the far side, Branch and Marks on 3rd and 10. Throw, Lemon. They grab a hold of him, and he's not going to get the first down yardage. It'll be 4th and 1 at the 45 as he managed to get 9. And 9 isn't going to do it. And boy, you sure don't want to give Washington the ball on the 45-yard line. You saw what they did with the short field last time. You almost have to punt it here, don't you?
Looks like they're going to go for it.
Well, I'm just saying. Branch and Ford to the far side. Trojans haven't had much success lately trying to get this 4th down converted. They got to get 1 yard, about 1.5 yards really. Marks in the backfield. Ford comes into the line of scrimmage to block. The give is to Woody. Woody gets hit at the line and dives after the contact. If he didn't do that, he would have been stopped short by a yard. Instead, kept it going and pushed forward for 2 and got the first down. That's quite the effort by Woody Marks.
That's all Woody Marks right there. He was met about a yard short by 2 defenders. Is able to keep his legs driving and fall forward for that extra yard. Nice one by Woody Marks, saving that 4th down stop by Washington.
Got to repeat again, though. It's looked easy for Washington and so tough for the Trojans so far. 1st and 10, however, at the 47-yard line. What's the clock look like? 3:14 and counting in the second quarter. Trojans trail by 10. In the backfield, new running back Quentin Joyner. Fake to Joyner. Moss has time. Waiting. Dances right. Wants to throw. Throws on the run. That's complete and out of bounds. Jacoby Lane at the 32-yard line. Got behind the defenders. Nobody was there. Had he been a little further towards the inside of the field, maybe a yard or 2, might have been able to run. Wasn't. Out of bounds he goes at the 32, and that's a USC first down.
That's on the offensive line right there, creating time for Miller Moss right there. That's as Jacoby Lane just working it. Washington defenders got lost, and he found some space.
Moss drops to pass on the first down, being chased, throws it out of bounds. Into the Washington bench. Washington coaches, Washington players trying to play the part of referee to say that was intentional grounding. Instead, it's 2nd and 10 at the 32. Arizona State leading Oklahoma State 35-14 with 10 to go in the 4th quarter of their game. 2nd and 10 SC. Moving in, trying to get some points somehow, some way. Trailing by 10 towards the end of the half. 2-minute stoppage coming up soon. McCree, slot left. Branch and Robinson this way. Flag down. Somebody move, somebody dance. Disconcerting signal. Illegal procedure. What do we got?
Offense number 76. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Yeah, that's the problem in these games. When you get this place is cranking right now. It's loud in here, Pete. And this offensive lineman, we've seen it too many times this year, struggle in these loud environments with getting off on the ball or getting off before the ball snapped.
Trojans trying to avoid losing for the 2nd time this year on somebody else's homecoming. Got surprised at Maryland, to be sure, and now at Washington. Wouldn't be such a surprise here. This game was a field goal either way. Make it 2nd and 15. Moss changes the play up. Crowd roars even louder when they see that the Trojans might be discombobulated. Snap to the left side and low of Moss. He hands it off to Marks, and he'll get a couple of yards to the 35. Where it'll be 2nd or 3rd down and long, 3rd and 13. I think Washington has called timeout with 2.5 to go. They want to get the ball back the way they've been moving the ball. So while they talk about it, let's pause 10 seconds first of all for stations to identify themselves on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hey, it's Mace, and this is USC football back where it belongs on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles, a good Karma Brands radio station. Fight on.
Anymore, basically, you get 4 timeouts at the end of the half with the 2-minute stoppage. When you've got good beer and good vibes, it's all Buena. Stone Buena Vista Salt and Lime Lager, Baja inspired and imported from San Diego. Located near you at fine.stonebrewing.com. Jordan Moore with our DirecTV sideline report, sir.
Yeah, Washington has the #1 pass defense, but it doesn't seem to be because of their pass rush. I think the offensive line has done a nice job giving Miller Moss time, and this is probably Miller Moss's best game so far of making plays out of structure. He's bought time back there, he's rolled to his right a bunch and had success. So Miller's got to be feeling good about that. The surprising thing for me is how much USC struggled to run the football in this one. Just 22 rush yards in this first half.
And then Moss only 14 of 22 for 117. So everything pretty much on the short side against a very sturdy defense for Washington. Moss will throw, does, right side, and it's complete and then out of bounds. Zachariah Branch had it, poked from behind, held the ball up in the sky, it looked like to me for a moment, then knocked away from behind him. Jordan Shaw defending on the play, and so the Trojans mess up on a good chance there and now have a 4th and long, 4th and 13 from the 35 with still over 2 minutes to play. That stops the clock playing right into Washington's hands.
Yeah, just a lot of contested catches right here. Good job by the Washington defenders just staying locked key with these wide receivers, not getting much separation on their routes. And as opposed to the other side where the Trojan defenders don't seem to want to step up and play tighter coverage.
The horror show here is not getting this fourth down conversion. Watching Washington score now and at the beginning of the second half and being down 31-7. Start the buses. Trojans call timeout. Delay of game against the Trojans. Penalty. So maybe now they're going to punt.
Fourth down.
Probably. This is still pretty close in for Czaplisky. It'll test his pooching duties for sure. Joint chiropractic can help ease your pain. I know some of you have knee pain, some IT band stuff going on. Keep you moving. To learn more and to claim our $29 new patient special, visit thejoint.com today. So the Trojans will kick. And unless something goes very much their way, they'll be down at least 17-7 at halftime, and the specter of Washington having the ball to start the second half. Czaplisky's punt, a short one, will be down at the 6. Hit at the 4, took a little bit of a dog bounce. NSC was there to cover. Either way it went, they would have stopped it at the 1. They got it at the 6-yard line. Wind starting to kick up a little bit up here anyway into the press box. And so Washington way back at their own end at the 6. Still have 2 times out remaining and 2:21. So really they could stop the clock 3 times with the 2-minute stoppage. And a chance to put the Trojans in some real trouble. It's 17-7. That's not so bad. But if they score here and score again to start the second half, that could be problems. And again, as I mentioned, Washington almost has to win this game to go to a bowl game. Got to beat SC and UCLA. Handoff, slipping at about the 4 and then diving his way out to the 10-yard line is Cameron Davis, the 6th-year senior from Upland. Gain of 4, second and 6. That should bring us down to the 2-minute stoppage. And it will. They'll stop the clock. Give everybody a little bit of rest, some water, maybe some orange slices and bananas.
Yeah, we'll see how the Trojans use their timeouts after this play. They might get a chance to get the ball back as well, so it'll be interesting how Lincoln Riley uses those timeouts.
I mentioned Ephesians Prysock early, one of my favorite names of the year. So I went down and looked at my favorite names of the year. I've got them ready to go.
What do you got?
Utah State's Omari Okariki. Minnesota's Maverick Barankowski. Maryland's Tom Akingbasodi. Really like that. Maryland also had Josh Kaltenberger. Wisconsin had Trech Kekahuna. But I think my favorite of the year so far with 3 games to go is Nizier Forquerican of Wisconsin.
That's good.
That is my favorite.
That last one's pretty good.
Nizier Forquerican. Jordan's got something better than that for you down on the field. Go ahead.
I don't. I was just jumping in on the all-name team.
Oh, sure.
Just be excited that USC's best basketball player this year is named St. Thomas. He has made. I've seen him on many all-name team lists already.
Okay. Speaking of which, Monday is opening night at Galen Center against Tennessee Chattanooga, correct?
Yes, sir. 7 o'clock tip. It sounds a lot warmer than this.
I'll bet it does. And in the morning, if you want to get up early in the morning from Paris, I believe 9 in the morning tip-off time, our time, USC plays in women's basketball, first game of the year. So
9 a.m. Pacific time in that game. Yeah, that game will be on ESPN against Ole Miss, which is a ranked team. So USC women's basketball starting with a ranked matchup. They've been there. They left on Wednesday, so I don't know. Maybe they've been there since Thursday. So really cool trip for them, a great experience, and not bad for Eli to kick off the broadcasting career in Paris. Pete, where was your first broadcast?
That is, it was supposed to be in Moscow, in Russia, against Illinois in 1989, but the hotel and the food were not up to snuff, and so we decided to come back and lose at the Coliseum instead. That was my first SC broadcast. First broadcast ever was on the back of a pickup truck in Victorville, California, calling Victor Valley Christian against Hesperia Christian in football at Victor Valley College. They had no stands. I don't remember who won. I don't. Here, 17-7 in favor of Washington. And it's the rain's coming down, so I think we could call this a rainy game.
Yeah, this looks like it's definitely the rain is picked up for poor Jordan down there, but and you can see the actual the rain moving, so you can see the breeze as well as the rain kind of swirls around.
I think then when you can see it in the lights, I think that's when you can call it a rain game. You have to put it in the stat book as you played some of the game in the rain. There were a lot of games back in the day that weren't rain games, but it had rained on Friday, let's say, and so they're listed as mud games. And remember, back in long ago days, SC and UCLA shared the Coliseum before 1983. But way back when, they would play, like UCLA would play Friday, SC would play Saturday. And so sometimes it would rain on Friday. The field would just be a quagmire for the Saturday game. 2nd and 6 for Washington after the 2-minute break. Tight end catch at the 10, 20, 30, 40, missing tackles. Trojans aren't wrapping up. They're trying to bump tackle out of bounds. We've seen that act in the last couple of years not work at all. This will get him down to the 46-yard line. Zion Branch is down for the Trojans, injured on the play back at the 36. That one caught by Decker DeGraff. Those of you in the Glendora area in the Decker DeGraff Marching and Chowder Society will cheer his 10th catch of the year as they work on Zion Branch, getting up slowly, walking a little like my grandfather off the field. And we'll see how he is. The Trojan secondary is a beaten unit. 5 guys missing last week's game against Rutgers, and they could get away with it. But you can't hope to do that tonight. You got to have kind of all hands on deck. Now you got a week off after this, which will help.
Yeah, you don't want to go into that with a loss either. You know,
No, boy.
after a loss, that's a long week there.
And you need to win 2 of these 4 games. Next is Nebraska. Then you got the 2 rivalry games, UCLA and highly rated Notre Dame. So you better get at it here pretty quickly, or you're going to run out of chances. Throw left side. Rogers. Looked like a hold on the edge, but Bryson Shaw will knock Giles Jackson out of bounds. No call made, of course. Gain of 4, maybe 5 to the Trojan 49. Now we'll keep an eye on the clock. Remember, they can stop the clock, can Washington, twice. Minute 46 to go in the half, and a 17-7 Husky lead. I think they'd be pretty happy to get 3. Get any points here and have another chance to start the second half. Rogers knocked up in the air and down, incomplete. Gavin Meyer got his hand on that thing, and it'll be an incomplete pass. He beat his man badly and bull rushed him back into the quarterback. Gavin Meyer with his 2nd pass deflection this season for the Trojans.
Like maybe possibly Devin Tompkins.
Oh, was it Tompkins maybe?
Big Tompkins got a paw on that.
All right.
98, so he was rushing back there, getting his, like you said, getting his hand on the
Also his 2nd deflection.
Okay.
Both in the neighborhood, I'll give myself that. 3rd and 5 from the 49. This would be a nice time for a stoppage on this drive for the Trojan defense if they could get it. But Rogers has been tough. Throws over the middle, complete. Tight end catch again. This time it's Latu with his 31st catch of the season to the Trojan 41. And that's a Washington first down. Here they come. Getting close to field goal range. Still a minute and a half to go in the half. Leading 17-7. Washington at home. Lights have taken full effect. Darkness here in Seattle. Handoff, Jonah Coleman. And he'll drag 2 Trojans to the 36-yard line. Sam Green, Devin Tompkins, and Greedy Vance all right there. And took 3 of them to bring down Jonah Coleman. He is a bowling ball of a guy at 5'9" and 230 pounds. Rogers will throw to Coleman over the middle in an underneath pass. He'll get inside the 30 to about the 28-yard line. Gang tackle there. Coleman, 18 catches on the year, so they will throw to him from time to time. Another first down, 28-yard line, and a minute 4, a minute 3, a minute 2 remaining in the half. Washington already in field goal range. They lead 17-7 over a Trojan team that hasn't been able to do much on either side of the ball. Coleman again. This time they've got a hold of him, and a nice short tackle in the backfield at around the 31-yard line by Jalen Smith, the longtime Trojan, the 5th-year senior out of Alamany.
Good job by Jalen Smith, just wrapping him up, and the little gator tackle right there. When you wrap up the legs and just start spinning a little bit right there, you call that the gator tackle. Jalen Smith gets the man down and does the job.
Why is that called a gator tackle?
You clamp and then you roll. You spin like a gator.
Oh, like you're trying to wrestle a gator and they roll you around?
The gator gets hold of you there and you start spinning around. That's kind of like the gator tackle.
Did you know that before? I did not know that. All right. I learn something new every day. Mike Klopp is our statistician and spotter, defensive spotter, filling in for Berta Water today. Mike and I, high school classmates, separated by a year or so at Marshall High in L.A. We played basketball together. Been great friends ever since. And he has worked for us here and Washington State a couple times as well.
And if you're watching on the Audi camera, you could get to see a beautiful look at these two in their Dodger blues here, representing the Dodgers as after their World Series here.
And the University of Southern California congratulates the Dodgers on their World Championship, number 8, second in 5 years. That's right. Somebody came to me and said, well, did they claim 2020? Well, yes, they claimed 20. Did everybody else play in 2020 trying to win it and not win it? Yes. Did they wish they win it? Yes. Gee. Don't play if you're not going to claim the championship. 2nd and 11. Rogers back to pass, hit as he throws, and it is out of bounds. On the Trojan sideline down below us. Stops the clock with 46 seconds left. Brings up a 3rd and 11.
Good pass rush there. Got a lot of good pressure. I couldn't really tell who it was. Might have been Elijah Hughes on that one, getting some good pressure, making the Will Rogers uncomfortable on that throw.
Haven't talked Hughes' name tonight at all. He remains in the ball game for this important 3rd and 11 call from the 28. Rogers fakes the handoff, throws a pass left side. Trojans lots of pad. And a push out of bounds by Greedy Vance on Giles Jackson. They were 10 yards off when he caught that pass. I'm trying to make sure that he wasn't going to go long. They were willing to give up a couple of yards, which is exactly what they did. And so now a 4th down field goal try for Grady Gross to put Washington up by 13, basically at the half, unless the Trojans do something wild and crazy there with the kickoff afterwards.
Yeah, Gross has not been automatic this year, so this is definitely not an automatic one here.
Made one earlier from 39. This is 45, which would be his longest of the year. Cold night, far hash, right-footed kicker, right hash mark. Snap a little high, gets the kick away, and he got it. So the Dogs add 3, and as I said in the beginning of that drive, I think they'd be pretty happy with getting 3 then and 3 at the start of the second half. The way the Trojans are playing, I think it's hard for them to think right now unless they make all kinds of adjustments, which we'll talk about John Jackson with at halftime. Down 20-7. How are the Trojans going to score, say, 3 touchdowns in the second half? They haven't looked like that kind of team at all.
Yeah, they looked like they were kind of, setting up for that field goal right there, just making that long throw to the outside right there, setting up their man Gross on his hash mark that he wanted. He does the job right there and knocks it through.
20-7, Washington. Only 35 seconds remaining in the half. The rain pretty steady. You can see it pretty good coming down now. It is Seattle, Washington, after all. Only the 6th time it's ever rained on a USC Washington game in this city. That's hard to believe, isn't it? I remember researching something similar about the University of Colorado. And it has only snowed on Colorado football game days 9 times in the history of Colorado football. You would think it would snow all the time in November there. It doesn't.
Just kind of funny. You think we were all worried about Big Ten weather, and here it is, old Pac-10 guys getting after it, and we get the worst weather of the year here.
Kick bounces off a Trojans. It was line drived up the middle and goes out of bounds at the 35-yard line. That could have gone poorly for SC. But the Trojans have it at the 35. Well, they've got to at least think about a field goal here, don't they?
Yeah, that
32 seconds.
Yeah, interesting decision right there to kind of squib it off there, but Trojans catch a break right there as it bounces off a Trojan and ricochets out of bounds and set up with pretty good field position on the 35.
Trojans can stop the clock twice. They have called 1 timeout. Let's see how they play it here. A wet football now. I'm sure they practiced with that at practice this week. We wouldn't know. We don't get to go. Moss on 1st and 10 from his own 35, trailing 20-7. Throws it out of the backfield to Woody Marks. Got to get out of bounds, and he doesn't even try to do so. It gets to the 37. Gain of 2. Clock stopped with 25 seconds remaining in the half. Coming up at halftime, our Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show.
Yeah, good tackle by Carson Bruner. He's been, as advertised, the captain on their team, leading tackler. He does a little bit of everything at that linebacker position. Good tackle on Woody Marks right there, and he also has an interception on the day.
Mentioned Bruner's dad, all-time tight end here from 91 to 93. Also played a little Washington basketball here. The guy that he replaced in the starting lineup this year was pretty good, and Ulafosio, who's now with the Buffalo Bills, 257 career tackles at Washington. They had a pretty good team last year, no question. Not great. They gave up so many points, and it cost them towards the end. I mean, SC scored 42 on them. Other teams scored a lot of points on them. But they were good enough to win games by outscoring the other guy. Michael Penix was fantastic, in the clutch especially. All right, second and they only gave him a yard, so 2nd and 9. Trojans called the timeout, so they're still battling with 1 timeout left. Moss, not much of a rush, could stand back there a long time. Throws over the middle, Jacoby Lane out to the 46, timeout, or at least stopping the clock to move the chains with 18 seconds remaining. Trojans do have a timeout. Ball set, ready for play at the 46-yard line. Got to get to about the 30 to give, of course, to give Lance a chance. Lance a chance. Moss slaps for the ball, gets it, steps up in the pocket, throws an outside pattern to Marks. Marks runs out of bounds at the 50. 10 seconds remaining. So 2 plays if you're lucky, and a field goal try if you're lucky. Probably just 1.
Yeah, I would think 1 play here. You got to push the ball down the field a little bit. You got to get to about the 35 to give him a chance.
Yeah,
so
and he missed the 52-yarder the other way by hitting the bottom of the crossbar, so he's got the leg for it almost. In this weather, you'd sure like to get closer than that. So this pass has to be a good 15-yarder for sure, and maybe a little more. And the Trojans can stop the clock if the pass is complete. Moss on 2nd and about 7 from the 50. Rushes on, throws it away, bounces at the 40 in front of Makai Lemon. Well, that's 6 seconds left in the half. All you could do is throw a quick out here, and then the Hail Mary.
Yeah,
does the Hail Mary ever work? Ask the Bears.
Yeah, we saw that one work against the Bears and Caleb Williams there. That was a rough one to watch there. But here, yeah, only 6 seconds. You got that timeout, but in order to get the yardage you need, you might need more than 6 seconds to try to get that field.
Agreed. But you could get a closer Hail Mary. You could get this ball to the 40 or so, have a closer Hail Mary, unless this is it here. Washington's not really playing this as a Hail Mary. Moss throws, sideline. Makai Lemon runs to the sideline. Does he get out of bounds before the clock runs out? He does, with 1 second to go. So you wind it up and heave it. First down at the 43. And you hope for the best. Doesn't happen very often. I remember a couple of years ago, I think JJ was the color man on the broadcast at the time. We had 2 in the same season, and they were maybe back-to-back weeks. Arizona State got one against us, and we got one against Oregon State at the half. We lost the game against Arizona State on the last play Hail Mary. Now Washington will take timeout. And then ours was at halftime of the Oregon State game. And you could go years without seeing one completed.
Yeah.
And I think we saw 2 in back-to-back weeks. It's a little hazy, but so is most things up here.
You think about the NFL, you think about Aaron Rodgers' ability to throw the Hail Mary. He's benefited quite a bit from the old Hail Mary. It's, you got on defense, you got to, I think what happened to the Bears is everyone got bunched up in a clump, and they didn't, someone gets behind you there and no one's marking them, and that's why you saw the touchdown there. You got to make sure everyone's marked. You got to go up and knock the ball down. You got a couple things to do. Jordan Moore, what do you got down there, buddy?
Well, the reason Aaron Rodgers is so good at it is he gets so much height on the ball, and by getting closer, Miller Moss should be able to, and he should also try and bide some time, because that's the other key. That's what Jaden Daniels did so well last week, is allow the receivers to camp out downfield. But if you can get it higher in the air, that's what's been so successful for Rodgers.
And you got Lane, Jacoby Lane, and Deuce Robinson, guys that could, and Kyle Ford, guys that could. Oh, well, that's motion on the Trojans on the line. I think Mason Murphy came up too soon.
False start. Offense number 76.
See, that
penalty,
just absolutely negates the little pass to Makai Lemon that you just threw.
Yeah.
Ouch.
And that's his second one.
And it's not like they're not rushing 10 guys. You just kind of hang out, wait, block the one guy that's coming. They'll rush 3, maybe 4. Let's see how they play it. Trojans have 3 big guys to the right. 1 down to our near side of Kyron Hudson. 4-man rush. Moss drifts to pass, winds as he throws as far as he can in the situation. Intercepted at the 10. Look out now. Back out to the 30, 40, and then tackled from behind after about a 33-yard return as we come to the end of the half. Well, that's tough. That looks bad on Miller Moss's interception statistics, but really it's just a hope and a prayer, and it wasn't answered in this particular case. And we have come to the end of the first half, a decidedly University of Washington Husky half, and at halftime it's Washington 20 and USC 7. Back to begin our Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Trojan fans, want to go to the USC-UCLA rivalry game at the Rose Bowl? Just grab an icy cold Coors Light and visit CoorsLight.com/collegefootball. Enter the keyword SCORE, and you got a shot to win your tickets to the game. It's all thanks to our great friends at Coors Light, the official beer of college football and proud partner of the USC Trojans on ESPN LA. No purchase necessary. Starts 8/1/24. Must be a resident of 50 USDC. 21 years of age or older. Void where prohibited. Keyword prices. See official rules at www.CoorsLight.com/collegefootball for entry restrictions. Keywords on. Prices and restrictions. Sponsor Boston College Beverage Company USA LLC. 250 South Blacker Drive, Chicago, Illinois, USA 60606.
Inspired by Southern California's laid-back yet active lifestyle, Travis Matthew creates premium men's and women's apparel designed to make you look and feel your best no matter the activity. Now, Travis Matthew brings that same style to USC fans with their first ever collegiate collaboration. Designed with the iconic Cardinal and Gold, this collection carries the tradition and legacy of USC. Gear up for game days and style. New customers get 20% off their first order with code 710 at travismatthew.com. That's code 710. Offer valid online only.
This is the Audi Halftime Show.
Caught the end zone. It's a touchdown, USC.
A full breakdown of the first half of Trojan football with stats and highlights. Plus a look at what the Trojans have to do to fight on to victory. Brought to you by
Audi. The Southern California Audi dealers are proud sponsors of the USC Trojans.
Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football.
And by Athletic Brewing. No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. Athletic Brewing Company.
Now here's Pete Arbogast and Shaun Cody.
In arrears here, and they're having problems doing anything on the offensive side, and the defensive side isn't doing that much better. Trojans opened with a short field after a long kickoff return by Makai Lemon, but couldn't do anything with it. Washington went 3 and out. The Trojans threw an interception. The Dogs turned it into a field goal and led 3-0. Trojans tied it up, and then, they missed a field goal from 52 yards away. Washington got a touchdown at the end of the first quarter to make it 10-0. Trojans back in it at 10-7 on a Woody Marks 1-yard touchdown run. Jonah Coleman took it in from a yard away on the next possession. A very nice drive for Washington and made it 17-7. And then right at the end of the half, Grady Gross, their kicker, a 45-yarder, their season long, to make it 20-7 Washington at halftime. Let's take a look right now at our biggest moment of the first two quarters.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Now, it's time to take a listen to the best play of the first half.
Powered by Ontario International Airport.
A proud partner of the USC Trojans.
Fight on and fly on with ONT.
Marks to the left and behind Moss as usual. Hold the ball out for him instead of throw this way, and it is a catch and a fantastic one. Bobbling it to himself and then on his way down to his back at the 11-yard line, Kyron Hudson with Thad Dixon, the La Mirada kid, hanging on his back. 1st and 10, USC in the La Victoria red zone. How do you do? There wasn't much to cheer about for the Trojans. A couple of individual plays, but only one touchdown, one score. And SC trails by 13. First downs, 12-11 Washington. Rushing yards, Trojans only have 22. 59 for Washington, not all that many. Passing yards, 162-139, and the total offense favor of the Dogs, 221-161, despite the fact the Trojans had 2 more plays. So let's talk about halftime adjustments presented by the Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of the USC Trojans. John Jackson joins me from our ESPN LA studios in Los Angeles. And JJ, Trojans having trouble finding an open receiver, and mainly because Washington's defense is really good. How do you fix it?
Well, we talked about that defense being the #1 pass defense in the country, Pete, and they're showing it. They are doing a great job in terms of covering our receivers, but I think that in the first half, I'd have loved to see us rush the ball more. But now, running in the second half is like a double-edged sword where Lincoln will be running the clock out on himself. So the strategy, of course, has to change, and they're going to have to throw the ball more than I'd have liked to see, but that's going to be the strategy in the second half is to run the ball more because you don't want to run the clock out on yourself.
Right now, Miller Moss is on pace to throw 58 passes. That is not what you want to do. You want to have a more even attack, and the fact that he's going to throw that many passes is okay, but the fact that he's 18 for 29 for only 139 yards, a lot of those passes are going for naught, and the Trojans have found themselves with difficult positions to try to pick up yardage. It's both sides of the ball. They're going to have to figure out a way to stop Washington, which has been moving the ball pretty well, and figure out a way to move the ball themselves because they're down by 13. They've got to get going pretty quick here.
That's right, Pete. It's a receiver second half. The receivers got to step up, create separation, and make some big plays. Run after catch is key. But that is but that is going to be hard to do because what I hear, it's starting to rain, Pete.
Yep.
And if that's the case, that throwing the ball, the receiver, receivers are soft, Pete. I'll be honest with you. We don't want to play in the rain. It's too cold for us. So it's going to be a mental challenge for the whole USC offense to get on track because the rain, it's cold. You have every excuse to not want to be there, but they're going to have to show some mental toughness here in the second half to get back into this one.
JJ, thank you. We'll talk to you on the post-game show. Trojans trail this one by a score of 20-7. We will continue the Trojans Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Yeah, go! Invesco QQQ is the official ETF partner of the USC Trojans. The future isn't scary. Not realizing its potential, however, could be. To build a championship team, you have to consider each recruit, transfer, and prospect. If you see the potential in one player, you can build potential in the whole team. Let's rethink possibility. Invesco Distributors, Inc.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Tommy Trojan is at the 10, the 5, touchdown, USC! Make big plays on the field and in life. With iTrust Capital, you can buy and sell crypto 24/7 with the tax benefits of a retirement account. That's right, invest in crypto with the tax advantages of an IRA. iTrust Capital is easy to use and has no sign-up fees. Don't be a Monday morning quarterback. Make big plays now. Visit itrustcapital.com/USC to start investing today. The official cryptocurrency platform of the USC Trojans. Taxes and conditions may apply. Fees apply. Cryptocurrencies are a speculative investment.
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Bite on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT. The fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 70 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
The Women of Troy Report is brought to you by Sprouts Farmers Market. Open 7 days a week. Visit your neighborhood Sprouts for good-for-you groceries and great prices on the freshest produce.
I'm Keely Orr, and this is the Women of Troy Report. Earlier this week, I spoke with Miley Hayes following USC Soccer's Big Ten title win over UCLA.
Miley, first outright conference championship for this program. How does it feel?
Oh my God, it feels amazing. I mean, #1, because it's the first ever, and #2, because it's our first year in the Big Ten. So coming here and making a statement, it's what we wanted to do.
How would you describe the composure of your team today? Big stakes, but you guys came out here and handled business.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, a lot of us have just been wanting to hear the whistle blow all week. We had a longer week of rest this week. It was a bit of anxiety, a bit of nerves, but we have to change those anxious nerves into positive nerves. So we were also confident in ourselves and each other. That's really what led to the win.
You scored the sole goal of today. Take me through that play. What'd you see?
I was super emotional after. I just it's my senior year, and this just means so much to me. All I remember is that Elena like chip the ball over a bit, and I just had intuition of where the goal was, and I just smacked one home. And I think I nutmegged the keeper, so it made it a bit even better.
This is your first season with USC, but as you mentioned, it means so much to you. How quickly have you become part of the Trojan family?
So I've been here since May, so I think that really helped me like get integrated just with the place. You know, I was coming from a college town, so I think just being able to, you know, be myself and be confident in myself and know that I'm going to get along with the players. Everyone here like plays with as much passion as one another, so that's really what unites us, I think, is just the passion for the game, the passion to work for one another, and the passion to win.
You mentioned the trust that this team has. How would you describe the team chemistry that you guys have on the whole?
I think it's amazing. Like, we've grown so close as a team. We actually, this week we went on a haunted hayride, so we do a lot of, like, I would say team bonding things and stuff like that. A lot of the other girls who have been here for their 4 years, they say this is the closest the team's ever been.
Yeah, Coach Jane said for the seniors, you guys want this so badly.
Yes.
How much is that motivating you through this stretch?
I told them at halftime today, I said, guys, let's not take even 1 second for granted. Like, this is a lot of our last years. We have 13 people who are leaving. So, you know, just being able to cherish every moment, enjoy the stadium, enjoy the crowd, enjoy the wins, enjoy the ups, the downs, and just playing for one another.
Being 10 champion, how does it feel?
Amazing. Like, I can't even put it into words. This is the best feeling ever.
Enjoy the win.
Thank you so much.
You just heard from Miley Hayes of USC Women's Soccer. Stay tuned for more action here on the USC Trojans Media Network.
USC Football and Children's Hospital Los Angeles continue to support the pediatric needs of our community. For over 120 years, CHLA has been at the forefront of providing exceptional medical care for children across California. Recognized by U.S. News and World Report as the #1 children's hospital in California, CHLA has consistently ranked among the top national hospitals and has been on the honor roll of best children's hospitals since its inception. Whether it's routine care or life-saving treatment, families trust CHLA for its world-class pediatric care. To learn more, visit chla.org today.
In the heat of an intense play, there's nothing like a refreshing beverage to cool you down. With 15% alcohol by volume and a colorful collection of fun flavors, Buzzballs are the perfect ready-to-drink cocktail for every moment of the game. Try the rich Choco Chiller, Zesty Lime Rita, Spicy Chili Mango, or discover your new favorite flavor. Make every moment matter and buy Buzzballs today. Buzzballs is a proud partner of USC Athletics. You must be 21 years or older. Please enjoy Buzzballs responsibly. Buzzballs, Carrollton, Texas.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
Hey, food lovers, Lazy Dog Restaurants is offering new must-try seasonal dishes, all at an amazing value. Try their pie tin nachos, loaded with cheese, guac, and jalapenos. Plus it up with your choice of chicken tinga or carnitas. And Nona's giant meatball and baked pasta. Let's just say it's giant for a reason. For lunch, there's build-your-own combos starting at under $13. Visit us today at LA Live or go to lazydogrestaurants.com. You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
What's going on, everybody? Jason Schwartz with you from our ESPN LA studios. Back in LA at LA Live. Trojans struggling up in the Pacific Northwest. It is halftime in Seattle. USC trailing Washington 20-7. Trojans just not getting anything going offensively. Miller Moss, 18 out of 29 for 139 yards, a couple of picks. Woody Marks, 8 rushes for just 17 yards on the ground. Marks does have USC's lone touchdown. Stay tuned after the game. Sua Cravens will be joining me here in studio. We'll be bringing you Trojans wrap-up, and we'll be taking your calls. Meanwhile, in a moment, we're going to go out to Jordan Moore up in Seattle. He's on the sidelines waiting for head coach Lincoln Riley to come out of the tunnel. He'll chat with him. But while we wait for Jordan, let's give you some scores from around college football today, starting in the Big Ten. One game right now in progress in Iowa. Iowa leads Wisconsin 14-3 midway through the third quarter. Number 1 Oregon went to Ann Arbor today, beat Michigan 38-17. The big matchup in Happy Valley. Number 4, Ohio State defeats number 3, Penn State, 20-13. Penn State's first loss of the season. Number 13, Indiana State undefeated. They beat Michigan State 47-10. Minnesota beat number 24, Illinois, 25-17. Northwestern got an overtime win against Purdue, 26-20. And UCLA beat Nebraska in Lincoln, 27-20 was the final there. Some top 25 scores. Number 10, Texas A&M tied at South Carolina right now, 20-20. That game at the half. Number 11, Clemson trailing Louisville at home, 17-7. And let's go back out to Seattle now. Jordan Moore on the sidelines waiting for head coach Lincoln Riley. And Jordan, I got to assume it's going to be a frustrated Lincoln Riley coming out of the tunnel and coming out back onto the field for the second half.
Yeah, I mean, that was not an ideal half for sure. As Pete said, it was a Washington half. I mean, it just kind of felt like everything was sort of going exactly how they'd want it to go. So they have a lot to change here. I mean, this is one where you need a spark because you got to flip momentum because USC really has been on the back foot the entire game so far.
And just perusing my timeline here at halftime, seeing some videos from the stadium, it looks like the rain's coming down a little bit harder now.
Yeah, it's pretty awful. I'm not going to lie to you. It is not a delight out here. It is sideways rain. It's cold. So, yeah, it's going to be a factor in the second half, no doubt about it.
I mean, I hate to say it, with that kind of weather, down 13, and the way SC's passing offense is looking, they really got to get the run game going in the second half.
Yeah, I thought they needed to get the run game going in the first half. I was just very surprised that they weren't able to run more effectively when they did run, and they threw it a lot more than they ran. Do you have the official numbers? What was pass attempts versus carries in that first half?
Yeah, Miller Moss he's on pace for 58 pass attempts. He had 29 pass attempts in that first half, and Woody Marks, like you said, I mean, he didn't get much, but he only ran it 8 times.
Yeah, and that's just very surprising because Washington comes in with the number 1 pass defense in the nation, and their weakness had been run defense. I think the 15th in the Big Ten in run defense. So
yeah,
surprised by that run-pass balance in the first half, and I guess the only thing even more surprising is that when they have run, they've been ineffective. So it's not like they're running really well when they do run. So that's kind of a double whammy there.
Right, but I mean, but it's also not, they're not running it that much. I mean, sometimes you just got to be patient and wait for your time to break one.
No doubt, but the patience runs thin when you're trailing 20-7 too, right? So all of a sudden the game score and everything plays into it, and the defense was really struggling after that first drive to get off the field consistently too. So I mean, that's what we're talking about. That's why it's like, hey, it's not one little thing that needs to be changed in this second half. They need to come out with a different level of intensity, a different passion, a different level of execution in this second half if they're all of a sudden going to flip this thing in Seattle on a rainy night. I mean, this is a tough one in that locker room right now. It better be a good halftime speech.
Yeah, right, and that's kind of leading to what my next question was going to be, is what was the energy like? What was the vibe like on the sideline?
Yeah, I mean, it's not great, but I don't think the sideline necessarily was indicative. At least I didn't notice anything of it not being great. There just wasn't a whole lot to cheer about in that first half.
Yeah.
I just felt like everything on offense was a grind, right? So there were not a lot of big plays, and even the drive they did get for a touchdown, there was almost a fumble on it. And it's just everything has been difficult, and then they just haven't, the turnovers, losing the turnover battle. There's just nothing that would get a sideline going in that sense.
And I mean, there was that one that dropped interception too, which could have made things even worse.
Yeah, I mean, the dropped interception. I mean, it just feels like the coverage windows have been really tight. So it's not like I don't think Miller Moss is missing a lot of open receivers. In fact, the only thing I would say is Miller Moss has done a decent job of extending plays. I think the best pass plays in that first half were when Miller scrambled, which is not something we've seen him do a ton. But he was able to scramble and create some opportunities in that first half. We're about to get
Lincoln. Sort of expected, though, right? I mean, yeah, go for it, Jordan.
Yeah, I'm going to get Lincoln Riley here very quickly. He's walking with the Big Ten Network reporter here. and then we will jump in. One question real quick. What do you need to do in the second half to turn this around?
Well, we got to run the ball better on offense. We've had a lot of opportunities. The first 2 drives, we got great field position. You can't miss those opportunities on the road. So we got to do that. We got to set edges defensively and cause some turnovers.
Thank you, Coach. All right, USC down 20-7. Do we want to send it back up to the booth? Or we want to send it to break? We'll send it back up to the booth. Here's the voice of the Trojans, Pete Arbogast.
All right, you've been listening to the Audi Halftime Show, brought to you by Audi, your Southern California Audi dealers. Proud sponsors of the USC Trojans, by Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football, and by Athletic Brewing, non-alcoholic craft beer for the first down to fourth quarter. Great tasting, low calorie, and fit for all times. Halftime activities done. They turned the lights out there for a little while. And now they're back on, and the team's getting beckoned back on the field. One thing for sure, the fans here know what to do in the rain. There's a big overhang on both sides in the upper deck, and everybody moved back up under the underhang. There's very few people sitting out in the rain right now, which makes them smart.
Yeah, it's gotten quite colder. I just got back in the seat, and it's quite cold. My headset's quite cold, so the temperature is dropping, Pete.
Start of the third quarter, powered by ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Right now, try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/LA. Well, the prevailing thought for the Trojans here, Shaun, is that they better come out firing and flying and their hair on fire and all these other cliches that you can come up with right away at the start of the second half.
Yep, well, the first thing you got to do is play good defense and get them out there. So we'll find out what kind of response this Trojan team has had. Did not look good in the first half. Pretty much got dominated by Washington most aspects of this game. Got to find out what this Trojan team is about, see what the fight is left in this team.
Trojans will go towards the lake to start the third quarter. Lots of time left in the ball game, but the Trojans do trail 20-7, and they need to get back in it. It's one of those things where in my brain I say Washington cannot score a touchdown next, or it'll probably be fairly impossible. I've seen stranger things, but not very many of them. 50 years ago, just about this month, Trojans over Notre Dame 55-24. That was stranger. Kickoff for Lance, and it'll go through 3/4 of the course of the end zone, and the Dogs will start off at their own 25-yard line. Rogers has been effective, 15 of 22, buck 62. His longest pass 36 yards. Boston caught 6 for 64. Nobody else caught more than 3. Coleman has rushed 10 times for 53 yards. He's done a nice enough job to keep him off balance.
Yeah, I just think the biggest difference has been the space that Washington's offense has created for their wide receivers and the lack of space that Trojans wide receivers have. They just seem like the defenders are all over them. So got to do a better job creating space, whether that's winning as a wide receiver or some drawing up some stuff.
Two things. Whenever Latu is in there, 85 tight end, strong right, you got to watch out for them throwing to this guy. Throw this way, though, and it'll be complete across the 30, 35, 37-yard line. Not even coming close to tackling Denzel Boston. 2 or 3 Trojans were there. 17-yard pickup at the first play of the second half, and a first down at the 42-yard line, exactly what the Trojans were hoping to avoid. What they wanted was a turnover on the first play back at the 25. It's just wishful thinking at this point, unless something can change. 20-7 Washington. Second play, give to Coleman. Trojans miss a tackle. Finally bring him down after a gain of 2 at the 44. Nate Clifton will finish him off there. He was a little question mark tonight coming in. Got hurt last week, but he's in there playing. Kind of all hands on deck with a week off next week. If you can play, you should play. You got a lot of rest coming up if you need it. 2nd and 8 at the 44. You can hear the Trojan band in the background. They always make the road games. Not a full contingent, of course, but good 100 of them or so have made it here to Husky Stadium, sitting in the rain. The fake to Coleman. Rogers has to throw on the run as he's hit. He does throw, and it is complete to Boston. And a good open field tackle by Prophet Brown at the 46, so only a 2-yard gain. And now the Trojans face a 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7 situation, and a good chance to get the Dogs off the field to the first possession of the second half.
Yeah, it's a good win on second down right there. A little pressure on Will Rogers' face. He's got to get rid of it. Set you up for a nice 3rd and 6 here. See if Coach Lynn dials up some pressure here on 3rd down.
Muhammad, Clifton, Gavin Meyer, and Shelby, the lineman on the front. Mascarenas Arnold comes up to the line of scrimmage, showing he might come. Mason Cobb is up there as well, and he comes. Back to pass. The throw up the sideline into the bench of the Washington Huskies. A lot of pressure being put on. Trojans dialed up a nice little blitz there, and he had to hurry that throw, did Rogers. Incomplete pass makes it 4th down, and the Trojans, despite giving up some yards on those first couple of plays, hold and will get the ball back, trailing 20-7 early 3rd quarter.
Good win right there up front. Obviously, you bring 6 guys. They only got 5 guys blocking, and you get home right there. Will Rogers has to throw earlier than he wants to. I think that's one thing Will Rogers hasn't done great tonight is when pressure comes in his face, he likes to get rid of that ball. He doesn't care where it goes at that point.
That defensive stop presented by Smart Stop Self-Storage, the smarter way to store. McAllister kicked one out of bounds earlier tonight after about 30 yards. This one will be caught by Zachariah Branch, and he gets thumped as soon as he catches it at about the 11-yard line. No chance for a return there. And is the risk you take, and so the Trojans will go on offense at their own 11-yard line, trailing 20-7. Well, the defense did a pretty good job. Now the offense needs to do a really good job. Get a touchdown here, and you're back in the ball game. Rain continues to fall. Not a heavy rain, but a steady rain.
And it almost looks like it's floating in the air.
Yeah, the wind is pushing it lakeside from where we sit. A lot of the student section has decided to go do something else. The band has to stay. And here we go as the crowd that is here makes a little noise. 1st and 10 Trojans at their own 11. First possession of the second half, trailing by 13. The snap back to Moss. The handoff to Marks. Left side gets to the 15. Looks like he might have dropped the ball and had it bounce right back to him at the 15. A gain of 4. In the 2nd and 6, Trojans did not run the ball very much and did not run the ball very well in the first half.
Yeah, it just has to be more in the rush game, just not enough attacking the Washington defense that has struggled a little bit in the run, just hasn't been effective on the ground and picking up yards so far.
They give up the same amount of yards on the ground as they do in the air. 123 coming into this game. They have been stingy in both regards, to be frank. 2nd and 6 at the 15. Moss looks this way, throws this way. Complete to Deuce Robinson. Big body will get out to the 20. Gets gang tackled, or at least stood up. Whistle blows, and he takes another large body hit, but no flag on that. Out to the 20. It'll be short of a first down by a yard and a critical 3rd and 1 for USC on their first possession of the second half.
Yeah, got to make it happen here on this third. Got him pick up this one right here. Let's see if they lean on Woody Marks to pick up this one. We saw him pick up a big 4th down run where he's able to move that yardage. We'll see what he go here.
Walker Lyons, extra tight end, slotted left. McCree tight end strong that way. Now Lyons comes in motion towards us. He's the only receiver to this side on 3rd and 1. Woody Marks gets a nice block, gets away at the 25, up the sideline to the 30, and out of bounds around the 35-yard line. Got outside. There was a huge hole. He took advantage of it, and that's a USC first down, driven by your Southern California Hyundai dealers. With a brand new Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Big time run right there by Woody Marks. But good job up front along getting bodies on bodies right there. We hadn't seen really too much from the run game right there. Good effective running right there from the Trojans.
1st and 10 at the 35-yard line. Moving left to right towards the Lake Washington. Here in Seattle, if you're familiar with the grounds. The give is to Marks, same direction, same play. Gets another block, 40-45, and out of bounds at the 49-yard line. So back-to-back, nice runs. And the Trojans showing we're going to run the football. And they do successfully twice in a row, and another first down out at the 49.
Yeah, I just think it was a little stubborn to try to keep passing the ball in the first half. It just seemed like they wanted to pass. Yeah, the run wasn't effective, but I just think they didn't get enough chances at it to make it effective. So here we've seen a little bit of a different strategy here as Woody Marks is getting going here in this 3rd quarter.
From the outside in for the Trojans, from the far side of the field, Jacoby Lane, Zachariah Branch, and Kyron Hudson are the receivers. Lake McCree, tight end, strong right. But the give to Woody Marks, left side, and he's got another big hole, 50, 45, 40, into Washington territory to the Washington 38-yard line. Well, where's this been all day?
Yeah, they're leaning on people right now. The Trojans seem a little bit pissed off up front. You see these offensive linemen are moving people around. Now when you run the ball this effectively, now Coach Belichick on the other side may have to add another guy to the box, and that's when the pass game opens up. So that's why the run game is so important.
Boy, Tuna Ufi from Salt Lake City East High School, where he was an all-stater for the Leopards. Injured earlier in this game, has come back in and made the tackle after a long game for Woody Marks. Now Quentin Joyner is in the backfield, and Joyner will go the same direction and gets tripped up by Bruner as he hits the line of scrimmage. Can't get his legs high enough in the air and only manages to fall forward for a single yard to the 37. 2nd down and 9. No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, only one name that has it all, and that's Athletic Brewing Company. 2nd and 9 for the Trojans. Trying to win this 88th meeting between the two schools. 101 years old, this rivalry. One of the great West Coast rivalries in college football. Not the longest, but one of the best. Jonah Monheim, 4th-year starter for the Trojans at center, waiting to snap the ball back to Moss. He does. Fake to Joyner. Underneath throw is knocked down. Ooh, boy. At the line of scrimmage. 2 rushers coming in. Moss tried to sidearm it to Zachariah Branch, but 2 guys got in there and got their hands in it. It looked like perhaps Kimori House out of St. John Bosco, grew up in Pasadena, makes the knockdown for the Huskies. No relation to the great eye doctor John House, who has his business thriving on Alvarado and I believe 4th Street. Great USC Trojan. Empty backfield here. 3rd and 9 at the 37. Trojans have driven all the way from their own 11-yard line and would dearly love to keep it going. Moss with Lemon, Hudson, and Lane to the left side. He looks that way, comes back against the grain to this side, and it is knocked away at incomplete. Looking for Branch, who is on this side with Quentin Joyner. Incomplete pass. 4th and 7. What do you do here, sir?
Looks like they're keeping the offense out there right now, but Branch and Miller Moss in the previous play just not in sync right there. Looked like they had some space to work it. I don't know if Branch wanted to curl back inside or what happened there, but Miller Moss and Zachariah Branch not on the same page.
Trojans are 5 of 8 on 4th down conversions this year, and this one would be their 2nd of the evening. Tough one indeed. 4th and 9. Have to get all the way to the 27-yard line, and they're back at the 37. Moss to pass on 4th down. Throws long. It's complete. Makai Lemon got behind him, and it's a touchdown USC. Touchdown Makai Lemon. The Trojans on 4th down strike, go the distance 89 yards, and score to get back in the ball game. How do you do?
How about that for Makai Lemon, your playmaker all year. Last game, again, it started number 6 right there, coming up with a huge play on 4th down. We talked about Miller Moss, the previous play. Missed Zachariah Branch on a little turnaround there. He's on the same page with Makai Lemon, puts it right on him right there for Trojans for 6.
Big extra point try to come here to get the Trojans back within 6 points. The punter Chapliski is the holder, as always. Hank Pepper, this year's new snapper. Everything works well so far, and the kick is good. Timeout on the field with 9:11 remaining in the 3rd quarter. And now the score is Washington 20, USC 14 on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Trojan fans, want to go to the USC-UCLA rivalry game at the Rose Bowl? Just grab an icy cold Coors Light and visit CoorsLight.com/collegefootball. Enter the keyword SCORE, and you got a shot to win your tickets to the game. It's all thanks to our great friends at Coors Light, the official beer of college football and proud partner of the USC Trojans on ESPN LA. No purchase necessary. Starts at 1/24/2125. Must be resident of 50 USC. 21 years of age or older. For prohibited use, keyword prices. See official rules at www.CoorsLight.com/collegefootball for entry restrictions. Keywords, odds, prices, and restrictions. Sponsor Boston Coast Beverage Company USA LLC. 250 South Blacker Drive, Chicago, Illinois, USA 60606.
At Audi, what drives you matters. But what you're driving towards matters more. The new fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron. How we get there matters.
Don't let someone else drive off in the Audi model you've always wanted. Visit your Southern California Audi dealer to get behind the wheel of yours today. Or visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information.
Trojan fans, you may not think of yourself as an athlete, but everyday life is full of athletic feats. You bend, you reach, you lift, you twist until back, neck, or shoulder pain hits, which brings you to a stop. But whether you're an athlete or not, the Joint Chiropractic can help ease your pain and keep you on the active list. Visit thejoint.com today to get your first consultation, exam, and adjustment for just $29. The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of the USC Trojans.
With next-level tech and safety features, Hyundai cars and SUVs give you the confidence to boldly journey wherever life takes you. Advantages include our available class-exclusive digital key and available remote smart parking assist. And because we want the road ahead to be as worry-free as possible, you'll also get complimentary maintenance for 3 years or 36,000 miles and 10 years of America's best warranty. In a brand new Hyundai, there's joy in every journey. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or see your SoCal Hyundai dealer today. You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Trojans an 89-yard drive with their first possession of the second half. Turn it into a long touchdown pass to Makai Lemon from Miller Moss, and now trail just 20-14 with 9:11 to go in the half. The PAT brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. DirecTV Sideline report right now. Here's Jordan Moore.
Yeah, it just was going to update you on the weather. It's still raining, but it's not nearly as wet and windy as it was when we went into halftime. So a little bit better conditions out here to start the second half, and certainly a perfect second half for the Trojans. One note I was going to say on Makai Lemon, just watch him. One thing I really like about him, he is always looking to make a hands catch. Even on a kickoff, now he does kickoff return, you'll see him make a hands catch. I feel like too many of these guys these days are using body catches, and we saw some drops in the first half because of that. Lemon is working with his hands, and that's the safest part of the body to catch it with.
Lance's kickoff into the end zone. Moss's yards tonight move him past Mike Van Ramphorst and Pat Hayden into 16th on the all-time career list. And his total offense has passed Reggie Bush, Mike Garrett, and O.J. Simpson into number 23 on the all-time list. Those are somewhat famous guys in USC history.
Some big names there.
Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves. This is the USC Trojan Media Network.
Hey, it's Mace, and this is USC football back where it belongs on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles, a good Karma Brands radio station. Fight on.
Really well-designed play as quarterback Rogers goes under center, so everybody's thinking run, and then he fakes a quick handoff and throws to the slant end to Giles Jackson, who gets a big gain out to the 46-yard line of 21 yards in the first half.
Yeah, really good. They've been good on play action all year. You know, you fake that little handoff to the running back that sucks the linebackers up in, leaves a void right there, and that's where Will Rogers delivered that ball.
What really bought me is that he was under center to take the snap. Handoff, Jonah Coleman, hit as he gets into the line, manages to push forward for 3 to the 49. Well, down 20-14, the Trojans. Their defense would, you got to stop them as often as you can. Touchdowns, no. Field goals, yes, at worst. At 20-14. Throw over the middle, complete. Tight end makes the catch. Trojan territory. They try to strip the ball away rather than make the tackle, and instead of tackling him at the 45, they'll bring him down finally at the 33-yard line. Kaleke Latu. Stop trying to strip and shoulder bump guys down, wrap them up, and make a tackle, for crying out loud.
Yeah, it looked like Mason Cobb on that one was trying to rip that ball out instead of getting that tackle down, and kind of spun him around, and that's why Latu was able to pick up that extra.
That just drives me crazy over the years. First and 10 at the 33, and already Washington moving in towards scoring territory. And here's Rogers again with a lob to Boston, and it's knocked away. Is there a flag? Everybody's waiting. No, and no, as Jalen Smith will successfully defend the pass, even though I'm not sure he got his head turned around on this thing.
Yeah, he looked like he got his head turned around. Well, he got his head turned around.
Hit him in the head.
At the end, right at the very end. But he's hand fighting. They're both hand fighting. Looked like a clean play, no call.
Okay. DirecTV, proud to be an official partner of USC's Trojans, and our field reports from Jordan Moore all season long. Stream the Trojans all season long on DirecTV without a satellite dish. Second and 10 at the 33. Trojans need a break. Need a turnover, something to happen. Jonah Coleman, right side, into the line to the 31, maybe the 30-yard line. Up off the bottom of the pile is Prophet Brown to come up from the nickelback spot to make the tackle. They'll give him 3 to the 30. 3rd and 7. Well, here it is.
Yeah.
Either you stop them here and you give up a field goal try, probably, or maybe it's 4th down. Depends on where they end up after this play.
Need someone to make a play. That playmaker, you know, you lose Kamari Ramsey, you don't have Eric Gentry anymore. That we're just lacking a playmaker right now in this defense to make a big play.
in the backfield. This is the backup quarterback, Damon Williams, who likes to run the ball, but he'll pass it when he has to. He gets slugged as he throws it down the left side, incomplete. Jalen Smith, the crowd calling for a flag. He was guarding Jeremiah Hunter. You could tell by the crowd's reaction what kind of result they got.
Yeah, well, the crowd wants a flag for roughing the passer because he got hit too hard. But
he got hit hard.
But it was a clean shot right there by Sam Green, just coming right up the middle. Hits him exactly how you're supposed to hit him. Uses his shoulder pad, puts it right in the midsection right there. Nothing dirty about that. So no flag. Just hit the. Well,
he hit him just as he let go of the ball. You can't stop moving forward with no time.
The crowd's just upset because it was too hard.
4th and 7. No field goal coming. Look out for that little slant. That's what they do the best here. Wide to the right side. This is Rashad Williams. They haven't talked about him at all. Here's the pass by Rodgers over the middle, over the head of the intended receiver, the tight end, Latu. Incomplete, and the Trojans take over on downs.
That's what I'm talking about, some playmaking right there. 4th down, you make a play, you get off right there. It's like a turnover for the defense right there. You get your offense back out there. The momentum is starting to swing it, and you can feel it in this stadium as the Huskies fans feel the Trojans coming on here.
Time out of the field, 6:52 to go in the third quarter. SC gets the ball back after their second straight defensive stop of the second half. The score, Washington 20, USC 14 on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
USC Football and Children's Hospital Los Angeles continue to support the pediatric needs of our community. For over 120 years, CHLA has been at the forefront of providing exceptional medical care for children across California. Recognized by U.S. News and World Report as the #1 children's hospital in California, CHLA has consistently ranked among the top national hospitals and has been on the honor roll of best children's hospitals since its inception. Whether it's routine care or life-saving treatment, families trust CHLA for its world-class pediatric care. To learn more, visit chla.org today.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love, with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
Ready to take your goals to the end zone? If you live in LA or Orange counties, a bank-beating loan from USC Credit Union could be your winning play. Whether it's purchasing a new or used car, earning credit card rewards, switching to clean energy, or buying your dream home, we've got competitive rates, quick approvals, and expert guidance to get it done. Make the winning play and fight on to savings with an affordable USC Credit Union loan today. Visit usccreditunion.org to get started. Federally insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Housing.
The Rams look to continue the winning tomorrow. Also up in the Pacific Northwest, Rams Seahawks. Coverage begins at 11 a.m. with the Rams countdown to kickoff right here on your home for Rams football, 710 ESPN.
First down, Trojans, after they get a stop. They've got it at their own 30, down 20-14. Halfway through, almost, the third period here in Seattle, Washington, where the light rain continues to fall. Handoff up the middle. Here's Woody Marks to the 40, 45, 46, 47-yard line. And the Trojans continue to pound the rock as he gets 16 yards and a first down, USC.
And we saw it on the previous drive coming out of half. Feeding Woody Marks, he got going in that first half, or in that first drive, and then that opens up the pass game. So Trojans found something here in the run game with Woody Marks, opened up some lanes for him, and look for that to help the pass game out as well.
If you hear my incredulousness in my voice, it's because the Trojans didn't run the ball in the first half, and now that's all they're doing. Fake to Marks. Moss will throw. This way, complete. Zachariah Branch at the 30, cuts it across at the 25. He's at the 20, 15. Tackle forward near the 10-yard line. They'll say out down at the 12. A huge gain for Moss and Zachariah Branch. The Trojans are in the La Victoria red zone. 1st and 10 at the Washington 12-yard line. How do you do?
Big
42
play.
yards on the play.
Big play by Zachariah Branch right there. Nice toss as they get back on the ball.
The give to Woody Marks. He's on the right side inside the 10 down to the 8-yard line. I really like the way Zachariah Branch cuts across field when he catches a pass like that, because there's so much room out in the front of him, and he almost went all the way, but not.
He was smart enough to cover up that ball too, because you can see the defenders coming from the other angle. You're always worried about getting the fumble, getting the big shot from behind right there. Zachariah Branch with the awareness, cover up that ball when you get tackled.
Trojans trailed 20-7 at the half. They trail 20-14 now. Have a 2nd and 7 at the Washington 9-yard line. 5:16 and counting in the third period. Pete Arbogast, Shaun, Cody, and Jordan Moore. A fake to Marks, a throw. It's Kyle Ford at the 10. Kyle Ford at the 5. Kyle Ford in the end zone. Touchdown USC! And the Trojans have tied the game with the extra point to come here in the third quarter. A fantastic third quarter. When all seemed lost at halftime, this Trojan team has found a way to fight back.
We talked about energy, Pete. This team didn't have any energy in the first half. Didn't make enough plays probably to have enough energy, but come out with some fight in the second half. 2 touchdown drives here, some great stops on defense. So Trojans with some life here. Great play by Kyle Ford right there, running across the middle, getting some help from Hudson there as he gets a block as Kyle Ford gets in the end zone.
Much like the pass he caught last week for a touchdown where he had to dive into the end zone. The extra point tried to put the Trojans ahead is up and good. Timeout on the field. Wake the town and tell the people. 5:07 to go in the third quarter. The score, that's right, USC 21, Washington 20 on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Bite on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 70 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
At Audi, expectations matter. It's why what's standard on every Audi SUV are features that exceed yours. How we get there matters. The Audi family of SUVs. Progress you can feel.
Don't let someone else drive off in the Audi model you've always wanted. Visit your Southern California Audi dealer to get behind the wheel of yours today. Or visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
USC men's basketball begins this season Monday night against Chattanooga. Coverage begins at 6:45 p.m. on the all-new ESPN LA app, and you'll hear the second half of the game on 7:10 a.m. after Lakers basketball. That's Monday on the all-new ESPN LA app.
Trojans go ahead 21-20 with 5:07 to go in the third. There was a game I called here in 1995 where the Trojans trailed 21-0 at halftime and rallied for one of the most important tie games in USC history. Ended up tying it at the very end of the game, 21-21, a tie that ended up propelling them to the conference championship and the Rose Bowl where they beat Northwestern. It was here on this very field. Trojan fans, you can listen to USC football and all the biggest college football and basketball games on the TuneIn app, free internet radio, and of course right here on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network. You can listen to USC basketball, the first game of the regular season starting on Monday, and this guy, Jordan Moore, brings us all the action. Jordan?
Yeah, we were talking at halftime that, what did the Trojans need to fix? This was not a small tweaks kind of halftime speech. This was a major overhaul on the way everything was going on. There just really wasn't anything going for USC in the first half, and so you do point to things like intensity and overall execution by the team. And they look a completely different team here to start the second half. Just a major attitude change on the field.
Kickoff 3 yards deep in the end zone will be brought out by Washington and all the way to the 24 or 5. So they almost got all the way back out there. as Washington gets a decent return there. Well, you know, the key, obviously, Shaun, they had 22 rushing yards in the first half. They've got 66 rushing yards in the third quarter.
Yeah, the rushing has got going. It's opened the air attack as Zachariah and Mackay have struck. I think fourth downs too, Pete. You think 4th and 9. Lincoln Riley rolling the dice right there in 4th and 9 and goes deep to Mackay. So that's a huge play in the game. And then defense gets a 4th down stop. So 4th down, the second half has been huge.
4th and 9 is a famous phrase in USC football history, is it not? Yeah. Dwayne Jarrett, Matt Leinart. All right, first down play. Little swing pass this way. Well, they didn't go for 16 or 17 on the first play of the series. Instead, a little pass this way. And a short yardage pickup of no yards on it. Prophet Brown makes the tackle on Cameron Davis, and it'll be 2nd and 10. The first plays of the first 2 possessions, I think they went 17 and 21.
Yeah, Prophet Brown right there with a real nice play, able to come up to shoot the legs out of the wide receiver with nowhere to go.
Davis, the guy that caught that one, all baseline league, 3-year starter for the CIF Southern Section champions in Division II from Upland High. This is a 2nd and 10 now for Will Rogers. The throw complete over the middle. Trojans miss a tackle on Denzel Boston, and he'll work his way out to the 40. Well, the first play wasn't any good, but the second one was 15. 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line. I like this guy. Denzel Boston, good receiver. I like him.
Oh, yeah. He's been clutch for them all year. Obviously, we talked about him in the touchdown game, but over 40 receiving receptions this year with over 500 yards, so he gets it done.
Came in with 9 catches now, so he's 53 catches and like 600 yards. That's pretty good. What can we tell you about him? 6'4", 209, big guy. He plays smaller. Looks like a smaller guy. At least the way he catches and runs after he does for a 6'4" guy. 1st and 10 at the 40. Jonah Coleman. Gang tackled after a couple of yards. You can hear the referee saying, all right, that's enough. He's down. And that tackle made by Mascarenas Arnold, and I saw Kobe Pepe in on that one too. Gain of 2, 2nd and 8. How's the clock looking? 3:41 to go in the third. Long way to go, certainly. Trojans have the lead, 21-20. Trailed 20-7 at halftime.
Yeah, Trojans, obviously the defense hasn't been perfect tonight, but pretty good in the run game, though. Been slowing the run game down all day. Nothing really other than
Coleman got outside that one
first
time.
touchdown, yeah. But other than that, pretty good in the run game.
Rogers will throw again. He does that a lot. In trouble. Rushes away. Throws a wobbler, and that's out of bounds. It looked like somebody might have got a piece of that out near the 50-yard line, and a flag down in the offensive backfield.
Stop the presses.
That'll be holding.
Might get a holding
call against somebody.
Holding. Offense number 68.
We've seen it all.
10-yard penalty from the previous spot.
I thought they'd wipe that out of the rule book. Wasn't even a thing anymore. That would have been 3rd and 8. Do you take this penalty and make it 2nd and 18, or you go 3rd and 8 here?
Looks like they're taking it.
They're sure talking about it, I'll bet you. And I think they're going to not take it. All right, they're taking the penalty. So 2nd down and 18 instead of 3rd and 8. That's a difficult one to choose, isn't it? It's kind of tough.
Right on the line there.
Rogers drops the pass. Not much rush. Then they start coming. Rogers might want to run. Throws on the run, incomplete. Underthrown, looking for Boston, and why not? And now 3rd and 18. So now in retrospect, it's good they took the penalty. Although that would have been a 3rd down play, and then he would have been kicking.
Yeah, Rogers off the mark there. We mentioned he can get it done in the pocket. Pretty good pocket passer. He can get the ball where it's supposed to be right there in the run. That's not something really in his wheelhouse, throwing on the run like that.
Yeah, I thought he was going to take off. I don't think he was going to get 18 if he did. He might have got 10.
Got to play draw screen here. You got to be smart for the Trojans.
Look out for Kaleki Latu if he's in there. I don't see him. Oh, there he is, slotted on the right side. Rogers wants to throw over the middle. Does to nobody. 4 Trojans. Kind of around Latu, and I think they had the same idea that I did. You got to watch that guy. He's slippery. Kaleki Latu. And 4th down, and so the Trojans force another stop. That's 3 in a row here in the third quarter.
And much better on the back end, Pete. We talked about all the space that Washington was creating on the back end. Their wide receivers had a ton of area, and Will Rogers was delivering. Now they've done a much better job in the second half, sticking to guys. Zone defense right there looking good. So just a much better defense in the back end in the second half so far.
All right, McAllister has an open field to kick what you were hoping for earlier, maybe outkick the coverage. Zachariah Branch needs to get loose on one of these to make himself feel good. Here comes the kick. Branch looks up, waiting, no fair catch, makes the catch at the 20. Starts up the left side. He's at the 30. Outside to the 35 and just be running. Ooh, could be a late hit. They won't call it, but he got knocked out of bounds at the 40. He was running out. There it is. There's a flag. Oh, it's somebody's yellow shoes. Ha! I thought it was a penalty marker. 40-yard line at any rate. It's a 20-yard return, which brings us to a timeout here in Seattle. 2:54 remaining in the third quarter. The score, USC 21 and Washington 20 on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Inspired by Southern
Nice return.
California's laid-back yet active
Yeah.
lifestyle, Travis Mathew creates premium men's and women's apparel designed to make you look and feel your best
talk
no
about
matter
it.
the
Yeah,
activity.
I just haven't
Now,
got to
Travis
it yet.
Mathew brings that
Yeah.
same style
Yeah,
to
I know.
USC fans with their first ever collegiate collaboration. Designed with the iconic cardinal and gold, this collection carries the tradition and legacy of USC. Gear up for game days and style. New customers get 20% off their first order with code 710 at travismatthew.com. That's code 710.
I can click a button right now and make coffee in my house.
Trojan fans, are you ready to fight on? Fruitist Blueberries got your back. All across the gridiron, straight into the end zone, our berries pack flavor and crunch into every bite. Like a tribute to Troy, these berries will keep you cheering from the stands. Get ready for Fruitist Blueberries, the ultimate superfruit snack. Delicious, healthy, and always ready to win. Taste the sweet victory in every bite. Snack smarter, snack Fruitist, because even our berries fight on. Available in stores near you.
When you're hiring, ZipRecruiter's technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. What if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/LA. ZipRecruiter.com/LA.
You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Trojans' third defensive stop in as many tries in the third quarter. Forced Washington to punt. A nice return for Zachariah Branch. His longest of the year by a yard of 20. That defensive stop by the Trojans presented by Smart Stop Self-Storage, the smarter way to store. Here on the 40th anniversary of the 1984 Trojans, who were Rose Bowl and Pac-8 champions, defeated Ohio State in the Rose Bowl 20-17 behind a great defensive effort by Coach Jack Del Rio under head coach Ted Tollner. Great moment in USC history 40 years ago this year. That seems virtually impossible. I remember one of the first plays of that game. I think it was Keith Byers of Ohio State went like 90 yards, and I was like, oh, God. All right, first down, Trojans leading 21-20. First time with the ball and the lead, have it at their own 40-yard line. They've been running the ball pretty well here in the third quarter. Let's see what happens here on this possession. They've scored 2 touchdowns on their 2 possessions. The give is to Woody Marks, left side. Doesn't get 12, but gets a nice 5 out to the 45-yard line. Second down and 5 for USC.
Good job by Emmanuel Pregnon, Elijah Page. They've been pulled 4 or 5 times in the second half. And leading that block right there. 5 yards on first down. That's a win, Pete.
Second down and 5. The rankings, the big ones coming out. Not that we'll be a part of this, but the rankings report driven by Kia and your Southern California Kia dealers. Ranked number 1 in consumer satisfaction coming out this Tuesday, I believe, which is a pretty big day in the United States. Not just because of the football rankings. Second and 5 from the 45. The fake to Marks. Moss waiting, rolling this way. Throws as he's about to be hit. That's complete. And stretching the ball out, Mekhi Lemon from the 44, trying to stretch it out to the 45. And where's the spot going to be? Linesman is standing on the 45. And that's where they're going to put it. No gain on the play. 3rd and 5. Third down, a pretty important one for Washington. They haven't come close to stopping the Trojans here in the third quarter. Minute 40 to go, clock running. SC leading by a point after trailing by 10 and trailing most of the game until here in the third quarter. Moss in an empty backfield. 3-step drop. Steps and throws, intercepted. That's Bruner with his second interception, and he's bringing it back to the Trojan 40 and then brought down there. Bruner's second pick of the night, the third thrown by Moss, 2 of which have mattered, one of which was the Hail Mary interception at the end of the half, which really didn't. But Bruner gets this one and a nice return on it to set Washington up nicely with a chance to get close to a field goal and reclaim the lead here towards the end of the third quarter and with the beginning of the fourth as well.
Yeah, I just can't do it if you're Miller Moss. These are the kind of turnovers we've seen out of this team on the road that have cost them some games here. Just a bad turnover our side of the ball. Just didn't see Bruner dropping back in coverage right there. Throws the ball. Linebacker makes a nice play on it, but got to play cleaner brand of football if you want to win on the road.
Bruner's earning his keep tonight. 6'2", 226, a fifth-year senior from Woodinville, Washington. Pac-12 honorable mentionist last year. Had 5 tackles in the game against the Trojans at the Coliseum. Now a pass off the left side. And 39-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Oh, big play by Mason Cobb. Got back there in a hurry, tips the ball up. He's almost able to intercept it here. Would have been a huge play, but
oh boy,
actually,
nice try right through the basket.
Will Rogers was able to tip it away from him until he couldn't.
Matt Cobb had his arms wide open like he was going to pull it in and right through the basket. 2nd and 10 on the incomplete pass. Trojans being asked to have another defensive stand here. That would be a really big one with good field position for Washington on the start. Rolling right, throwing underneath. That's complete to Jonah Coleman, and he gets to the 30, bringing up a 3rd and 1. From behind, Elijah Hughes had the most to do with the tackle there. Just under a minute to play in the third quarter of a Trojan 1-point lead. Washington nearing field goal range for Grady Gross. Handoff, first down to the 28 for Jonah Coleman. Trojans can't do anything about that as Cobb and Meyer make the stop. 1st and 10 at the 28-yard line. And we may get 1 or 2 more snaps in the third quarter. Both teams trying to move above 500. The Huskies would even their Big Ten record at 3-3. The Trojans would get to 3-4 if they were able to get this comeback victory. A long way to go in it. Washington being told to hold on. They made a substitution. Now the Trojans have done the same. Up under center on a 1st and 10 at the SC 28. Play action fake. Rogers will throw. It's complete to the guy he faked to. And out of bounds at the 21-yard line is Cameron Davis. And the Washington Huskies, after the interception, got the crowd back in the game, are themselves feeling like they're back in the game with 4 seconds left in the third period. And Washington ready to take the lead back again. And they will let the clock run out, and it has. 3 quarters in the books. 1 more to go. Score after 3. USC 21, Washington 20 on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yelling. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
You want Jersey Mike's signature sub, you get a number 13 original Italian. You want a dramatic radio idea? You get me. Like this. I'm the 7th-string quarterback and the other 6 quarterbacks go down. The coach yells, DeVito, you're in. The crowd is worried until I throw a touchdown. But the other team is celebrating. Apparently, I threw the Jersey Mike's number 13 original Italian I was eating on the sidelines. Whoops. The number 13 original Italian, Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, Los Angeles and Orange County, tired of being just a number at your bank? Become a member owner of USC Credit Union. Now residents of LA and Orange counties can join the Trojans Credit Union of choice. Enjoy better rates on deposits and loans, plus access to the largest shared banking network nationwide and 24/7 mobile banking. Open your account in minutes at usccreditunion.org. Huddle up for better banking with USC Credit Union, the official credit union of USC Athletics, federally insured by the NCUA.
USC women's basketball begins the season Monday, and you'll hear the game against Ole Miss. Coverage begins at 8:45 a.m. on the all-new ESPN LA app. USC Ole Miss Monday morning, 8:45 on the all-new ESPN LA app.
Much better quarter in the third for the Trojans as they outscore Washington 14-0 to take a 21-20 lead into the fourth. But Washington now knocking on the door, getting ready to reclaim that lead from USC. But still, I like what I saw better. So far, so good. Let's see if they can keep it up in the fourth quarter and keep these Washington Huskies at bay a little bit.
Yeah, big stop right here. If defense can hold this to 3 here, that'd be a win for this defense.
Fourth quarter of Trojan football, sponsored by Athletic Brewing. No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all, athleticbrewing.com. Got a 2nd and 3 at the Trojan 21, going towards the lake now. And they've moved the ball easily after the Bruner interception of Miller Moss, his second. And this one, the first one, he got to the 45. The second one, this one, he got into the Trojan side of the field. Jonah Coleman gets sprung loose to the right side, and he'll get the first down inside the 15 to the 13-yard line. What do you think of Coleman? I mean, he had a great game against SC last year. He's been good today and kept the Trojans kind of back on their heels a little bit because they can't key on Will Rogers as much as they would like, maybe?
Yeah, he's done a good job tonight, but I think the Trojans have fitted up the run pretty well. Right there, just kind of guys that get caught in the back, looking around, kind of looking, jumping out of gaps right there, and that's why you get the little spring leak right there.
Well, he's not going to run the ball this time because he's not in the backfield. The only guy there is Will Rogers. Rogers will pass on first down from the Trojan 14. Slant, knocked away, up in the air, incomplete. Jalen Smith knocked it up in the air. Braylon Shelby had a look at it. Gavin Meyer had a look at it, but not really. 2nd down and 10 at the 14-yard line.
Really super headsy play by Jalen Smith there. He saw that little cross action early. They're just trying to pick just crossing the wide receivers to try to pick one of those DBs off. Jalen Smith reads it early, jumps the route, knocks it out.
They've been throwing those slants with lots of success in the first half. The second half, this game has really gummed up a little bit defensively for Washington's offense because the Trojans have made those adjustments in the second half. Backup quarterback is in. He wants to throw a shovel pass and does to Coleman. Mascarenas Arnold misses him. Finally chased down by Sam Green. Mascarenas Arnold was about 2 feet too far behind. He'll get the ball to the 9-yard line, and it'll now be 3rd and 5 from the 9. And we have a flag in the in the end zone against the Trojans. I think Jalen Smith is arguing something. That was never going to be a pass play. Never. It was always designed to be a pitch out
just the option
to Jonah
play.
Coleman, always.
Just the option play there for the quarterback. He's just trying to string it out as long as possible. Sam Green played it really nice. Easton Mascarenas has the running back there. He's got to find a way to make that tackle, not let that get outside of him.
He was never going to throw the ball.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 21. 21 pulled 5's helmet off. 5 can stay in the game. Half the distance to the goal, automatic first down. And that is number 21's first unsportsmanlike conduct foul.
So move the ball to the 4.5-yard line where it is 1st and goal for Washington, and they're that close from taking a lead of 6 or 7 points, depending on if they go for 2 or not, which they probably would, I would think.
Yeah,
you want to be up by a full 7 if you can be.
Not a smart play there.
All right, the Trojans need to try to hold them to a field goal. That's the only thing you can hope for here at this point. Up under center with Coleman 6 yards behind him is Rogers. Handoff on the end around, and this will be an easy touchdown. Touchdown for, I believe, Keith Reynolds. Yep. Young man from Adelanto up in the desert near Victorville, up in that area. Touchdown for Washington. They reclaim the lead and probably go for 2 here.
Little jet sweep there. The wide receiver goes in motion and just kind of flip it to him right when he's going by there. And easy touchdown for the Huskies after the big turnover on the interception of Miller Moss that set this one up.
All right, so they're going to go for 2. As Washington leads 26-21. Still only a minute and 12 seconds into the fourth quarter. And they'll move the ball. They get the choice of where they want to snap it from. From the 3-yard line, it'll be on the right side, the right hash mark. Coleman has run in for a couple of touchdowns. He gets this 2-point conversion. They'll lead by 7. Right now it's 5. Snap back to Rogers, throws left, fade pattern, too far. Threw it past and over the head. Denzel Boston. Prophet Brown was defending, so the pass is no good. and the lead stays at 5. Will that mean something later on? You just never know until we get there. Timeout of the field. 13:48 to go in the ball game in regulation time, and what we know for sure is the score is Washington 26, USC 21. The Trojans get it back, and now they need to score when we come back in the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
USC Football and Children's Hospital Los Angeles continue to support the pediatric needs of our community. For over 120 years, CHLA has been at the forefront of providing exceptional medical care for children across California. Recognized by U.S. News and World Report as the #1 children's hospital in California, CHLA has consistently ranked among the top national hospitals and has been on the honor roll of best children's hospitals since its inception. Whether it's routine care or life-saving treatment, families trust CHLA for its world-class pediatric care. To learn more, visit chla.org today.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate the competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Now a bit of a seesaw as Washington led 20-7 at halftime. Trojans scored all the points in the third quarter to go up 21-20, and in the first minute 12 of the second portion of the first half, otherwise known as the fourth quarter, Washington gets a second interception from Carson Bruner, turns it into a short field touchdown to lead 26-21. DirecTV Sideline report with Jordan Moore is up now.
Yeah, just looking up at the big board and the stats, I mean, it's a remarkably even game statistically, except for one stat. USC is -3 in the turnover margin. Sure, you can write off the Hail Mary and say they're -2, but you know, these are just the stats that we have seen in road games this season, and we know that road games are going to be fine margins. You're not going to come into a place like this and blow a team out. You cannot afford to lose the turnover battle, and the Trojans have done it time and time again on the road, and despite all that momentum they started the second half with, now they got to get it back.
Squibby kick taken by Makai Lemon, and he won't get back to the 20. That's one of those where maybe you want to, even though it's on the ground, take the fair catch and get it out to the 25-yard line, because it's bouncing around out there. That costs you a lot of time when you're trying to pick it up.
Yeah, I think you should have took that one up the middle there. Looked like you might have misread that one and try to bounce it outside there. But yeah, a tough one when they kick it at you quick there. You got to make a fast decision. Unfortunately, that one hurts the Trojans for a couple yards.
Louisville leading 11th ranked Clemson 26-7 with 11 minutes to go in that game. First and 10 SC at their own 19, down by 5. Long way to go in the fourth. How many possessions do you get in the fourth? 3, 4. Woody Marks has run the ball well here in the second half. He gets the first down call and barges his way through a sea of blockers and tacklers to the 21, only 2 yards on the play. Second down and 8. Texas A&M ranked 10th, losing at South Carolina 30-20 early in the fourth. A couple of upsets brewing, and there have been a couple of upsets at the bottom of the top 25 already today. Ohio State beat Penn State in the big one. Oregon took Michigan. UCLA upset Nebraska on the road. Here's a 2nd and 8 for the Trojans, and the crowd that's left here after the rainstorm still making some noise. Throw on his back, caught by Zachariah Branch at the 25. Very short pass, 3 yards, and now 3rd and 4 for USC, and already in trouble on this drive. You got to get a first down. Can't give it back to Washington. You're going to find yourself down by 8 or more, and time will be running out on you. So almost must score.
This place is
at least flip the fields.
Energy is picking up in here. You can feel the place rumbling a little bit.
And you can't blame them for that. We've seen this act before. See if the Trojans can figure it out. Handoff. This is Marks coming this way. He'll have the first down. Runs into his own man, Kyron Hudson. Blasts Hudson and then keeps it going across the 40 to the 44-yard line. A fine run. Gee, if Hudson hadn't gotten away, I don't know how far he would have gone. But a first down, USC, finally brought down by the backup safety, Vince Holmes, out of San Jacinto High School in Southern California's desert.
Great execution by the players on that one, but good call by Lincoln Riley, 3rd and 5. I'm sure Washington's thinking he's going to pass the ball. Miller Moss is going to drop back again. They're off the ball. They attack him with the run game, and Woody Marks has a good one.
Quite the run for Marks, so he goes out. Quentin Joyner comes in on first down Trojans at their own 44-yard line, moving right to left here in the fourth quarter, down by 5. Under 13 minutes to play in the quarter. The fake to Joyner. Moss has all kinds of time, waiting, still has time, still waiting. Finally finds somebody, and it is incomplete. Threw it to Jacoby Lane coming across the middle late. And a busted pattern, really. They're just trying to make anything happen at that point. 2nd down and 10. Moss stood back there for the better part of 5 or 6, 7 seconds even.
Yeah, and he's had a lot of time tonight. You know, Washington is not a great pass rushing team, and sometimes they don't even rush for. So, right, all the time in the world right there. Miller Moss has got to be careful with that ball in the middle of the field right there. Those things get tipped around in there, and you're messing with danger there.
Big 2nd down play, 2nd and 10 from the 44. We check the clock with 11:33 remaining in the ball game. Trojans trail 26-21. Joyner remains in. It'll be Quentin Joyner up the middle. Gets met and pushed forward by the Trojans offensive line for extra yard, but will manage only 4 on the play, bringing up an important 3rd and 6 for the University of Southern California. How are they doing on 3rd down conversions? Well, the Trojans are 5 of 11, 2 of 2 on 4th downs if you're thinking that way. This a big 3rd and 6 for USC.
We saw last 3rd down, 3rd and 5. They ran the ball. Let's see what Lincoln Riley elects to do on this 3rd and 6.
Marks is back in after a quick rest of 2 plays. Walker Lyons tight end on the right side. Left side is Lake McCree, so a twin tight end set. It'll be Woody Marks. Starts up the middle, goes out the outside. He's got the 50, 45 on the other side of the 50, and down to the 43-yard line when his helmet pops off. But that'll be enough for a USC first down, driven by your Southern California Hyundai dealers. With a brand new Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Another call by Lincoln Riley to the run game on 3rd down, going Woody Marks, the workhorse there. And Woody Marks does a great job of not just trying to get outside and hit to the sideline. He turns it up, knows how much yardage he needs to get to pick up that first down, puts his head down and picks it up. Nice run by Woody Marks.
1st and 10 at the Washington 43. Drive started way back in their own end. After a kickoff return only to about the 18-yard line. Joyner comes in because Marks can't play on this play because he lost his helmet. Late handoff goes to Joyner, trying around the right side outside. He'll get a couple to the 41 and then thrown down there after a short gain of 2. 2nd down and 8. Trojans have had problems getting good first down yardage on this drive. Doing okay on 2nds and really well on 3rds.
Yeah, like Quentin Joyner's got to stick it up in there on that one right there. I know he wanted to bounce it out there, but just got to be patient for those offensive linemen to clear, and then you kind of make your decision, find your hole there. There he kind of bounced it out a little bit too early for me. I would like to force the middle right there a little longer.
He stays in on a 2nd and 8 at the Washington 41-yard line. Trojans trail by 5, 26-21. Have been behind most of the game, ahead 21-20 at the end of the 3rd. The handoff to Joyner, right side. Linebackers come up to make the hit. He'll still manage to get a couple of yards again, but not up the middle, off to the right side, and that'll make it 3rd and 4 at the 37-yard line. So again, the Trojans facing a most important 3rd down play in a situation here where I think they probably go for it on 4th down.
Once again, another 3rd down here, 4, 5, or 6. Lincoln Riley has run the ball 2 times on 3rd down. You get a little play action here. Are you going to keep with the run? What's the prescription here from Lincoln Riley?
3rd and 4, need to get to the 33 right on it. They're right on the 37. Tight end strong right, far to the right, Kyle Ford, near side Branch and Robinson. Whistles, no whistles, just a lot of crowd noise. Changing the play, Miller Moss moves Woody Marks from his left to his right. Takes the snap, hands off to Marks. He's got hole on the left side and dives forward across the 35 and down to the 31-yard line. That's another USC first down.
And that's a great job by Miller Moss. You saw how he changed the position of Woody Marks. He put him on his other side to run away from that blitz. And right there, they just back ended Washington, couldn't catch up to that play. Woody Marks picks up another another first down on a third down run from the Trojans.
31-yard line. It's a 1st and 10 USC. Started back at the 18-yard line. Trailing by 6, 26-21. Clock now shows 8:05 and running in the 4th and final quarter of regulation play. Doesn't seem like a score that we could have an overtime today. You never know, though. Left side, McCree. Handoff to Quentin Joyner. He delays at the line, but finds an outside hole. 30, 25, 20. Stays on his feet. And out of bounds, they say, as he was trying to dance down the sideline, but out of bounds near the 16-yard line. And the Trojans in the La Victoria red zone have a 1st and 10 after the 15-yard gain by the youngster Quentin Joyner at the Washington 16-yard line. Pushed out of bounds there by Prysock.
And running the ball, the Trojans are. Quentin Joyner bounces that one out right there. Nice patient running. Just barely clips that sideline, or he might have tiptoed for maybe another 10 yards.
Joyner stays in. He's been the feature back for most of this drive. From the 16-yard line, Moss takes the snap, hands it to Joyner, up the middle, down to the 10, down to the 5, down to the 3-yard line. One of the Washington Huskies has lost his lid and will have to sit out the ball game. I believe that is Holmes, the backup safety, Southern California kid I mentioned from San Jac, where he was the league defensive MVP. And a 1st and goal for the Trojans. They'll put him down at the 4-yard line.
And the run game starting to wear this Washington defense out a little bit. You're attacking them. Those body blows are starting to add up here in the 4th quarter, and you're seeing a defense that's kind of getting mushed down here by this Trojan offensive line.
6:55 to go in the ball game. Woody Marks is back on the field for the Trojans. McCree slotted right. Comes back in motion to be a blocking fullback on the right side of Miller Moss. The handoff to Marks, straight up the middle into the line. Gets to the 3, maybe the 2.5. 2nd and goal to go for USC. Marks helped up from his back by Alani Noah, talented sophomore offensive lineman. 2nd and goal. They spot the ball at the 3-yard line, so a pickup of 1.5 on that play. Just inside the 3 are the Trojans. Receivers Deuce Robinson and Zachariah Branch to the near side. Walker Lyons, tight end strong right behind another tight end, Lake McCree. Marks. Now Branch comes into a slot on the near side. The fake. Moss will throw in the end zone. Incomplete. Looking for Robinson, but he was perfectly defended on the play by Ephesians Prysock. And it'll be 3rd and goal from the 3-yard line. I'm surprised they threw the ball there the way they've been running the ball.
Yeah, I think trying to catch Washington off guard. You just kept pounding the rock. You thought you figured another one and try to slip Deuce Robinson behind everybody and get over him, but would have liked maybe to just kind of pound the ball maybe 3 times in a row there.
3rd and goal at the 3. Whistles, and somebody's called for a stoppage of play. Probably SC, I would think. They really want to discuss this very important 3rd down play. I haven't heard who it is officially. And we'll take a break. Timeout on the field with 5:55. Lucky numbers for somebody. Remaining on the scoreboard clock in the 4th quarter. Washington 26, USC 21. Trojans with a 3rd and goal from the Washington 3 when we come back on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
At Audi, what drives you matters. But what you're driving towards matters more. The new fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron. How we get there matters.
Don't let someone else drive off in the Audi model you've always wanted. Visit your Southern California Audi dealer to get behind the wheel of yours today. Or visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information.
Hey, Trojan fans, we've got some big news. USC Credit Union just got even bigger. Now everyone in LA and Orange counties can join the team. Here, you're not just another face in the crowd. You get better rates, bigger savings, and profits that go right back to you. This isn't just banking. It's not-for-profit banking, where you come first. With access to the largest shared banking network nationwide and on-the-go mobile banking, managing your money has never been easier. Ready to join something big? Open your account in minutes at usccreditunion.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love, with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
We'll see the Dogs next at the Coliseum in 2026. We will be back in this building in 2027 in an unbalanced Big Ten schedule. The Trojans took time out and have a ball 3rd and goal at the Washington 3-yard line, needing a touchdown to take the lead. A field goal wouldn't be awful, but it would feel awful, would it not, Jordan Moore?
Yeah, I wonder if a field goal is even a thought here. I think you're thinking about 2 downs from here, which is why I would expect a running play of some sort. We have seen Miller Moss keep it a couple times in this situation to catch the defense off guard, but I think the way that Lincoln Riley's looking at this and the way he coaches, that he's looking at 2 downs from here and not kicking a field goal.
All right. I tend to agree with you. Plus, if you hold them here, Washington holds SC. Washington's going to get the ball back at their own, 1. So, Trojans break huddle on the sideline. Woody Marks and Miller Moss have been in the backfield most of the time. A little Quentin Joyner tonight. Double tight end to the right side with Kyron Hudson joining over there. On a 3rd and goal at the 3, the crowd roars. Long count, snap back, pitch back to Woody Marks, steps in, gets down to the 1-yard line and gets punished back from there. He's at the 1 plus about a foot. Fancy little play, and it looked like it was going to work for a second. But a great defensive effort by Washington will give the Trojans a 4th and goal. The ball sitting right on the 1-yard line. How do you do? Trojans need to punch this in. They need to find a way to win one of these ball games on the road to the Big Ten. They need to figure it out, and figure it out right now. Woody Marks in the backfield to the right side of Miller Moss. On 4th and goal at the 1-yard line, down by 5. Late stages of the 4th quarter on the road at Washington. Crowd screaming. McCree lines up as a fullback in front of Marks. The handoff to Marks, and he is stuffed for a 4-yard loss. Can you believe it? The game isn't over, but that didn't help the Trojans cause any, as Washington will take over on their own 5-yard line. Timeout on the field. Still 5 minutes and 4 seconds remaining in the ball game, but the score remains Washington 26, USC 21 on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
When you've got good beer and good vibes, it's all Buena. Introducing Stone Buena Mesa Salt and Lime Lager. Brewed with real lime and a touch of sea salt, this insanely refreshing Baja-inspired lager is perfect for celebrating the good life with good people. Imported from San Diego to wherever you are, in 6-packs, 12-packs, and on draft. Find Buena Mesa near you using the beer finder at find.stonebrewing.com and show how you live Buena on Instagram at LiveBuena.
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 70 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate the competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today. You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Trojans get pushed back on a 4th and goal at the 1. According to the scoreboard, both teams still have all 3 times out remaining. Now, somebody called timeout earlier, and I don't know who it was. I would thinking it was SC because it was a 3rd and goal from the 3, and they would have called it. But I don't see anything in the play-by-play online, and I don't see anything on the scoreboard, so we'll just have to wait and see. Ocean views and magical sunsets. A luxury resort like no other is what I'm describing at Terranea. Discover Terranea, located along the stunning Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to Terranea now at terranea.com. Well, up to the defense to get the ball back. 4-yard line for Washington back in their own end. And how many times can they afford to pass it? The handoff to Coleman, and he'll get to the 9. A quick 5 yards, 2nd and 5 from the 9. They're just trying to dig their way, A, out of a hole, and B, make the clock run.
Yeah, well, the bad part about that last 4th, not that you didn't get the touchdown, but you also gave up some yards. You lost yards. So you would hope you end up on the 1-yard line, but instead they're on the 4, and now they're out towards the 10-yard line. So bad on multiple fronts for the Trojans.
Again, need a break or somebody to make a big play. Sam Green, defensive end on the left side. Trojans showing blitz with Zion Branch, and it's a handoff over the middle to Coleman, and he'll get out across the 10 to the 11. A little extracurricular activity, but everybody's going to get up okay, and now it'll be 3rd down and 3 from the 11. So they need to get to the 14. Well, if the Trojans could somehow stop them with nothing here, which seems impossible the way that Will Rogers has thrown tonight, 23 of 37 for 252 yards, and most of them short yardage situation. The Trojans have had better luck with him here in the 3rd and 4th quarters. This one a tough one, a 3rd down and 3 from the 11-yard line. Just a turnaround pattern. Look for this tight end, number 85 on our side, Kaleki Latu. This is Rogers rolling away, throws, complete, easy 1st down. Out of bounds. The Zion Branch will push Giles Jackson out of bounds for the 1st down. So they get out of the tough spot all the way out to the 22-yard line. And now with 3:41 to go, now you're thinking probably have to stop, call times out, get them to punt. That's the only hope at this point. And the Trojans somehow, some way have got to figure out how to win one of these games, and they certainly didn't do it with a 4th and goal at the 1.
Yeah, that whole series there where they got down to the goal line, that you question.
2nd down pass didn't.
Yeah, you can question that pass play to Deuce Robinson instead of just pounding it 3 times if you're going to run it, but didn't work out.
Rogers up under center. Coleman 7 yards behind him. He'll get the handoff on the left side. And Devin Tompkins can't bring him down until he gets all the way to the 31. That's a gain of 9. Well, if they can't make a stop, they're not going to win the ball game. 3 minutes left in it. Plain and simple, you've got to stop them somewhere along the way here and then hope at the end that you're able to move down for a touchdown. It's not a field goal you're looking for anymore. Although a field goal would have come in handy on that last drive, perhaps.
Yeah, you're not going to stop them giving away 9 yards on 1st down run. So we got to figure out the run game here. Obviously, it's 2nd down, and you got all kinds of
taking all the time in the world in the huddle. 16 on the play clock as they break huddle with 2:35 to go in the game. Scoreboard still shows SC with 3 times out and the 2-minute stoppage. Of little consequence, though, because Jonah Coleman will work the ball to the 34 and another 1st down. So now you must stop them on this set of downs right here. The game will end. Joint Chiropractic, helping to ease your pain and keep you moving. To learn more and claim our new $29 new patient special, visit thejoint.com today. This will bring us, I believe, to the 2-minute stoppage. 6 seconds left. Nobody's in a particular hurry to get to the line of scrimmage. And that will bring us to the 2-minute stoppage. So the Trojans, I think, can stop the clock 3 more times according to the scoreboard. Maybe only 2 more. I don't know. It's a 1st down for Washington. What I do know is that they can't let Washington get past the 43-yard line or the ball game will end and the Trojans will lose. Will Rogers, pretty good quarterback. Will Rogers III, his grandfather, was named for the famous Will Rogers. So he is therefore named after the famous Will Rogers, I guess. Will Rogers was an ambassador to Mexico. He was the mayor of Beverly Hills for a while, I think 3 days. A very famous guy, political humorist, made 71 movies, wrote 4,000 nationally syndicated news columns. He once said, "I'm not a member of any organized political party. I'm a Democrat." It's pretty funny. Friends with Teddy and Franklin Roosevelt. In the Depression, he did some live shows across the country to raise money to feed people through the Red Cross. He once said, you need a punch in the head if you think anyone in the government cares about you after the election's over. He says, I hope most folks appreciate dignity over showmanship when they vote for president, which we're going to be doing. I mean, many of us. I took an informal poll in the plane, and I think it was about 80% of the people I talked to had already voted, but many still like to go to the polls on Election Day. He was the kind of guy who held up a mirror to America's foibles through goodwill and through comedy. He's got museums named after him, roads, schools, statues, the USS Will Rogers, a Broadway show starring James Whitmore, a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, Will Rogers State Park and Pacific Palisades. His final show was in San Bernardino. His last flight was right from here to out of Seattle to Alaska, where that ended in tragedy. Route 66 is the Will Rogers Highway. And his most famous line ever, Will Rogers, I never met a man I didn't like. Very famous. One of the most famous Americans in history, I'd say. That wasn't a president or a politician of some sort. And this young man, Will Rogers III. No relation directly, although perhaps somewhere down the line, but named after his grandfather, who was named after Will Rogers. Here, he's got his team on the precipice of victory against USC. He has a 1st and 10 at his own 33. Drive started at the 4-yard line after Washington held the Trojans on a 4th and goal at the 1 that would have put the Trojans ahead. Instead, Washington has the lead 26-21 with exactly 2 minutes remaining in the game. The scoreboard still shows USC has 3 times out remaining. I cannot verify that that's true or not. Somebody took a timeout before the 3rd and goal play. I don't know. Both teams show 3 times out on the scoreboard. Up under center, usually a handoff to Jonah Coleman. This is as well. He runs around the right side, gets brought down after a gain of 2 to the 35. Timeout is called. 2nd and 8 at the 35-yard line. The Trojans need Washington to collect a penalty or drop the ball. One of those two things. I don't think they're going to throw.
No, they're going to run the ball here, but you have to, you got to stop them. You got to make them 2-yard runs here, and they'll be short. They'll have to kick it, and hope you get a chance there. But if they, like I said, that last series where they pick up 1st down, they pick up 9 yards on a run. It's unacceptable because they're running the ball, and you give up 9. That's tough to swallow.
Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hey, it's Mace, and this is USC football back where it belongs on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles, a good Karma Brands radio station. Fight on.
Quickly down to Jordan Moore on the sideline. Go ahead, Jordan.
Pete, just to confirm, the official just announced first timeout of USC in the second half.
All right, so maybe Washington took that other. Handoff, Coleman starts left, goes this way, and gets out across the 40 to the 42. Oh, boy. If the Trojans had pulled him down, and they weren't really close to doing so, he ran right into the line, and he ends up getting 8 on this play. 3rd and 1 at the 42-yard line, and the Trojans expend their 2nd timeout. So it comes down to this. You stop them on this play, or you lose.
Yeah, Trojans had it bottled up right there. Just not a good enough job on the edges. They clogged up the middle, nowhere to go for Coleman. Kind of ran in the back of his offensive lineman. But on the edges, you got to stay the height of the ball there, and just not a good job on the edges. Coleman bounces out, nice play by him, and now it's going to set up for a 3rd and 1 to see if they can clinch this game from the Trojans.
3rd and 1. That seems impossible to stop them on this play on a 3rd and 1. The way Coleman's been running?
Yeah, the way Coleman's been running. You're going to have to load up the box here. You got to shoot the gaps here, and then you got to be careful that Will Rogers just doesn't keep it.
And they brought in Damon Williams, their running quarterback, as well, and he's got Coleman right next to him. The Trojans, boy, should be loading the Bucks. They got to delay a game here. Flag flies.
Illegal substitution. 12 men on the field.
Oh,
offense.
boy.
Penalty.
3rd and 1 goes to 3rd and 6. Well, it ain't much. The old gray mare is barely breathing, but 3rd and 6 is a different show than 3rd and 1 for sure.
No doubt. That's a big error right there by Washington.
Minute 48 to go. Trojans can stop the clock 1 time.
Now you got to worry about maybe a passing game.
Sure, yeah, but boy, I don't know if I want to put the ball up because you run the risk of a pick 6 or an interception. First turnover of the night, and it gives the Trojans a short field a chance to win the game. Got to run the ball here.
Will Rogers back in.
Rogers with Coleman to his left. Receiver in motion this way. They throw back to the motion man, and it is caught. And then he's brought down at the 36, and the Trojans will expend their final timeout. It'll be 4th down and 7, and Washington will have to punt. So the Trojans will have no times out, and we'll have about 1 minute and 30 seconds left to traverse what will probably be about an 80-yard field to try to get a touchdown to win the game at the gun.
Yeah, you got to take a shot at the punt here. I'm sending the house here.
Be careful.
I'm bringing my package here to try to block this.
You don't want your game to end on a roughing the kicker.
Yeah, you don't want that either, but you also could set yourself up here for a nice one. They haven't been great. Washington has not been great on special teams the whole year in any aspect of it. So,
all right, let's go, Zeebs. Zachariah Branch. ZB standing at his own 25. He caught one earlier and got pummeled. He caught another one and went 20. Jack McAllister with Norco's Cam Warchuk, the snapper on the punt. The snap back is perfect. The kick is away. Branch angles over, didn't get much, and kicks it out of bounds. At about the 32, 33, let's see where they mark him, 34-yard line. Well, that helps a little bit. Wasn't a return, but really when you consider where Branch was standing, it kind of turns into a 14-yard return.
Yeah, that's not a good punt. We've seen a couple of them tonight.
That's first time, second time he did that tonight.
Yeah.
This is it, kids. Old Dominion Freight Line, the official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises. Stay with us. The ball game is over for the Modelo Locker Room Report. We'll have interviews with our players of the game. The final word with head coach Lincoln Riley. Stats, highlights, scores of other games, all the rest leading up to our call-in show after a wild ball game here in Seattle, and it ain't over yet. 1st and 10 Trojans, and they've got to move 64, 66 yards. They were down at the 1-yard line not that long ago. Need 66 yards in 1:36. Can't stop the clock. Moss in the backfield by himself. The rush is on. He has to drop the ball because a flag was thrown. Yes. Right at the line of scrimmage.
Offense number 76.
That's the second one or third one for Murphy. He has got to hold his water a little better right now. Right now. 1st and 15, as if it wasn't hard enough. Back him up 5. The down box doesn't become very important unless you get to 4th down. You're going to go for it anyway. Did the clock run any? No, that's good. Sometimes you're on the road, the clock operator will get a little funny. 1st and 15. Trojans need now 71 yards. Washington showing a blitz perhaps. Moss drops to pass. No rush on whatsoever. Here they come finally. Moss rolls right, throws sideline, complete. Makai Lemon will get the 5 back and 1 plus that to the 35-yard line. Steps out of bounds to stop the clock with 1:28 remaining. 2nd down and 9 at the 35. 65 yards away from a miracle finish to the state of Washington. I have seen some in my day. The one in '89 against Washington State comes to mind first. Moss to throw. Does. Crossing pattern. Zachariah Branch scampers out of bounds at the 48. 1st down Trojans. New set of downs, which is mildly important at least. Time remaining 1:23. 1st and 10 at the 48. 52 yards away from a pay dirt that would give them the win. Long way away from there. And Washington's kind of given up the short stuff, at least for the time being, perhaps. Moss. Empty backfield. Waiting. Throws this way, and it is over the head of Kyron Hudson at about the 28-yard line. Not close to being completed. Stops the clock. 2nd and 10 coming up. 1:18 remaining. So 78 seconds and 52 yards.
Yeah, the wide receivers got to know that the offensive line is doing a good job protecting Miller Moss. They got to keep running a route. Don't stop him short. Keep scampering because this defensive line from Washington's not getting much of a rush, and Miller's going to have some time to make a play.
And turn around, look for the ball, and run some other route if you have to get open. Just get open. Marks in the backfield this time for the first time in this drive. Moss throws underneath. Woody Marks, 45-yard line, brought down to the 44-yard line. As the clock will continue to move, 1:07, 1:06 remaining in the game. Trojans 44 yards away. Moss with Marks to his right on a second. Make that a third. 3rd and 3. Moss throws over the middle, complete to Makai Lemon. Stops the clock to move the chains at the 31-yard line. Under a minute to play in the game with 54 seconds to go. Trojans hustle up to the line of scrimmage. Now 31 yards away. Under a minute to play. Down by 5, 26-21. Whistles. And Washington may have called a timeout to kind of catch their breath on the defensive side.
Yeah, the Trojans have picked up the tempo.
First timeout, Washington. Their first of the half. It will be 30 seconds.
All right, a 30-second timeout. That's plenty enough to go down to our DirecTV sideline report and Jordan Moore.
Yeah, Washington had an injured player who didn't want to stay down because it would have stopped the clock and helped USC, but Jed Fishon, seeing that, calls a timeout because he doesn't want to play down a man. So it looks like it's Bruner, and it looks like he's okay in trying to shake it off, something with his right leg. But
he's been the player of the game.
Yeah, that was the tight end. That was the timeout there.
2 interceptions for Bruner, Carson Bruner. By the way, tonight's the night. Spring forward, fall back. Set your clocks back if you have clocks that can be set back. Sometimes they do it on their own, but not all of them. I got a wristwatch. I'll have to move it. Set your clock back an hour tonight when you go to sleep as we go back to standard time. 1st and 10 Trojans at the Washington 31. 49 seconds to go and a 31 yards to traverse to try to win the ball game for Miller Moss and USC. Moss to pass. 3-man, 4-man rush. Steps away from the rush. Steps up, throws underneath, complete. Trojans have to hustle. Zachariah Branch at the 19-20 yard line. Stops the clock to move the chains. Trojans hustle up to the line of scrimmage with 42 seconds remaining. The ball at the 20-yard line. I'd call that the La Victoria red zone, and things are definitely spicy now. Moss to throw. Waiting. Rolls right as he sees pressure. Throws to the sideline, complete, and diving out of bounds inside the 15 to the 14-yard line is Zachariah Branch. No, that's Woody Marks, my mistake. It's a 6-yard gain, 2nd and 4. Not completely important. 33 seconds remaining in regulation time. Trojans trail by 5, 26-21. This is a 2nd and 3 at the Washington 14-yard line. Field gets a little shorter here. Less distance behind the defensive backs in the end zone. But the Trojans haven't been doing anything particularly long anyway. The 2nd down throw for Moss. Rolls right. In trouble. Throws on the run towards the end zone. Way over the head of Jacoby Lane. Incomplete. 3rd and 3. Clock stops with 26 seconds remaining in the game. Trojans trail Washington 26-21. Good crowd here. It stopped raining. A lot of them have returned to their regular seats. The bells sound as they do in the Coliseum for Washington's 3rd down play. But the 3rd down doesn't really matter. They'll go for it on 4th, obviously, in the last moments of the game. This from the 14-yard line. 3rd and 3 with 26 seconds remaining in the game. Marks next to Miller Moss. Trojans trying to pull off a miracle comeback. Moss waiting, looking right, rolling left, throws on the run, knocked away at the goal line. Kyron Hudson around the 4-yard line, and it is 4th and 3 from the 11-yard line. Really 4th there. At the 14-yard line. So it's really 4th and 4 of little consequence, let me tell you. With 19 seconds remaining, the Trojans have to get 4 yards on this play or they will lose the game. And if they get 4 but not 14, they'll have to hustle to the line as the clock will stop to move the chains. But they've got to get the 4 first, right here, right now. Let's see. Motion for Woody Marks, who comes back into the backfield to help block for Miller Moss. Does Washington bring an extra rusher here? Moss back to pass. The rush is on. He rolls right. He's going to be sacked, but he throws the ball up in the air, and it is incomplete, and the ball game will end like that. Extra rusher came. Moss couldn't get away. Threw it up for grabs, which he should do on 4th down. Washington takes over on downs. And unless they have called a penalty for roughing the quarterback, and I would find that hard to believe, then it'll be Washington's ball. The Huskies will hold on and win 26-21. Valiant effort for the Trojans to move the ball down the field as far and as well as they did, but they come up short. They get as close as the 14-yard line after being turned away on 4th and goal at the 1 earlier in the previous drive.
flag down here.
Sideline warning
it's a
against
warning,
the Trojans.
There is no penalty administered. First down, Washington.
That's it. Trojans have no timeouts. All they have to do is take a knee, and the ball game will end. 26-21. SC gets to the 14-yard line. And again, Shaun, they do not find a way to win the game on the road in the Big Ten.
Yep, becoming a part of this season's story here.
That is the story that will be writ. And now the Trojans have to win 2 of their final 3 to get bowl eligible. Washington, all they got to do is beat UCLA here. And the Bruins are playing better. Snap, knee taken, game over. Final score presented by Wells Fargo, official retail bank of USC Athletics. The Washington Huskies 26, the USC Trojans 21. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Trojan fans, want to go to the USC-UCLA rivalry game at the Rose Bowl? Just grab an icy cold Coors Light and visit CoorsLight.com/college football. Enter the keyword SCORE, and you got a shot to win your tickets to the game. It's all thanks to our great friends at Coors Light, the official beer of college football and proud partner of the USC Trojans on ESPN LA.
No purchase necessary. Start 124 games, 125 at 50 IP Central Must be legal resident of 50 USDC. 21 years of age total. Avoid prohibited use keyword units. Keyword prices. See official rules at www.CoorsLight.com/college football. For entry restrictions, keywords, odds, prices, and restrictions. Sponsored Boston College Beverage Company, USA LLC. 250 South Blacker Drive, Chicago, Illinois, USA 60606. Love staying ahead of the game with the latest tech? Meet Helium Mobile, the first phone carrier powered by the people. Experience coverage from the nation's largest 5G network and a network built by people like you. For just $20 a month, get unlimited talk, text, and data. Plus, earn crypto for contributing to the network, which you can use to pay your phone plan. Whether you're a USC Trojans fan, student, employee, or just trying to save a buck on your phone bill, Helium Mobile is for you. Make the switch today at HelloHelium.com. Fight on.
Inspired by Southern California's laid-back yet active lifestyle, TravisMathew creates premium men's and women's apparel designed to make you look and feel your best no matter the activity. Now, TravisMathew brings that same style to USC fans with their first ever collegiate collaboration. Designed with the iconic Cardinal and Gold, this collection carries the tradition and legacy of USC. Gear up for game days and style. New customers get 20% off their first order with code 710 at TravisMathew.com. That's code 710. Offer valid online only.
This is USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. Your destination for LA sports. Fight on!
Mind-numbing disappointment for the 2024 USC Trojans as they lose yet another Big Ten road game in heartbreaking fashion with a chance to win at the end, as they have had all these other games, and come up short on a 4th and goal at the 1. Credit to Washington for playing great defense on that play and get the ball down at the end of the game to the 14-yard line, but get sacked, basically not able to get a pass off for 4 yards or touchdown yards, and fall in this game to Washington and Seattle 26-21. A reminder now, stay tuned for the Modelo Locker Room Report, the show that takes you into the Trojan locker room for interviews with our players of the game. We'll have the final word with head coach Lincoln Riley. We'll have scores, highlights, and we'll talk to John Jackson in the studio as we wrap up the long road trips portion of the Big Ten season, the first Big Ten season for the Trojans here tonight in Seattle. Final score once again, Washington 26, USC 21, and this is the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
And it is a final. USC Washington on this Saturday afternoon is in the books.
You've been listening to USC Football, brought to you by Coors Light, Mountain Cold Refreshment. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly.
Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC Football.
And by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.